George, tell us what you're looking for, mate.
How are you, Jace?
Good.
What was that, sorry?
What are you looking for?
Oh, we're looking for a win, but obviously we're just here to have fun and get some lap time before next weekend. So the track's dried up from a few hours ago, so hopefully after a few heats it takes the top off it and we'll be in for some good racing.
Yeah, it looked really, really heavy earlier, but the Wonder Wheel's done a great job. Obviously, it's loosened it off. We'll just move out the way of the tractor. It's obviously fluffed the track up, and we've had a couple of hours of wind, which has really helped us. And now it's almost, I mean, you can maybe see it going to go slick in places, but what are you off for the first one?
I'm off gate 3, so yeah, it looks pretty hard. So I'm pretty lucky for gate 3 for the first heat. So yeah, we'll just see how we go.
We've got some nice tractor marks here, haven't we?
Yeah, definitely. Yep. Yeah, it's pretty hard. There's still a bit of dirt there, so yep. We'll just see how we go in the first heat, and then see what we need to change throughout the day. Yeah, but looking for a good result.
Happy with the setup on the bike, or new things coming?
Yeah, so far so good. But yeah, I'll tell you after the first heat.
Excellent. All right, have fun, mate. See you in a while. Oh, let's keep going while we're here. Chop, chop. Come on.
How's it going?
Yeah, good. You?
Yeah, a bit cold here.
Good journey down, or did you fly?
Oh, I flew to Dunedin, but then we got stuck at Fort Rose on the way down trying to get through the Catlins.
And how did you get here? Did you have to wait in the van, or did you? I know some people end up getting planes and helicopters.
Oh, we ended up camping out at some farmer's house tonight and got through the next day.
Hey, that's cool. I hope you give him a free ticket.
Oh, no, he's not interested. He's on the company.
And how about the bike? Are you all set up for this one?
Yeah, should be. It started this morning when we got here, so it's still going.
Yeah. Tractor.
Yeah.
Whoop. What gate are you off for the first one? 'Cause there's a big difference in these gates. Down low, the water's been sitting here and it's a bit sloppy. Hopefully you're up there.
Yeah, we're on gate 3, so we should be all right spot for it.
Yeah, gate 3's the one to go for at the beginning of the meeting, I think. It's just had that sun on there all day and it's looking really good.
Yep, should be us. Good one start.
And is the old man ready?
Yeah, he's always ready. Just sitting there relaxing for the 3 hours we've got to wait.
Are you going to stay on it today?
Well, it's always the plan.
Yeah, good.
It's not always our fault, but...
Good man. All right, you have a good day. I see you're running the old school leathers, which is always handy for the washdown.
Definitely, it's a lot better here to keep warm as well.
Yeah. And it means you could double up classes. Have you done any other events at the Burt Munro?
I used to do both of them, but now I just stick to the sidecar.
It'll be quite interesting because we've got a few riders here that have done other events. Like I think Dale's done the hill climb, and there's another guy's done the hill climb on a sidecar, and a few others. So it's really cool that you can come down here and do some of the 5 events.
Yeah, no, I'll just stick to Speedway. Other shit's too hard.
Good man. All right, have a good one. We'll catch up with you during the meeting. All right, let's go and see some other guys. Put your back, mate. Come on, cameraman. What's your name, boss? Let's go.
Andrew Summerhose.
Andrew, how are you feeling about today?
Oh, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm pretty excited to come and ride here with the New Zealand mob and being part of this Burt Munro thing. It's pretty special.
You look like you're thinking a lot. I reckon you've probably got an inside gate to begin with.
Yeah, all us Aussie boys, we've got the inside gate, so we're all looking at it. It is what it is, though. We'll have a bit of fun and see how we go.
Yeah, it should be good once it just clears off after the first round or so. Is it points all the way through, or is it to a final?
There's points, and I think there's running the final at the end, so hopefully all us Aussies will be in there and we'll show the crowd how we can do it.
So you'll be looking to just find a setup during the day that you can go with. What do you reckon to the track?
Yeah, no, the track looks all right. I reckon we run the same setup we had last week, and looks like there's a fair bit of dirt out there, so hopefully it works.
How does it compare to the Aussie tracks? Is it do you race on the clay over there, or do you combine the clay tracks and the speedway tracks?
Yeah, back at home we've got more limestone and bluestone. It is a bit different, not as much clay, but this track's very similar in length and width to what we've got at home. It's just a bit different, you know. The corners are nice and wide, but the straights are pretty short, so it is pretty good, pretty similar.
How about the weather?
Mate, I hate the weather. You know, it's 43 degrees back at home. I'm looking forward to going home next week. It's too cold at the moment, and this is your summer, and I've got a bloody jumper on.
I've just come down from Auckland. It was about 25 yesterday, and I am just freezing. I mean, the only good thing about cold weather is you can run big jets and get a bit more out the motor. That really is about it, I reckon.
Yeah, that's about right, yeah.
All right, great to speak to you. Hope you have a good meeting. It's another one of your compatriots over here.
Yeah, go over here. That's Simon. Cool.
Simon, how's it going, mate?
Yeah, good, mate.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we're pretty keen. We've been here for 3 weeks. Me and Brody teamed up together to come over for a New Zealand tour and have a bit of fun and race the Kiwis. We've had a bit of luck not go our way the last couple of meetings, but last meeting we cartwheeled it in turn 3 in front of Darren Trelaw, which was a bit unfortunate, but knocked a bit of wind out of our sails. But we're keen to go again. We regrouped and got to spend a bit of time in the bike for the week, and hopefully we can regroup and come out in front.
Are we working now? Oh yeah. Okay, so we've picked up our sound system back off the floor, and we're here in the solo pits. Now, 2 classes today in the solo, 3 classes if you count the kids. So we've got the new ones, the laydowns, and then we've got an upright class, which is some of the older ones, and we've got the kids. And we will not forget about the kids. We've got Dale Finch, we'll find Dale, hopefully we can get him. Hey mate, how are you? What's your name?
Eli.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah.
Where are you going to come today?
First.
Oh, good man. Who does your bike?
Dad.
Do you work on it?
Yeah, sometimes.
You got to work on it loads, you know that to be good.
Yeah.
Good. Do you clean it, or you maybe should let your dad clean it and you just do the mechanical stuff? How about that?
That'd be good.
All right, we'll do that. Have a good one, mate. Okay, it looks like we've got Cribby in the pits. There's a nice bike. Ryan, I'll borrow you for a minute. What are you doing, mate? What are you fixing?
Just having a look.
What's happened to it?
Oh, nothing. It's flooding.
Oh, yeah. So is Cribby going to try and do some laps for us today?
Oh, I think so.
Another lap record?
Don't know. We'll find out, won't we?
Anyway, back to you. What are you doing today?
Oh, hopefully get some trophies.
Because you won it last year?
No, I didn't win it last year. I won it the year before.
Oh, sorry, mate.
But no, I didn't win it last year. So no, it should be good.
Tell us about your journey on the way down.
Oh, well, you dropped us off at the airport. Then we got stuck in Queenstown. And then we had to get a plane to Tianao. And then Jake picked us up. It was pretty good, pretty eventful.
Yeah, because there was a bit of a state of emergency around here. So a lot of the roads were flooded out, and there's been people flying in. It's been pretty crazy, but luckily everyone's okay, and hopefully we're still going to get a big crowd. So you're doing the upright class and the lay-down class.
Yeah, gate 5 and gate 4, first 2 races. So 5 should be fun.
All right, pretty confident. I see you got Dale and a few others today, and George. So should be hopefully some good racing.
Well, like you always said, heats for show, finals for doing it.
That's it. That's how we roll. All right, boys, what are we talking about? Are we in the settings departments or what?
Oh, just looking at the gearing, thinking about the track. It's drying up out there. It's all right. It's looking good.
It is. It's kind of changing every 15 minutes. He's just putting that wheel packer out there, and it's changing even more. And 1 minute you think you're going to go to a deep track, and next minute you're thinking, oh, it's just a normal Oreti track.
Yeah, well, she's pretty hard underneath, but it'll be right. We'll go out there, give it a go, find the right line, and hope for the best. I'm
sure if you sit back, you'll find some grip.
Yeah, we will, yeah, hopefully.
That's cool. We're going to go and find some more riders and go from there. Okay, so we've got the upright bikes here. This is a beautiful example. Clean as a whistle. Another one here. Hey, look at this guy. How long has it been since you've ridden?
About a year.
Feeling good though, aren't you?
Nah, not really.
I mean, look how positive you are. You're loving it.
I know. We'll see what happens.
He's been training on his trials bike, so we're expecting big things of you.
Yeah, well, don't get too excited. Got to remember which way to go.
It's all about enjoyment. So you've pulled it out for the Burt. You obviously love this event.
Yeah, it's a good event, and great track and place to be. So, apart from the weather.
Yeah, but it isn't raining.
I know. Good day for here. Yeah.
All right. Well, I hope you have a cracking day and enjoy yourself. All right. Okay, we're gonna wander up here. Who have we got in the corner working on their bike? Hey boss, how's it going?
How you doing?
It's Mr. Free.
Oh, how you doing?
Are you well?
Yeah, not too bad.
You're one of the legends of Speedo. You've been around and you've seen it all, and you're just still cruising. I mean, I wish I could still ride. I'm too sore to ride, but you seem to keep it going somehow. How?
Oh, mate, you got to have something to do on a Sunday, don't you? I'm 63. I'm still enjoying it. Do a lot of trail riding and a lot of running and that.
Yeah, because I've often bumped into you on the trail rides.
Oh, yep. Yeah, no, I done a triathlon 2 weeks ago, a 40k loop on a motocross bike and a 20k mountain bike and then a 10k run. Man, that killed me.
Oh, was that was a Sean Clark one at Tokoroa? Was it good?
Yep, Artie Murray, yep. Oh, it was good, yep. But boy, that mountain biking, that was a killer.
It's because there was no engine.
Yeah, that's right.
So what about the Burt? Obviously you've been doing the Burt for a lot of years now.
This will be about my 4th one. One was a shocker, we got one race in and it teamed down with rain, but last year I done really well. I got to the 2 finals and got 2 seconds. Probably should have won it, but I run out of methanol and the old 2-valve engine was vibrating, and since I found out it had a cracked piston, so I was blessing that I didn't go out for that runoff with Kevin and Ryan. Yeah.
That's cool. The main thing is just enjoying it. Have you ever managed to get into any of the other classes at the Burt, like how to go at the hill climb or anything like that?
No, I thought about it. thought about the beach racing. I like my trail riding and that, but you need that big 450. I've only got a little 150 KTM 2-stroke, so that wouldn't be enough power to get around there.
I think she'd do about 500 metres and then probably seize up on you.
I reckon. Cheap as hell.
All right, well, it's always great to see you, Marion. It's so cool that you're just still going so healthily, unlike some of us. Right, where should we go? Sidecars? Do you want to do sidecars? Let's poke through the back. Oh, look at this man here. He's prime, ready for action. He's not happy to see me. How are you, mate?
Good, Jace. How are you?
Yep, we're just cruising. Are you ready for today?
Oh, yeah, I'm as ready as I'll be.
Oh, you should have pitted somewhere windier. Jesus. Yeah. Did you ride last week as well?
No, we had last week off.
All right, so you're just primed and ready for today then?
Yep. Rested and ready.
Any, you think you can be up there with Mr. Trelaw today?
He's in a different league, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but all on the same track, we're all made out of the same material, so...
Yeah, if he makes a mistake and we get a good go, we could have a crack.
Yeah, you always got to be positive, and the bike's fine, isn't it?
Yeah, we won the last race meeting we done here. Me and Erwin haven't done much on the bike, so we'll do something.
Yeah, I mean, Erwin knows his way around, doesn't he? There's one thing Erwin can do, he can sneak in there, can't he?
Yeah, most definitely an underdog, eh?
Yeah. All right, we're going to... speaking of the man himself, Erwin. How's it going, mate?
Good, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Are you keen for today?
Yeah, mate. Always out keen to have some fun.
Well, you're always probably one of the most positive people I know. You can sort of turn a bad situation into a good situation, and I think if anyone can pull something out the bag out there, it's you. You feel good today?
Yeah, no, so it's all right. Hopefully the bike goes all right.
Yeah.
Just went all right last meeting, so yeah, we'll just see how it goes. See what the track does.
All right, we're going to catch up with some of the Auckland boys, but yeah, very much underrated Erwin. Never all Erwin out. Oh yeah, well that was Erwin and Ricky. All right. All right, we'll sneak in around the back here. We're going to see some of the guys from Auckland. Some of these guys have travelled down it's best part of 22 hours plus a ferry from Auckland, so they've come all the way down and then they're down here. Oh, there's a character we need to get. He's disappeared. That's Alex Cunningham. He's a bit of a legend. Maybe we can get Jamie. Jamie's right in the bottom of the trailer here. Already, Jamie, expecting a bit of rain, mate? Is sidecar going in? Sidecar going in the trailer?
Yeah.
Just
try and keep it dry.
Yeah, especially with your grips that come off last time.
Yeah. Nah, should be right.
Yeah.
Hopefully this blows past. Yeah.
Well, it should do. It's about 50-kilometre-hour wind going through us.
Yeah. It's another summery Invercargill day. I just seen a penguin walk past in the pits before, so.
Your jokes are classic, mate. All right, so you brought the whole family to this one, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, we come down for a family trip. Wanted to go to Queenstown and that, but obviously that got put to a short stop with the old rain that's been going on this week. But yeah, it is what it is, and had some good time with Erwin, catching up with him, and yeah.
All right. Great to speak to you, mate. I'm going to take a break for a little while.
Cheers, mate.
See you, boss.
Situated just 1.5 hours drive from Christchurch is Hanmer Springs, a small alpine village that has everything for the adventurer or for someone looking to relax. Stay a while and enjoy a bike ride through the numerous bush tracks, or relax in the famous hot pools. Take the whole family and let the kids take on the many attractions on offer. And to top off your stay, book now with Hanmer Holiday Homes, where there's a budget and accommodation to suit everyone. Call now.
Here back with Sam again. Sam's, for anyone live streaming or not really familiar with bikes at all, Sam's just going to give us a rough talk through the bike, and I'm going to ask you some not tricky questions if you're keen. All right, so here we got the speedo bike, normal speedo bike, full covers, all plasters up like it should be, nice and light. What are they weighing?
Oh, God, you'd have more of an idea than me. I don't know.
72.
72, there you go.
Tell us about the CC. How many CCs you got?
500cc, GM's, pretty good motor. I run a NEB clutch and a bar clutch, but I'd probably favour the NEB, more bite off the line and gets me out of the gate.
Yeah. And you run the naturally aspirated methanol carbs?
Yep, I got Blix Mark II carb and methanol, so pretty lucky we get sponsored all our methanol, so it's good.
Awesome. Obviously down here you can throw the big jets in because we're right close to the sea. You know, we're right at sea level, so the air's thicker down here rather than backing up in Auckland or over in Europe. So you can get away with a few jet sizes higher down there, which is always handy.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Get around here pretty quick. I'm still learning a few things about the bike, and it's good. Like everyone, if they know something I don't, they chip in and tell me about it, which is good, and I appreciate it. Like, yeah.
It's good. So we've come to this one and we've taken the cover off this. So you can see the normal carb. It's just got a slide carb on it. It's got an adjuster on the other side. Just got a normal ignition that runs off a rotor system. So you can adjust the ignition as well on this. What do you go from when you're in a race? You start the meeting on one setup and finish the meeting on another?
It varies. Like, I don't really touch my ignition. I'm more tyre pressure. I could, like, that bike there, the wheels set about just past halfway, and by the end of the meeting, if the track slickens off, I'll nearly have it all the way forward, and gets you around the corners, and you can straighten it up, and it just pulls out of the corners, so it's good.
Okay, so your gear ratio, so we've got a chain goes from here to a dry clutch, and then from behind the dry clutch we go to the back one. So do you pretty much keep these gear ratios the same here, or do you ever change the front ones?
No, I leave them the same. The only thing I'll probably do is, like, nearly every second meeting I'll put new clutch plates in, new alloys, so they don't get all worn out and heat marks on them. So
your clutches don't last long, so do you just change the front plates? I know a lot of us used to just change the front plate every meeting to give it real good consistency.
I change the whole set, so every meeting before it, I'll sand them right down, spray them with brake cleaner, and then every second or third meeting I throw them away and get a whole new set.
Okay, so what you were talking about earlier was you like tracking the back wheel forward, so it's the way of thinking about that is you come from your final drive here to this sprocket here, so you'll be chasing sprockets during the meeting, or you'll probably start on a 60 or 59 with it being heavy and probably look to end up on about a 57 towards the end of the meeting?
Yeah, well, that's the plan. Like, I'm slowly that's another thing I'm learning about, like setups on the back wheel. I'll start on a 60 today and then hopefully get down to a 59, 58 if it slickens off out there, but we'll look forward to it, and yeah.
Obviously, as we drop teeth, the back wheel's going to travel further down this axle. So the longer we make the bike, the more stable it is, but the less grip we get. So it's a fine line, you know. And obviously, getting off the start when something's really long, it's not that good. You know, we want to get the back wheel right up underneath our arse, and then it launches off the line. That's where you like getting up here, but obviously it's too early in the meeting to be here, so we need to be back there. But he'll just chase links. And you'll see we can just fire in links or take out links, and you'll see here he's got a link and a half, so he'll adjust these one at a time, and he'll take off one whenever he wants one off. So he's got a link and a half in there at the minute, so as he goes down a sprocket he'll probably just put a single link in there, and that's why he'll have a big gap like this. You know, normally on other bikes you'll just see them run with one gear and they'll put the solid link in there, but these have got to be done, and you've probably got your toolbox should be set up. Come and have a look at the toolbox, because this is where it is, because we're on a time limit here with the solos, so he'll be on 2 minutes, and if he sees the track change, he might decide to do a last minute change on the bike, whether you don't change ignition, but he might just decide he wants it forward a fraction. So you'll just jump up here, he'll have the mechanic, tools are set out, oil's set out, he's got the clutch cooler, he's got the where's your chain links?
And that ice cream container.
So in the specialist ice cream container here, you'll just pull that up and you'll see he's got link and a halves, he's got double links, so if you can't ride it properly, sorry, you can ride it properly, but if you're struggling, you know, you'll just chuck a double in, and that'll just lengthen her up. But then he'll want to get that out as soon as possible so he can get some traction going on. Front forks, we've gone away from the old telescopic style. You know, we're all running leading links now. That's pretty much the way it is. You're probably young enough that you've never had to deal with telescopic forks or the older uprights, but you enjoy these, so it's nice that you've just come straight onto these.
Yeah, on that bike there I've got a set of Jawa forks, and this one's Stoother, and I prefer the Stoother ones. I think they sit a bit higher for my height and that, and yeah, like when you've got them set up properly and you're just so smooth to ride around a nice track, yeah.
And what a lot of people don't realise is these aren't a manufactured bike. You know, everything's individual, even from the engine. So it's pretty hard just to buy a GM off the shelf. You know, you'll have to go to an engine tuner. You'll say to your engine tuner, you want this cam, you want this stroke, you want these flywheels. So your engine will be made for how you want it. So you can't really buy one off the shelf. GMs are made to order, and you'll get one through your tuner. So was that brand new for you, or is that second hand?
That's second hand. Both of my motors are Hayden Sims X motors, but like here in New Zealand, we find it hard to get parts. You've got to get them from UK or Aussie, and we're pretty good. Like we get urgent freight, so they're here within 2 days. So we're pretty lucky with that.
And it's a good way to start as well with second-hand engines, because you get to find out what you want at a sensible price. You know, you don't want to be going to a big tuner over in Europe and you maybe don't know what you want, whereas you can have a lot of second-hand engines and you can find out what works. You know, so are these short strokes, you got baby offsets, or you just got?
Just your standard GM long one, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, I like them. Like this motor here had a Jason Crump cam in it, and it was just angry, and so I put it out and put a standard one, but hopefully eventually when I get quicker I can put it back in and go.
Yeah, there's so many different variants on engines with the flywheel weights, the strokes and the piston sizes. Another thing is it's all different manufacturers. So from the engine plates, you know, they're either made by Talon or someone. The frames, you've got Stewards and Jawas. You've got different seat brackets, different wheels, slightly different wheel widths. It's infinite, you know, but all you got to do is go fast around an oval track at the end of the day, haven't you?
Yeah, you just pin it to win a day, but like there's so many things you can change to make your bike quicker or corner better or anything. I come in and I say to Aiden, it's not really cornering that well or locking up, and he'll say, I'll push the wheel forward or try and lean over more, and he said anything does it. So.
All right, thanks for your time, Sam. Hope you have an awesome day, mate. We'll try and we'll give it a couple of minutes and we'll go and grab a sidecar.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
Big business or small business, we've got mobile solutions to give any size business an edge. Our regionally based account managers can scope your business and deliver to your evolving needs. Take control of your team's business mobiles with individual plans or shared data pools, along with solutions that offer increased control over device and data security and the flexibility to easily manage your team's mobiles and apps. Whatever your business, whatever your size, talk to your Spark customer lead or business hub today.
Well, g'day folks, Jace here from the Pits TV, and in conjunction with Graham.
Hi, Scott here from X Factor Cars, Southland's V8 specialists, stockists of the South Island's biggest selection of Holden HSV, also with a wide range of everything Ford, FPV and classic American muscle. With an in-house finance specialist, we can tailor build a package to suit each and every budget, from no deposit, structured payments and up to 60-month terms. If we don't have it in stock, our team will search high and low to find what you want. Check out our testimonials, xfactorcars.co.nz.
At Wholesale Tyres in Whakatane.
Need truck tyres? Wholesale Tyres. Good tyres, better prices, great people.
Minute they're having a riders briefing, so they're telling everyone they can't cut the white line. They're saying make sure you behave, don't roll at the start. A few other little things. So we're struggling to talk to people. So we'll just give you a little rundown on the track. Massive track. It must be about 430 metres, probably 10, 12 metres wide on the straight, probably 15 on the bends. Plenty of banking, really nice. no marked white liners yet, but they'll probably get that sorted for the first one, because with the track being, the boys are a bit umming and ahhing about the track, so everyone will be diving to the white line probably pretty early, just because that's the quickest way around at the end of the day. But yeah, so track's pretty cool. It's usually, I used to favour mid-track to out wide around here. It's a fantastic track to ride. You can really let the thing go, and when you get in front, just give the girl some legs and let her run. You know, don't want to be really stifling it up on the white line if you can, when you've got all this huge track to play with. Gates have always been a nightmare for me here. These will come good at the end of the day, gates 1 and 2. They might even come good really quickly, actually, because they're just starting to go tacky, which that's what I was worried about it early when we was talking to the Aussie boys. But the ground is changing that much. You know, what looked good at gate 3 and 4 is now actually turning out to be maybe going a little bit slick. And you can see here, gate 1, I mean, geez, if you can't make a gate off that, then there's something wrong with you, really. But yeah, we've got 5 on the side. Normally we have 4 on the start, but there's obviously a few more people here today, so we'll just cram some more people on the line. Gate 6, how are we looking? It's probably it's still a bit wet. It's in just under the shade of the wall, so maybe stay away from the fence on that one. But I had a look at the track earlier, and bend 1 and 2, you can probably sneak around the pole line there fairly early on. You know, if you're off gate 1, first bend straight around the inside, that's good. But this bend up here, turns 3 and 4, did look a little bit ropey right around the inside, just where the water's sat there probably overnight. I know there was a big heavy rainstorm overnight, and so it's a bit inconsistent underneath. So while it looks good on top, it's probably going to rut out a fraction, and you know, then you've got the water sitting on the base, so you get a really inconsistent ride. So you hit a rut, and then you hit a bit of slick base, and then she wants to spin round, and obviously you've set the bike up so it's pretty safe to ride in the first heat, so that makes it even harder to ride. So I'd kind of committed to a pole line round here, and then drift up to halfway up on that one, maybe 3/4 of the way, and get a real nice ride. Keep your speed up. You know, the last thing you want if you're sort of umming and ahhing about a track is the slower you go, the slower you'll get, you know. So keep your speed up and just buzz over the top of it, and well, the faster you go, the sooner the race is over, isn't it? Anyway, that's enough for me now.
Well, good afternoon, folks. Welcome along to the Sievwright Blasting Pedal and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. My name's Corbin Shuttleworth. Peter Hosian alongside me today in the commentary box. You are here at the Burt Munro Challenge, brought to you by Parts Master. This one here, the Speedway Spectacular. Weather just playing its part at the moment, Pete. You've got to be excited for this one.
Well, we're really looking forward to it, Corbin. It's great to see a good crowd in here so early. We've got our curtain raiser coming up, of course, all our juniors and peewees going through for a start. We'll get that out of the way. Then we'll get underway with our main event, if you like. The solos, the classic solos, the sidecars, the A and B grade, or first and second division, as I like to call them. And also say the solo supports and the A-grade solos and the classic solos. A fantastic lineup of competitors here, 80-odd competitors, 70-odd races to get through. Yeah, good as good.
We're going to head down into the pit lane now with a multiple-time New Zealand Speedway champion. He's here thanks to the team at the Pits TV. Jason Bunyan is in the pits to tell us a little bit about the sidecars.
All right, we're back in the pits with the Aussies again. You guys have said you'll give us a talk for your sidecar, so pretty much, where do you sit?
All right, to start with, it's just a Mitchell Australia frame. You've got an R1 crossplane, 1042cc engine power on that. As a rider, you sit up the front, basically. Off the start, the gear lever's on your left. You only got to change gears once. You sort of tuck in tight, pull yourself up, let the clutch go and the tapes go, and then you change to your third gear as you hit the first corner. In the corner, you sort of pivot off the bike. Depending on riding style and abilities, you change your styles to sort of steer the bike, and obviously counter steer with your body weight. Your body weight and footwork have got a fair bit to do with controlling them, obviously, because they got a lot of horsepower and you still only got a 3.5-inch back wheel. And then I'll let Simon explain the passenger's job.
All right, so he can't talk to you during the race, there's no communication, but you guys have obviously been together enough, you know how each other work. That goes some way towards it?
Yeah, definitely got to have a lot of teamwork between your rider and passenger. It helps as a good passenger if you've ridden a bike before. You really got to gel with your rider to really make it work. It is teamwork. We're not riding solos. It is sidecars. It takes two people to get around. So a lot of teams don't realise how much crucial it is for the passenger to actually help out. And if a passenger's not doing the right job, you know, that's the difference between winning and losing. So.
You have a big say off the start as well, so are you the guy that chooses the rut? Do you jump off and then choose the rut, or do you just ride up?
Yeah, so you're trying to find a hard spot in the track to get good drive out. You don't want it too soft, and you don't want it too hard. So you got to try and find a happy medium, or you're looking for a nice straight rut to get you out nice and straight. And you know, most races are won from the start, so that's the most crucial part of the race to start. You want to get out in front and clean air and. Away you go.
You got this bar here, so you'll be hanging off this, and then you'll
hang off that. That's your lifesaver. You go that, and then you're in trouble. So that helps you out, keep you on the bike. But that's your other lifesaver down there.
Come on then, come on down here. So this is their normal bend position.
Yeah. So you're coming off the straight. As the bike comes into the corner, you want to get down, offload the weight, and move forward so the bike gets in a slide. And the idea is to try and keep that in a consistent, nice slide between you and the rider. As a passenger, you're watching the rider, front wheel, listening to the bike, and just feeling what he's feeling, working with him, and you sort of got to work as one. And as you're coming back down the straights, you want to lean back and get a good drive over the back, and get it launching down the straight, and then you're back into the corners again. So.
Do you try and let gravity pull you back up, like the inertia of the bike around the bend? Because I presume if you just try and pull yourself up normally, it would unstable the bike maybe.
Nah, you got a lot of inertia. You're just flowing with the bike. So yeah, if you work well together, it's easy. But if you're not working well together, or the track's a bit rough, it can be difficult. So you really got to be on the ball. So yeah, you can unsettle the bike just from a wrong movement, or a bit of throttle the wrong way. Yeah, they're very temperamental. So.
Are you okay to run us through some of the technical bits? I saw you had the cover off earlier. You all right to give us a look at your bike? You boys are not worried about that? Okay, give us I see we've got two axle slots. We just looked at the solo. Is that so you can change settings, or is that for different tracks running from clay to something else? Or
yeah, we actually put it in to come over here. So this frame's actually built to come over here once we signed up to come to New Zealand. Obviously with the clay tracks and the slick tracks over here, we can run a 17-inch rear wheel wet front and back, like a wet weather slick. So a lot of the boys use that over the Speedway tyres. Once it goes black, obviously the Speedway tyres struggle to hook up. So we purposely built this to run the 17s. Hopefully we don't have to run them today, because they're not something we use in Australia. So we're not really that well known to how they handle and how they behave with those wheels. But yeah, that's basically what the twin slots are for. Obviously you got a set of FCR 39mm methanol carbies. They're obviously powered. You pull your injection off. They're a cross-plane R1 engine that we pull out of the race bikes, and we spend nearly 15 grand on the motors straight out of the factory. So you got a couple hundred horsepower out of the factory, and then we rip all the injection that off, and then
can it last a season?
Yeah, we get about 25 meetings out of them, so you sort of just get a season out of them. We try to do as much racing as we can in Oz, but you nearly get a year and a half out of a motor. So it's an expensive sport, but when you want to be at the top, I guess you got to spend the dollars.
And it's, I see the frame was obviously last minute, so there's no coating. She's just ready to go. She'll be rusty when she goes back home off the plane. But no, so you the thickness of your chain, obviously you can tell you've got some power in there. The boys over there are just running the normal 520.
Yeah.
But she's got some oomph about her.
Yeah, it is. It's actually we actually built the motor, and John Pitt and Bernie Copy got it in for us the day before. So the bike was literally a day old when it went to the airport. So same sort of thing. We're still trying to learn it and work it all out as quick as we can, but hopefully we can get it right today and come home with some chocolates.
I see it's quite interesting because you've got the solo tyre on the SW07 there, but you've run it on a hugely fat rim. Is there any reason why?
Just try to spread your tyre wheel out. Like I said before, compared to your Speedway bike, your solo bike's 500 cc's. These are 1042, and we've got the same sort of tyre powering that, but we just stretch it out to get rid of the tyre wall, so then it doesn't get any roll, and obviously try and put more tyre on the ground.
Yeah. And obviously do you ever change tyre? Do you ever run any other radial tyres, or you always just use these tyres?
In Australia, that's all we ever use. I only go, that'll do 2 races. We'll do one start, out, turn around, do another start, and we'll rip it out and put it new one in. So we run 3 or 4 tyres a night. But
so you'll look to keep this fresh edge for one race, one start, flip it around, fresh edge the next race, and that's it. Obviously, once the tyre gets warm, it loses a bit of integrity as well. So it is what it is.
That's it, yeah. You knock the edges off. Because you've got so much grunt, it doesn't take long to chamfer the edges off. So, and like I said before, you're looking for every inch that you can find once you get to the top level. So we'd run brand new tyres just to try and get that extra inch out of the gate.
And obviously the whole name of a sidecar, the sidecar wheel, is hidden at the minute. Is that fully adjustable? Does it go forwards, backwards? Can you lean it over? Does it make a big effect on everything? Can we adjust that so much we can get rid of the passenger and save weight?
I wish it was that easy. It'd make the job a bit easier and less expensive. But no, you couldn't do it without a passenger. But a lot of the bikes move forward and back. We've minimised ours, so it basically toe in and toe out. You can adjust the wheel to go out towards the wing, which helps you enter the corner. You can tow it back in to get rid of your slide, but you can also space your wheels in and out, so which changes the gradient of the angle of the actual complete package, and you can level them out to put more rear tyre on the ground. Again, once it goes slick, that's something you look at just trying to get more drive.
Don't you just love over racing? It looks so simple when you're out there, but as we just went through the solo bike, there's so much to it. It's amazing, and it's great that you open your bike up for us. Thank you very much.
No worries.
Have a good one, boys.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi.
Well, folks, welcome along. Great to see a good crowd building here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. Just a wee couple of messages before we get underway. The 50-50 raffle. There'll be folks going around collecting for that. Today will be a big day, I'm sure. I'm thinking that we'll end up in the vicinity of $2,000 odd in the pot. So avail yourself of those tickets when they come around. They're only $2 a ticket, so it's quite handy to buy 5 or 6 at a time and go home. You feel like you've won lotto when you go home with a big fistful of dollars from Oreti Park. Last weekend here at the Australasian Sidecar Champs, we had a prize pot of $1,654.70. Don't ask me how that happened, but it did. I don't know where the 70 cents came from, but as I say, the true Southern generosity showed through, and now we've got a lot of visitors here at the track today. I am sure we will surpass that, and well and truly surpass it. So just bear in mind, keep your eye open for those folks when they come around with that 50-50 raffle. The other thing is, please don't impede just to the north of the control tower. There's a disabled area there. Please don't impede in there for the folks that are a bit more disadvantaged than we are. Just bear in mind that they would like to watch some racing as well. So don't please crowd in over the top of them and give them a view as well, please. That's basically it. The other thing is, there's plenty of rubbish bins around the circuit. Would be much appreciative if you did make use of them and just didn't dump stuff at your feet. That'd be most appreciated as well. It won't be too long, folks. I see our juniors, our peewees lining up in the pit chute here. So once this little bit of track maintenance is done with this roller, I am sure we'll get underway very, very shortly.
Okay, we're here with Mr. Shabbolt. Mayor, how are you doing today?
Very good, and it's good to see the weather's holding off for an event like this, and a great crowd that's building, I'm sure, throughout the day.
And I know secretly you've got a huge passion for methanol and petrol, haven't you?
Oh yes, and you can't do without it if you live in an area like Southland where you got long, straight roads, and of course with Burt Munro having set us on the international map, it certainly adds a lot to the culture down here in the south.
Are you pleased to see the way that this whole event and the way that the Speedway's come on? I know you've got some great people that do work at the track here. Alex, the new guy. The way I've seen this track come up over the years has been amazing. The crowd's always here, but it just gets with the facilities here are getting better and better every year as well. Does that make you happy?
It certainly does, and Council and the local trusts invest a lot of money in sporting facilities, and it really has worked for us. And Stadium Southland, Aquatic Centre, right across the board we've got facilities that are of world standards.
It really is great that you work together with these people, because as you all know in life, sport and food bring people together, and you know it's you just look at the family environment that this has provided here, and there's going to be 50 odd races today, or maybe 70 races. The kids are out there racing now. All the families are here. Some of the families are racing. I think you've got family down there.
Yes, I have, but I haven't managed to get any of them involved in Speedway, but they certainly like coming out for the day and enjoy being spectators.
Think how much money you save by...
Oh no, it's great. It really is fantastic to see this crowd gathering like this and to see that international approach being taken to the sport. That adds a whole dimension to racing and speedway in the south and in Sydney. Some of the bikes have come from.
It's not only that. I mean, you've got the Aussies come over for a couple of weeks on end now. I mean, how good they stay down. Some of them stay down here, part of the community, really getting the spirit of things. That's what it's about.
Well, we may compete in sport with the Aussies, but when it comes down to real community issues like the fires they've been having, we don't just sympathise, but we send across firemen to help support their guys, and it really does help bring the two countries together.
No, it's awesome. Well, it's been a pleasure, as ever, to talk to you. Hope you have a great day, and hope you enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, boss.
Rightio, folks. Sorry we missed that first race there while Jason Bunyan was interviewing our illustrious mayor, Sir Timothy. The winner of that last event there was Jackson Harley from Christchurch, the 33C bike. Second place there was the 79i of Major Kelman, and coming home in third place was the 34i of George Kennedy. That race was run in a time of 65.71, and it was sponsored by Newfield Autos. Coming out the gate here now, we have Slade Fordyce on the 9i bike and the 44i of Sam Coulthard. This event sponsored by Extreme Karts. This is the Pee-wee Division 1's, the 70cc class. And away they go. Young Slade Fordyce gets out, goes pretty wide, so that lets Sam Coulthard slide underneath him there as they head down through those turns 3 and 4. So through they come, and it's Mason Coulthard, young Sam Coulthard there that is leading the way here from Slade Fordyce on that 9i bike. The 44i bike is the one that is leading the way here in this Extreme Karts sponsored heat. The white flag will come out this time, signifying 1 lap left to go. And it's Mason Coulthard. Young Slade Fordyce closes the gap a little as they head back down through turns 1 and 2. Don't know if he's done enough to catch him as they go through turns 3 and 4 for the final time. So it is going to be Sam Coulthard that'll take the win there on that 44i bike from the 9i of Slade Fordyce. That one run in a time of 53.37. 53.37 was the winning time there. As I say, this is the curtain raiser to the main event. Our young juniors coming out here strutting their stuff. We now have another round of the Pee-wees Division 2s. This is the 50cc bikes, of course. This is Heat 2 for them. We've got the 72C of Kobe Drake from Gate 1, the 10i of Ollie Cunningham from Gate 2, the 34i of George Kennedy coming from Gate 3, and the 17i of Major Kelman will come from Gate 4. Right, they're all lining up here. This one's sponsored by Arrow Upholstery. The tapes go up. They're underway from the inside there. It looked like Kobe Drake from Christchurch got away there. No, sorry, it was Major Kelman, the 79 bike, that got away the quickest there. Coming in behind him there, the 34i of George Kennedy in that second spot. Then the 10i of Ollie Cunningham. And a little further back there to the 72C of Kobe Drake. So it's Major Kelman, the 17i bike. Got quite a handy lead here over that 34i of George Kennedy. Then the 10i of Ollie Cunningham and the 72C of Kobe Drake. White flag showing here to young Major Kelman. Remember, these guys are only on the wee little 50cc Pee-wee bikes. And Major Kelman looks like he is going to take the checkered flag here, take a win, and quite a comfortable win over the 34i of George Kennedy.
Okay, so the juniors are racing now, just here with young Slade Fordyce. How'd that go, mate?
Good.
Enjoy it?
Yeah.
How'd you go?
Good.
Tell us about the bike. Are you enjoying it? I know it's a new bike, isn't it, Pops?
Yeah, it's the wee 70cc frame that Stacey Buchanan made.
I follow this kid on Facebook and I always love your pictures and everything you do with him, but it's great to actually see him on it and going, I didn't realise how small he was until I met him in real life. He's so keen, isn't he?
Yeah, he loves it. We just put a bit more air in the tyre just to hopefully get it sliding for him. So.
Yeah. Is he loves working on the bike?
Oh, he tries to get out of it.
He tries to get out of it already. He's that good. He's off already. You out in the next one, mate?
Yeah.
All right, I'll come and have a word with you again later.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Rightio, thanks for that, Jason. Jason doing the interviews down in the pits there for us and having a wee yarn to young Slade Fordyce there. This next heat of the Peewees Division 1's Heat 2 for them. You will see the 44i of Sam Coulthard in Gate 1 and the 9i of Slade Fordyce coming out in Gate 2. Incidentally, that last heat of the Peewees Division 2's, the 50cc boys, that was running a time of 66.50. This heat of the Peewees, the Division 1's, the 70cc class, sponsored by C. Brown Builders Limited. They're lining up here. Corbin ready to go. Young Sam Coulthard down on the inside on that 44 bike.
Tapes go away, they go to the 9i of Slade Fordyce. A little bit of a jump off the start there as well. Bike looking ever so slightly jumpy, but it will be out the front. The 44i, Sam Coulthard, pulling a little bit of a lead now as Slade Fordyce looks to the infield. But out the front, take nothing away from that man there. 44i, Sam Coulthard, pops it down between turns 1 and 2. Foot right down there, sitting about mid-track at the moment. Slade Fordyce more than a straight length away from him. Unfortunately, might be bike issues with young Slade there. I understand he had issues with the tyre on that one earlier on, but out the front, he's making a lot of ground on him now. That's Sam Coulthard on the 44i. As Slade Fordyce just through turns 3 and 4, making his way out of turn 4 as Sam Coulthard is just getting there now. Unsure what's happening there, but the white flag is out for the 44i of Sam Coulthard. He'll come around this time and collect the checkered flag at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway as Slade Fordyce ever so slightly untidy out of turns 3 and 4 as he collects the white flag, but the race win will go to the 44i of Sam Coulthard. And we'll await the checkered flag now. Scott Reed on the flags today for the juniors. Slade Fordyce through turns number 3 and 4. And the checkered flag will be out for him now.
That one running a time of 54.28 there. Young Sam Coulthard, the 44i bike, taking that out in a time of 54.28.
Coming out on track in just a moment, we're going to see heat number 3 for the Peewee Division 2's 50cc's. Gate 1, the 33C of Jackson Harley. 72C, Kobe Drake will be in gate number 2. 17I of Major Kelman in the gate number 3. And in gate number 4, 10I of Ollie Cunningham.
This one was sponsored by Becca's Motorcycle Tours New Zealand Limited. Don't forget, folks, if you want to go for a tour through Europe, they're doing 3 tours this year. They're going one in Greece, they're going to Anzac Cove, into Turkey and Bulgaria and Italy. Now, that'd be a fantastic tour to do. They've got one tour to the Euro Bike Fest in Austria. It'll be the largest Harley Davidson rally in Europe. Meanwhile, they're underway there, and once again, it's the 17i of Major Kelman that has made a wee break on the field there. He's got the 33C of Jackson Harley right there with him. Then the 72C of Kobe Drake sitting there in that 3rd spot, and the 10I of Ollie Cunningham in that 4th place. Looks like Major Kelman and Jackson Harley having a bit of a battle there. The 33C has now got in front of him. He's gone back, so Major Kelman goes back to that 2nd spot. Jackson Harley, the 33C, gets shown the white flag as they go back down through those turns 1 and 2. Major Kelman hasn't given up yet. He's keeping it nice and low. He's going to see if he can get the drop on him around turns 3 and 4 and beat him to the line. I don't know if he's going to do it, though. There's a bit of a drag race on here, but no, it's the 33C of Jackson Harley that'll take the win from the 17I of Major Kelman there in that second place. Third place going to the 72C of Kobe Drake, and the 10I of Ollie Cunningham home there in that fourth spot. That one running a time of 60.94, so they've sped themselves up a little bit there. 60.94 was the winning time.
Now, coming out on track in just a moment, we're going to see once again the 9I of Slade Fordyce out of gate number 1. Out of gate number 2, the 44I of Sam Coulthard. Of course, those boys there. Just the two of them today in that class there, the 70cc Pee-wee class. They'll come out on track. Hopefully, young Slade Fordyce with those bike issues all sorted now. I can see him coming out of the pit chute there. Father Hayden having a bit of a word to him. 44I Sam Coulthard. He pops out of the main gate here. We see the 9I of Slade Fordyce. Just awaiting him to come out the pit gate here now. But while we mention that, don't forget, if you are looking to relive the moments from today's happenings here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway, jump on Facebook to our official photographer, Vanessa Adcock Photography. Brilliant images captured from the past couple of meetings here, so she'll be capturing the events today. So if you are interested in looking at them again, jump on Facebook, have a look at her page here. Looks to be a couple of issues for the 9I of Slade Fordyce as he makes his way up to the starting tapes alongside that 44I of Sam Coulthard. Gate 1, 9I, Slade Fordyce. Absolutely brilliantly presented bike, that one there. Waiting on the tapes this time. Tapes go up and away they go. The 44I of Sam Coulthard. A little bit of an issue off the line there, so it'll be the 9I of Slade Fordyce that pulls away with this one here. Change of lead to compared to what happened in the last race, but to complete his first lap, Slade Fordyce awfully wide through turns number 3 and 4, but still out the front, just ahead of that 44I of Sam Coulthard. Slade Fordyce, of course, heading down the back straight here now past that Sono sound system sign. Looking if you ever so slightly untidy through turns 3 and 4 there, Pete.
He likes using all the track there, Corbin, doesn't he? He makes the most of it. He's getting the most mileage he can as he heads back down through turns 3 and 4, leading the way there from the 44I of Sam Coulthard. Got a bit of pace on as he slides down through turns 1 and 2. I think they've actually put a bit of air in those tyres, and he can actually get that bike hanging out now. He was having problems there before, and it's a good, comfortable win there to the 9I of Slade Fordyce. Second place there, of course, going to the 44I of Sam Coulthard. That one running a time of 50.79. 50.79 was the winning time. That one incidentally sponsored by AJ Auto Electrical as well. This next heat of the Pee-wee's Division 2s, the 50cc's, race 7 in the program, heat 4 for these boys. This one sponsored by Olfert Contracting. You'll find them down in Bond Street in Invercargill. And we should see the 17I of Major Kelman from gate 1, the 34I of George Kennedy from gate 2, the 72C of Kobe Drake from gate 3, and from gate 4, the 33C of Jackson Harley. It's actually great to see these young Christchurch lads coming down here, competing at Oreti Park. We had a few of them down here last week for the Australasian Sidecar Champs, and it's great to have them back again here this weekend as well. So a warm welcome to all our little Pee-wee riders from Christchurch. Once again, Major Kelman is the man that makes the break here and gets out in front from that 33C of Jackson Harley, who's in that second spot. Third place there is the 34I of George Kennedy, and the 72C of Kobe Drake there in that fourth spot. Major Kelman coming under a wee bit of pressure here from the 33C of Jackson Harley. Both very competitive. Jackson Harley keeps it down nice and tight. Major just holding him out there as they head down that back straight and back down through those turns 3 and 4. So Jackson Harley looks to slide up the inside here, and he does it as he gets the white flag across the line. Major Kelman goes back to that second place. The 34I of George Kennedy still there in that third position, and the 72C of Kobe Drake there in that fourth spot. So the 30... Sweet as, go for it. Rightio, so down in the pits there we have Jason Bunyan with Harley Biddle for a bit of an interview. So we'll cross over now to Jason Bunyan.
Okay, here with Harley Biddle. Second last time. Today, can we do one better?
I'm hoping for it, mate. Yeah, there's still a lot of fast boys here, and there's a couple of Aussies that are still here, and they can definitely pedal, especially with a track like this, so we'll see what happens.
Must be awesome racing at the Burt, and now you've got a load of internationals come over as well. Make you excited?
Oh yeah, it just makes everything more exciting, you know what I mean? It's always a pleasure, and it's always awesome racing these boys. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
And no issues with the bike last time, so nothing to repair, no bent bikes or nothing, all good?
Yeah mate, no, it's been all good. It's been doing what it needs to do anyway, so just hopefully she keeps going for the day.
You're pretty much the go-getter out the crew. Have you given JD some of these to get him psyched up for this meeting?
He doesn't really need it. He knows what his job is.
He's hiding in there. We'll go and catch JD as well.
Sounds good.
James. Can I grab a word, James? Sure. Are you ready for today?
Oh yeah, I was born ready, so no, we're ready to have a crack today, so yeah, we'll give it a nudge.
Happy with the bike?
Yep, always happy. Yeah, I guess we'll just set her up better and better and better as the day goes on, but yeah, there's a long way to go yet. We haven't even had the first heat, so we'll see what happens.
Is the track much different than last week?
Yeah, it looks like it might be a little bit. Might go pretty slick later on, but that'll be right. We'll make the adjustments we need to.
You think that can maybe go in your favour with the track being different than last week, and obviously Mr. Trelaw being fairly quick?
Yeah, I guess being a bit slicker probably does play in our hands a wee bit, I guess. But I don't know, he's that good, he can sort of make it work no matter what. So yeah, I guess we'll find out.
All right, it's going to be awesome to watch today, and good luck. Cheers, boys.
Rightio, folks, sorry for that wee delay there. They've got the 33C of Jackson Harley well and truly out of in front here from the 34I of George Kennedy, then the 72C of Kobe Drake, and a little further back there to the 10I of Ollie Cunningham. This is the L&W Landscaping sponsored heat of the PB Division 2s. White flag showing now here for the 33C of Jackson Harley. He's got a pretty handy break on the field here over the 34I of George Kennedy in that second spot, and the 72C of Kobe Drake there in that third position. Ollie Cunningham rounding them out in that fourth spot, so a good win there to Jackson Harley on that 33C bike. The 34I of George Kennedy coming home in that second spot, the 72C of Kobe Drake taking out that third spot, and the 10I of Ollie Cunningham filling that fourth position. That one running a time of 60.13. 60.13 was the winning time there. And as I say, that one sponsored by L&W Landscaping.
Looks like we're going to have a little bit of track maintenance now. I'm unsure if the next grade coming out is going to come out straight away now, but the next one that's out on track will be a junior solo 125cc. Out of gate 1 on track just in a moment. You're going to see the 16C of Chase Lang, the 29I of Braxton Casey out of gate number 2, the 41I of Ryland Casey out of gate number 3, and 52I Oscar Ray Bevan will be out of gate number 4. We're going to head down to the pits now with Jason Bunyan, with Aidan Twaite and Shane Twiss.
Aidan Thwaites and Shane. Darren Trelaw, hey? Thank you, Darren, thank you. Aidan, how's it going, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks, Jason.
Are you fully repaired?
Yeah, we're getting a few rides under about now, and yeah, we're looking forward to today.
Think you can do something today?
Oh, I hope so. We put another motor in during the week. We broke a crank last weekend. We've had a bit of a rough time lately at a few meetings, but no, happy with the motor and looking at the track. Actually, pretty happy how it's looking. So yeah, no, we're prepared to have a crack.
Think there might be a bit of grip out there. Might have to tell Shane to sit forward a bit.
Oh, I think we'll have a bit of drive. I think you'll get to see a bit of front wheels in the air off the start line for the first couple of rounds. But yeah, it looks good. The track looks good.
Yeah. Does it affect you much being pitted next to Darren, or do you just keep watching all his settings that he's doing during the meeting?
Oh, I'm not too worried what he's doing. I'll probably get to look at him, the back of him out on the track, maybe.
Yeah. Hopefully. Yeah. All right. So you in the early heats or the late heats?
I think we're heat 3, gate 3. So, but I think it's about race 22 in the program. So, yeah, I think that you'll have to keep an eye on the track because it's going to change pretty quick. It'll go from drive and that dirt will move quite quick. So, I think it's just a matter of keep your eyes open over the fence and keep up with it.
So if you see the track changing before your heat, you won't be scared about throwing a few setups at it even before?
Oh no, I'll change it, yeah. Like I've got it set up now reasonably aggressive, thinking that there will be a bit of a slick line, but I just looked at the draw and they've changed my gate out wider, so yeah, we changed it back again, so we'll just keep an eye on it, but you've got to be on top of it here.
So by aggressive you mean maybe you've got the wheel fairly forward and a small gearing, or?
Yeah, a bit more lower tyre pressures and yeah, just a bit more aggressive and yeah.
Well, that's good. You know, sometimes it's nice to start like that. You know, you don't want to go out there and think,
Oh, if you get out on the track and you haven't got it set up aggressive, you can't make speed from nowhere. It's easier to fumble your way around the track with more aggressive setup than try to find one when you've got no drive, you know. So that's the plan anyway.
Great. Hey, thanks for your info.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good one.
We've got a call for Tracy Davison. Could we have Tracy Davison into the pits, please? Tracy Davison, could you come into the pits, please? Rightio, folks, we're getting closer and closer. We'll be lining up now with our junior solos. The 125's coming out very, very shortly. Once we've got a bit of water into this main track, they'll come out and circulate on the small track. Rightio, folks, here we go. The Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway, Burt Munro Oreti Park Speedway, with the Grand Parade coming out just very, very shortly. A great lineup of competitors. Some of them we've already seen, our young juniors out here already today, but we'll run through them all once again. The 10i of Ollie Cunningham, the 17i of Major Kelman, the 33C of Jackson Harley, the 34i of George Kennedy. Then we've got the 72C of Kobe Drake, also in the Pee Wee Division 1s. In the 70cc division, the 9i of Slade Fordyce, the 44i of Sam Coulthard. In our junior solos, the 125 class, we've got the 16C of Chase Lang, the 29i of Braxton Casey, the 41i of Ryland Casey, the 52i of Oscar Ray Bevan. We've also got the 5i of Eli Bartley, the 66i of Caden Cracknell, the 72c of Oscar Drake, the 29i of Hayden Brooklyn in the 200 class, the 13a of Cowrie Chapman from Auckland, the 13c of Chase Burrow. Also in the 200s today, the 25i of Ryan Colburn, the 44i of Mason Coulthard, the 55i of Dakota Kringle, and the 86i of Finn Reed. In the classic solos today, a good field here as well, the 66i of John Tuffley, the 29i of Phil Coulthard, the 18 of Kevin Ryan, the 79i of Derek McRae, and the 5p of Ryan Terry Daly. Also the 69i of Joe Hughes, the 13i of Glenn Soul, the 91i of Les Payne, the 67i of Paul Highstead, and the 61 of Barry Free. In the solo supports today, we've got the 25C of Bradley Stockton, the 46i of Seamus Hannon, the 61 of Barry Free. Also in the solo supports, the 12C of Aaron Callaghan, the 17i of Matt Highstead in the solo A's, the 7C of Dale Finch, the 96i of Alex Cunningham, the 21i of Lucas Colvin, the 7i of Sam Taylor, the 9i of Zane Pay, the 32C of Ben Worley, the 99C of George Congreve, the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly, and the 11i of Jake Gillespie.
Heading over to our sidecar B class today, the 7E, Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. On the 11i, Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie. The 15C from Christchurch, David Buckland and Carl Johnson. On the 23i, Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey. On the 28C, these guys have been moved down from the A grade today. That is Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. The 53C, Christopher Roberts and Rod Renfrew. The 62C, Jeffrey Aldridge and Willie Little. The 85I, Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. I can tell you now, the person hanging on the side of that bike right now is Sarah Tim Shadbolt. He will not be riding that one today. It will be Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. 88I, Gary Wells and Dallas Cowman are here today as well. And the 81C will be Billy Layton, I think it is, and Nick Wood. Heading over to the sidecar A class today, the 1NZ, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce. The 8N of Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. The 14P of Jamie Moon and Patrick Larson. The 16I of Jason Harper, James Dawson. 17I, Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney. The 19I of Scott Ado and Sam Lee. 22A, Glenn Bagshaw and Chopper Bagshaw. 23C, Ben Morris and Jeff Roper. The 23I, it's Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey. On the 24C bike is Corey Lang and Sam Elliott. Bradley Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat are on the 24I. From Auckland, the 27A, Dylan Moon and Sean Mason. 29I, Luke Twaits, Neville Chalmers, and the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. 34I today, Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey. From Australia, the 35, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter. The 37A, Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. Unfortunately unable to be here today is the 39C, Andrew Buchanan and Denny Cox after an accident last weekend. Thoughts with Andrew and wish him a speedy recovery. On the 42C, Pete Stevens and James Wood. The 43, Australia, Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays. The 3NZ or 44I is James Douglas and Harley Biddle. 58I today, Aidan Twaits, Shane Twist. From Australia on the 64 bike is Brody Cohen and Simon Kors. Brandon DeGarnham and Herb Townsend, they team up on the 75I bike. On the 78I, very fast last weekend, that's Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. 84 from Australia, your Australasian sidecar champions Darren Trelaw and Blake Cox. 92I, Jason Riley and Jed McLean. Apparently they have been ruled out of today's meeting. Unfortunate for those guys. The 95I, Erwin Tree, Ricky Pubbin. The 99E, Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan. And Shay McWilliam and Shane Berry are on the 99I.
Well done, Corbin. A fantastic field of sidecars here today in both classes, the Division 1 and Division 2. So it's going to be some fast, exciting racing for those of you that were here last weekend and saw these Australian guys going. You know that you're in for a treat. So let your neighbours know that weren't here last week that they are going to really have a fantastic afternoon of racing here. Yes, that's Bruce Cribb who's going to ride the ice bike during a break after race 27. Go for it now, mate. So now we've got Jason Bunyan down in the pits with a very special guest, Mr. Bruce Cribb. You'll see Bruce out here in one of the breaks in the program around about race 27 or just after race 27. Bruce Cribb is going to come out and ride the ice bike, and he's going to try and break the race record here at Oreti Park on that bike. So that's going to be interesting to see. So we'll hand you over to Jason now.
Okay, so here with the legend, Bruce Cribb. Tell us why you're here today, Bruce.
Well, I'm going to have a go and try and breaking your track record here.
How are you going to do that, Bruce?
Well, I just wanted to get it from total grip. There's no wheel spin with this thing, and the spikes are getting short because I've ridden it on a few meetings, but I think it's still going to be good enough.
How big are the spikes on this thing? Let's have a little look down here.
Yeah, well, they are getting a bit short, as you can see here. They're meant to be 28 millimetres long, but they're not.
I know last time you was out there, you hurt your knee when you was at Napier doing a run. You caught your knee under the bike. Any stitches or anything involved in that?
Yeah, I had 4 stitches, and then I had 3 fly stitches over the top, butterfly stitches. And then they took the stitches out the other day and then put some more butterfly ones in. So I'll be all right. They said it's like, as long as it didn't swell up, but it's good. It's good.
Well, I think you're absolutely nuts, but you are a legend, Bruce. So you got a 2-speed box on this thing as well?
Yes, it's the only way you can start. You cannot start in top gear because it just kills the engine and turns the bike completely over. So what you got to do is put it into a low first gear, get off the start, kick it into top gear, and then you leave it. Just leave it from then on.
All right, well, are you going to go out towards the beginning of the meeting or middle, or will you pick a time when's right for you?
I think it's heat 27 they've got me out for.
All right, well, good luck, and we'll be there. We'll be there watching. Have a good one.
Rightio, folks, not too far away from a start here. We'll get up to race 10 in the program. For those of you that have just arrived on the circuit here, we've got a few more junior solo races to get through before we start off with our solo classics out on the big track. The place is looking a picture. Great to see a good crowd in here. Once again, I'll reiterate about crowding in on the disabled area here. Please think of those people and don't impede their vision. Thanks very much, that'd be much appreciated. The other housekeeping note we'd like is there's plenty of rubbish containers around the circuit. We'd be much obliged if you did make use of them. Thanks.
Hi, Malcolm Nardo from Suck It Up. We specialise in hydro excavation in the Canterbury region, safe dig methods around services. Also we do septic tank cleaning, drain cleaning, CCTV over your pipes. If you want an excellent service, please check us out on Facebook.
Suck It Up Limited, 740 Marston Road, Christchurch. Call them 24 hours a day on 027 588 8809.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Rightio, folks, we've got the 125s lining up here. The juniors solo 125s are underway there. The 16C of Chase Lang, the 29I of Braxton Casey, the 41I of Ryland Casey, and the 52I of Oscar Ray Bevan out there doing battle. But it looks like at the moment it is the 41I of Ryland Casey who's got the better of the 29I of Braxton Casey there in that second spot. In the third place there we've got the 16C of Chase Lang, and then the 52I of Oscar Ray Bevan. There's a battle going on here for 1 and 2 between the brothers Braxton Casey, Ryland Casey. At the moment it's still Ryland Casey just narrowly from the 29I, the brother Braxton trying to get round the outside of him as they go down through turns 3 and 4. So a good win there to the 41 of Ryland Casey. Second place there going to the 29I of Braxton Casey. Third place going to the 16C of Chase Lang, and the 52I of Oscar Ray Bevan in that fourth spot. 48.93 was the winning time there, 48.93. And that heat there was sponsored by Cleanways 2003 Limited. This next heat sponsored by Sign Solutions, and this is heat 2 for the junior solo 125s. We've got the 5I of Eli Bartley, the 66I of Caden Cracknell, and the 72C of Oscar Drake. That was what's in the program. I only see 2 of them lining up here at the moment, Corbin.
Just a wee issue here with the 5I of Eli Bartley. Just a wee push start here. It looks like they're going to get that thing going. So he'll come up to the tapes now. As you said, Pete, this one here, heat number 2 for the junior solo 125cc's. We're awaiting now the 5I of Eli Bartley to pull into the tapes here.
Good to see Eli on his own bike. He rode the club bike last week, so let's hope this got this bike sorted. Tapes are up and away they go, and it was the 66I of Caden Cracknell that got out of there fairly smartly, but he forces the 72C of Oscar Drake out wide into the grass. And Caden Cracknell, I don't know whether that was a tactic of his or not, but anyway, he's got a handy break now. Eli Bartley's gone up into that second place with that wee mistake from Oscar Drake. Oscar Drake trying to get back round the outside there of Eli Bartley. These young guys, they give it plenty, Corbin.
Oh, yes, they do. But if you look out front now, that 66i of Caden Cracknell, he's pulling a little bit of a lead. But now, as I say that, it's a little bit of a change there now. The 72 of Oscar Drake starting to pull it on him a little bit now as the white flag comes out. Drake takes a look over his left-hand shoulder to see what Eli Bartley is doing. But out the front, as you can see, that's the 66i of Caden Cracknell. Absolutely brilliantly presented bike, that one there. Really, really deserving of this checkered flag. So the race win to the 66i of Caden Cracknell. Second place, the 72C of Oscar Drake. And the 5i of Eli Bartley will settle for third in that one there. Heat number 2, the junior solo, 125ccs.
So a good race there from young Caden Cracknell, the 66i, as you say, from the 72C of Oscar Drake.
We're going to head down to the pits now. Jason Bunyan is with a multiple-time World Speedway champion, Darren Trelaw.
Okay, we're here with Darren. Having a bit of a hard time at the minute, the body.
Yeah, it's a bit cold over here. The wind's going straight through us. It's blowing a gale, and yeah, but once we get out there, that won't worry us.
Certainly not affecting your riding, though.
Sorry again?
Certainly not affecting your riding.
Nah, well, I don't know yet, but I don't think it will. You know what it's like when you're out in the zone. You just focus on what you're doing, and that's all you want to do.
Now, I've known you probably 20 years since you come into the UK. How hard is it to stay and be like the ultimate professional like you are at this level? And, you know, you keep going everywhere, you're taking the bike everywhere. Is it hard for you?
It's getting harder and harder. Honestly, it's starting to wear thin. I've been doing it for 35 years, like you said. It's a long time, and there's so much commitment, travelling and time in the shed, and all that sort of stuff you got to do to make all this possible. You know, you don't go there half-hearted and half prepared. You got to do it 100%, and that's what I like to do. That's what I've always done. So until that wears off, that'll be it.
All right, we'll catch up with you in the meeting. Have a good one.
Cheers.
Rightio, folks, lining up here in the 200cc class. Oh, Hayden Brooklyn got away fairly quickly. The 13C, that's 13A, sorry, is Cowrie Chapman from Auckland. This boy has got some style and got some class, Corbin. Oh, he runs a bit wide though. They tell me he's broken the lap record at Rosebank 4 times now. So Hayden Brooklyn, though, still leading the way. The 13A of Cowrie Chapman there in that second spot, and the 13C of Chase Burrow are back there in that third position. So at the moment it's Hayden Brooklyn, but he's being hounded there by the young Auckland rider, the 13A of Cowrie Chapman. He'll get shown the white flag here. It's still Hayden Brooklyn, just narrowly. There's not a bike length in it from the 13A of Cowrie Chapman. And a little further back we go to the 13C of Chase Burrow. So a good win there to Hayden Brooklyn to hold out the 13A of Cowrie Chapman. Might have been a different story if Cowrie hadn't run wide and gone round the back of the start-finish line. That one running a time of 44.49. 44.49 was the winning time there. This next heat sponsored by Sign Solutions. This is heat 2 of the junior solos, the 200s. We've got the 25i of Ryan Colvin, the 44i of Mason Coulthard, the 55i of Dakota Kringle, and the 86i of Finn Reid. Coming out here in this Sign Solutions sponsored heat.
As they pull up to the tapes, now just taking a look there, young Finn Reid on that 86 boys. Looks awfully smaller than most of these other guys here. We wait on the tapes now. Tapes go up there, underway. Looks to be that 25i of young Ryan Colvin out the front. But just on his tail there, looks to be the 86 of Finn Reid. But right out on the high line there now, that's the 55i of Dakota Kringle. He looks for an outside move on Finn Reid there, but take nothing away from the man out the front at the moment. He's got a man right on his outside. Dakota Kringle looks around the outside of young Ryan Colvin there. Goes right round him through turns 3 and 4, but Ryan Colvin fights back now as they come into turns number 1 and 2. Ryan Colvin right down to the pole line, awfully wide, and pushes Dakota Kringle right down the side there, out onto the grass. So out the front, the 25i of Ryan Colvin. And behind him is the 55i of Dakota Kringle, but Finn Reid is giving him a bit of a run for his money as well down the back straight there. Take nothing away from the man out the front though. He's going to grab the checkered flag this time around. That's the 25i of Ryan Colvin from the 55i of Dakota Kringle. It's young Finn Reid on the 86 and Mason Coulthard on the 44i, rounding them out
That one there running a time of 45.18 and fairly fast and furious. They not much between the first three across the line there, Corbin.
No, definitely not. Coming out on track in just a moment, the first race here for our Solo Classics. We're going to see the 66i of John Tuffley out of gate number 1. 29i, Phil Coulthard, he's in gate number 2. The 18 of Kevin Ryan out of gate number 3. 71i, Derek McRae is in gate number 4. And the 5P, Ryan Terry Daly is out of gate number 5. A little bit of track maintenance here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. We're going to head right over now to the 25i of Ryan Colvin. He's in the pits with Jason Bunyan.
How was it?
Oh yeah, it was a bit grippy out there, a bit hard to hang on to the bike, but yeah.
That was good. He was all over you for the first couple of laps, but you, I see you didn't look back. You just head down, held your line. How'd you feel about that?
Yeah, it was good. Just got to hold your line and hope for the best.
You're on the 200. Can you make any changes to make it a bit easier to ride?
Oh yeah, you can play with the tyre pressure or shorten your bike up, and yeah.
Are you going to do any of that, or are you just going to let the track come to you?
Oh, I'll probably maybe change the tyre pressure, maybe.
Awesome. We look forward to seeing you later. Have a good one, mate.
That one there, young 25i Ryan Colvin, race winner there in heat number 2 for the Junior Solo 200cc's, looking at very, very fast out there on track. As we said, Solo Classics on track in just a moment, just after this wee bit of track maintenance. But as you can see, out on track at the moment, that's the 7i of Sam Taylor. He's having a bit of a look at the track and seeing what changes he can make, what sort of things he can be doing to his bike and what his plan is, race strategy going in to his first heat here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Track maintenance happening on track. We'll be back in just a moment.
The St Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous Bluff Kinner. Once caught, the Kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-bone fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing Kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Big business or small business, we've got mobile solutions to give any size business an edge. Our regionally based account managers can scope your business and deliver to your evolving needs. Take control of your team's business mobiles with individual plans or shared data pools, along with solutions that offer increased control over device and data security and the flexibility to easily manage your team's mobiles and apps. Whatever your business, whatever your size, talk to your Spark customer lead or business hub today.
the feeling of a flooring extra floor. So come and get that feeling today.
I'm here with Blake. Bit of pressure today, or after last week, not really?
It's a complete new meeting. It's a completely different track, different weather conditions. So, yeah, you could say there's a bit of pressure there. There's a few more bikes, but we'll see what we can do.
Enjoying yourself swinging for Darren?
Yeah, definitely. Been together for quite a few years now, but no, it is. It's enjoyable. You see a lot.
He's a real cool fella, isn't he?
Yeah, he's cool, calm, collected. He's professional, so it's always good racing with him.
Did it take long to gel when you was on the sidecar, or did it pretty much come instantly?
What, together?
Yeah.
Yeah, it took sort of a season to get together and get it all happening, but yeah, we've sort of come a long way since then.
And you having much input on the bike, like with settings and things like that? Or do you pretty much have to go along with and just sit on it?
No, there's definitely two people on the bike, so he gets my opinion too, and yeah, it's a team event, so you got to work together.
How do you feel about riding the Burt Munro? You obviously heard about it, everyone knows about the Burt Munro, but to come and do it, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. Like you said, everyone's told us about it, and yeah, it's a great thing to be here.
And it's not raining.
Yeah, for now.
All right, have a good one, Blake. See ya.
That's Jason Bunyan down in the pits with Blake Cox. Very, very successful weekend here last weekend. Coming out on track now, it's heat number 1 for the Solo Classics. The 66i of John Tuffley, as we said before. He's out of gate number 1. 29i Phil Coulthard in gate number 2. The 18 of Kevin Ryan is out of gate number 3. 71 Derek McRae, he's going to fill gate number 4. And the 5P Ryan Terry Daly. This boy is impressive. He's a current 3NZ in your solo age as well. He is out of gate number 5 on the 5P bike. Pete?
This one here sponsored by Sono Sound Systems Limited, and as I say, Ryan Terry Daly going to be a busy boy riding A grade today as well as in the classic solo, so great to see Ryan putting the effort in here. Rightio, they're just about set. The tapes are up and underway from the outside. That was Ryan Terry Daly that goes round the outside of John Tuffley as they come out of that Harcourt's turn and down that Sono Sound Systems back straight. Down through that Rogers Yamaha turn they go. It's Ryan Terry Daly leading the way here from the 66i of John Tuffley in that second spot. The 18 of Kevin Ryan there in that third place, the 71 of Derek McRae in fourth spot, and the 29i of Phil Coulthard rounds them out in that fifth place. Take nothing away from Ryan Terry Daly as he comes out of that Permacoat roofing turn and gets shown the white flag. These guys incidentally look like they're only doing 3 laps, Corbin. The 66i of John Tuffley still there in that second spot. Kevin Ryan, the man who competes in just about every class at the Burt Munro, hanging on in there in that third spot. Then we've got the 71 of Derek McRae and the 29i of Phil Coulthard. So the checkered flag there for Ryan Terry Daly. Takes the win and takes it quite comfortably in the end from the 66i of John Tuffley. Then we had the 18 of Kevin Ryan, the 71i of Derek McRae and the 29i of Phil Coulthard. That one running a time of 58.62. 58.62 was the winning time. And as I say, that one there sponsored by Sono Sound Systems Limited. This next heat sponsored by Executive Car Service. Another classic solo heat, Heat 2. We'll have the 69i of Joe Hughes in Gate 1. The 13i of Glenn Soul in Gate 2. The 91i of Les Payne 3, the 67i Paul Highstead 4, the 61 of Barry Free Gate 5. Jason Bunyan down in the pits ready for an interview.
Here, Ryan, just won that race. Enjoy that, mate?
Yeah, I wouldn't say enjoy it, but at least we won.
No, you kept a nice high line, kept the thing fairly straight for the whole race, made it nice and safe.
Yeah, I just thought lean it over and try and keep some throttle into it, make it easy for myself.
No, it's good. No mistakes. You got a long day. You got 2 bikes to ride, so You got to put any changes over from this one to that one?
No, I think I'm just going to get on and ride it.
Good boy. All right, well done, mate.
Big thanks there to Jason Bunyan for that interview with Ryan Terry Daler, the winner of that last race there. They're starting to line up here for Heat 2 of the Classic Solos. Down on the pole there, the 69 I of Joe Hughes. In beside him, coming up, is the 13 I of Glenn Soul, who's to go to gate 2. He's not sure where he's meant to go. These old fellas, they get a bit of Alzheimer's and stuff, forget their gates when they get out there. And beside him, the 91 I of Les Payne. First time out this season for Les, had a few problems getting his bike. Looks like Glenn Soul's going to go off the back here, that's why he's hanging back. The 67 of Paul Highstead in there, and that mighty well-presented Westlake, and Barry Free from the outside, and away they go. It's Barry Free from the outside, who's got a lot of pace on as he goes past that C. Brown Builders side and gets very close out to that air fence as they head down that extreme couch back straight. Down through the north side sand and gravel turn they go. It's Barry Free, and he gets it all wrong and parks himself in against the fence. So that lets the 91 I of Les Payne through into that first place. Paul Highstead and Glenn Soul fighting it out for second and third here. Then the 69 I of Joe Hughes in that fourth position. So Barry Free taking a excursion across the infield and back out onto the track. I don't know if you'll get anything for that. So the 91 of Les Payne takes the white flag here. The 13 I of Glenn Soul still there in the second place. The 67 I of Paul Highstead in that third spot. And the 69 I of Joe Hughes in that fourth position. And Barry Free coming around here getting the white flag this time. He rounds him out in that fifth spot. Out of that power cool turn they come. And it's Les Payne who'll take the win from the 13 I of Glenn Soul. The 67 I of Paul Highstead comes home there in that third spot. The 69 I of Joe Hughes takes that fourth position, and Barry Free from Hamilton there will take that fifth spot. That was the Executive Car Service sponsored heat. Race 16 on the program, folks. Incidentally, the race time for that last event was... No, it was Les Payne. 69.16 was the time for that last event. Right. Race 16 in the program. Solo supports Heat 1. The 25C of Bradley Stockton should be in gate 1. The 46I of Seamus Hannon in gate 2. We're waiting on Barry Free also riding in the solo supports here. He's on the 61 bike. He's in gate 3. Gate 4 is the 12C. No, he's gone off the back. That's Aaron Callaghan. This one here sponsored by Crackers Contracting. Tapes up, they're underway. From the outside, Bradley Stockton got away fairly quickly, so too did Barry Free. Barry Free, a busy man, just got off one bike and onto another, and he's leading them as they go down through into that north side sand and gravel turn. Down, coming out of turn 4, that power cool turn. It's Barry Free leading the way here from the 25C of Bradley Stockton in that second spot. Then the 46I of Seamus Hannon in that third place. The 12C of Aaron Callaghan is in that fourth position. So through they come once again. Still Barry Free. He's got a pretty handy lead here, Corbin.
Yes, he does. That's Barry Free all the way from Hamilton, that one there. Double duties today, as you can see him go through turns number 3 and 4 at this stage. He's out front, no one out there to catch him as he's going to come around now and grab the white flag, pokes it down through turns number 3 and 4. He's got a straight length away from that man in second position, which is Bradley Stockton from Christchurch. White flag presented to him as he passes the control tower here. Heads around through turn number 1 and 2, absolutely flying. Front wheel getting up on the exit of turn number 2 there. Down the back straight past the north side sand and gravel sign. There he goes, your race winner here. Heat number 1 for the solo supports Barry Free from Hamilton on the 61. He takes the checkered flag. Checkered flag select is down in second position. Take nothing away from this man, very fast as well. That's Bradley Stockton. He'll settle for second. Seamus Hannon on the 46. He'll settle for third position here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. And the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. He will bin in fourth position here this afternoon.
83.14 was the time, fairly slow for the solo supports. We'll see what the A-grade solos can do. This is race 17 in the program, folks. The A-grade solos, we've got the 79 of Matt Highstead coming from gate 1. The 7C of Dale Finch from Christchurch coming from gate 2. Incidentally, Dale been doing a lot of road racing lately. Haven't seen much of him on a solo, so it'd be great to see how he goes here at Oreti Park. Our club president, the 96I of Alex Cunningham, is in gate 3. The 21I of Lucas Colvin from gate 4, and the 7I of Sam Taylor in gate 5.
Let's head down to the pits now with the 61 of Barry Free.
Amazing start to the meeting. Had a crash, then just had a win. I see you with your leg back there. You was loving that one.
Oh, I don't know, man. That was scary. I'm not yet. I haven't ridden since this time last year, but new tyres, picking up plenty of grip. It's scary.
Yes. Can we fix this? Have you got a spare one in the box?
Yep. Got a couple of spare clutch levers. Luckily, I still managed to use it.
I was going to say, did you just pull it like that and then just still get the second start off of it?
Yeah, a bit lucky.
You looked amazing. You look really good when you was having fun out there. You had a couple of bends that were nice.
Yeah, bit of fun. I just take it easy these days. I'm not going to take huge risks. Not at my age.
Great one. All right, we'll see you in a while.
First heat of the solo A's here this afternoon. Young Lucas Colvin looking very good. Previous meetings here, but the tape's going, away they go. The 7I of Sam Taylor right out on that high line. He's going to look for a way around Lucas Colvin and gets it done through turns number 2. So out the front, that's the 7I of Sam Taylor. Just in behind him, that's the 21I, Lucas Colvin. Club president Alex Cunningham, he's settling for third position at the moment. And down in fourth position will be the 17I of Matt Highstead by the looks of things there. Now, out the front, through turns number 1 and 2, past that powder line by a Sievwright sign is the 7I of Sam Taylor. Looking very, very quick as he pulls away by just about a straight length from the 21I of Lucas Colvin. Lucas Colvin, of course, just getting started here in the A-grade solos. But he's managing to put up a little bit of a fight now for our club president, the 96 of Alex Cunningham. Alex slides right down the inside here on the main straight at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. In third position will be the 17I of Matt Highstead, the white flag being shown here. Sam Taylor will see a sign to that there as he pops it at turn number 4. He does indeed. Right out along the wall, that's the 7I of Sam Taylor grabbing the white flag here from 96I of Alex Cunningham. The 21 of Lucas Colvin looking over that left shoulder to see if he can see Matt Highstead anywhere, but he can't. Matt Highstead will grab the white flag as your starter will try and grab a checkered flag as it'll be presented to the 7I of Sam Taylor. And it'll look to be, as he comes through turns number 3 and 4, the 96 of Alex Cunningham. He'll settle for second position. Young Lucas Colvin, just a couple of meetings of Speedway was enough to get him a taste of the speed. He's now in the solo A's here. He'll go for third position with Matt Highstead on that 17I in fourth position.
So no Dale Finch in that one. I didn't realise he'd been scratched. I'm not sure if he's here or not. Nobody's let us know about that. That one running a time of 78.61. So not a bad time from the A-grade solos there. This next heat of the A-grades is race 18 in the program, heat 2. This one sponsored by FI Innovation down there in Otapuni Avenue. They're the folks to go and see for all things fiberglass. Rightio, we'll go to an interview with the winner of that last heat, who was, of course, Sam Taylor.
You just kept it out of the rough stuff then?
Yeah, she's a bloody drivey out there. It's inconsistent, but safe racing, get out front and take it easy, you know, like it's hard, but you got to just what's the word for it, be aggressive and lay that bike right down.
That's good. You got a nice steady run for the first ride, just build on that now.
Yeah, build on it, hopefully get quicker, and need to work on my start, get out of that gate a bit quicker, but looking good so far.
Take it easy, mate. Cheers.
Thanks for that, Jason. Jason Bunyan there interviewing young Sam Taylor, who just was the winner of that last heat. Good as gold. Rightio, down on gate 1, we've got the 9 Eye of Zane Pay. In beside him, quite an accomplished young rider all the way from Christchurch, the 32C of Ben Worley. Another Christchurch rider, the 99C of George Congreve. In beside him, the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly. And on the outside here, the 11I of Jake Gillespie. Takes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? It looks like George Congreve got away fairly quickly. So too did Jake Gillespie. There's a bunch of them as they come out of that Harcourt's turn. Hard to pick up who's who. Looks like Ryan Terry Daly's up into that second spot. Keith Buxton weaves his way round through underneath Jake Gillespie as they come down this Arrow Upholstery front straight. So it's Ryan Terry Daly leading the way here from the 11I. Jake Gillespie there in that third spot is the young Ben Worley, the 32C bike, who slides up underneath Jake Gillespie. They go in through that north side sand and gravel turn side by side. Down through this front straight once again, it's still Ryan Terry Daly from the 32C of Ben Worley, the 11I of Jake Gillespie in that third spot, then the 99C of George Congreve and the 9I of Zane Pay rounds them out in that fifth position. They get shown the white flag here. It's still the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly from the 32C of Ben Worley from Christchurch. The 11I of Jake Gillespie still hanging on there in that third spot. George Congreve a little off the pace there in fourth place, and the 9I of Zane Pay rounds them out in that fifth position. But make no bones about the winner here, folks. It's the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly who takes the line honours from the 32C of Ben Worley, and the 11I of Jake Gillespie comes home in that third place. That race time was a time of 79.65. 79.65 was that winning time, folks.
Nice and fast from these guys here. We're going to head down to the pits with Jason Bunyan in just a moment with your race winner. No, we're not. We're going to get straight into the next heat here, which is the first heat of the Sidecar Bs.
Well, great lineup here. Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman coming from gate 1 on the 88i bike. Have a look at this bike, folks. An absolutely magic piece of engineering. The V-twin Godin-powered sidecar of Gary Wells. A fantastic job being done on this bike. It looks an absolute picture and a fine-looking machine. And gate 2, the 81C of Billy Layton and Mick Woods. Our own Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie, the 11i bike, come from gate 3. The 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson come from gate 4. And out in gate 5 is the 23i of Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey. And they're riding that old parallel twin Yamaha. Won a few Battle of the Twins up at Moore Park on this machine. So great to see some of this old machinery coming out, especially that Godin of Gary Wells's. Fine piece of engineering. And the old, what started out of life as a 650 Yamaha, that bike of Kev McDonald and Carl Hosey, the 23C bike. Great to see this old machinery out. I think Fraser and Johnny Gillespie on the TL Suzuki. Not too sure what powers the 81C bike of Billy Layton's and Mick Woods. The 15C of Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson here as well. This heat sponsored by Creation Signs down there in 200 Bond Street. Fraser and Johnny Gillespie, an old combination here. I think this will be Fraser's first meeting. I'm not sure. I don't think he's done a meeting yet this season. Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey on the outside here. Down at off the 30 metre mark is Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman. Creation Sign sponsored heat. Pete Stenning all happy with them on the line. Tapes up, they're underway. Fraser and Johnny Gillespie get away fairly quickly out of the gate, followed by the 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson in that second spot. Then we go back to Billy Layton and Mick Woods, but Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, they go around the outside of them trying to claim that third spot, and a little bit further back there we've got Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman, the 81C bike, getting a little out of shape and going through onto the pole line there. And they go back to 5th place. Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman go up to that 4th spot, but make no bones about who's out in front. It's Fraser and Johnny Gillespie, followed closely by the 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson in that 2nd spot. Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, relishing the conditions here on the old Yamaha as they come out of that Rogers Yamaha turn in that 3rd position. Back down through that C Brown Builders turn they come. It is Fraser and Johnny Gillespie leading the way, getting shown the white flag here from the 15C of David Buckland and Carl Johnson, and the 23I of Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey still sitting there in that 3rd place. There's been no change as they slide down through that South Coast Customs turn once again. It's Fraser and Johnny Gillespie who are going to take line honours here from the 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson. 3rd place is going to go to Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey on the 23C bike. The 88I of Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman come home in that 4th position, and 5th place there to Billy Layton and Mick Woods on that 81C bike. That one running a time of 78.72. 78.72 was the winning time there. We've got another heat of the B-grade sidecars, or Division 2 as I like to call them, coming out here. Heat 2 for these guys. We've got the oldest competitor here at the Burt Munro in the form of Knuckle Hill, the 7E bike from up there in Blenheim. Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith is the combination there, coming from gate 1. The 62C of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little come from gate 2. The 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell from gate 3. The 53C of Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew from gate 4. And from gate 5, the 85I of Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring.
We can confirm for you now, on the side of the 85I is not Tim Shadbolt on the side of that 85I machine. That one there is Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. As Pete just touched on before, this one here, Sidecar B's heat number 2.
As I say, this one's sponsored by T&L Motors down there in Liddell Street. Great to see Knuckle Hill back here racing at Oreti Park. He had a wee bit of a oopsie up at Moore Park earlier on in the season, so great to see Knuckle back on the bike. And as I say, the oldest competitor here today at the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular. 70 years of age and still out there doing it, eh? It's all a state of mind, he tells me. He just loves doing what he's doing. So that's Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith coming from gate 1. The Aprilia got another distinctive sounding V-twin bike, that 62C bike of Jeffrey Aldridge and Willie Little. Then we've got the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. The 53C of Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew. And on the outside here, the 85I of Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. Pete Stenning, our assistant starter, keeps them on us.
Tapes are up and we are underway. Out the front, it looks to be, can't quite see who it is from here, but it looks to be with the white helmet covers, which will be Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. They look to pull off a little bit of a start from it now from Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. They're sitting in just behind a couple of bike lengths away from them now. But out the front, as we just said, that's the white helmet covers of the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. And behind them, Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith on their tail right now. Looks to be Christopher Roberts and Ron Renfrew. They're right there just behind them, but there's a little bit of a gap being pulled now as these bikes start to evenly spread across the circuit here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. There's a battle here on the front straight between Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell and Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. They go right down the inside of them now before the white flag comes out this time around. They're going to poke it down through turns number 3 and 4. is out front. Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell pulling a little bit of a gap now just through some stages of the circuit here, but the 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith still in sight over the shoulder of these guys here as they're right out wide through turns number 1 and 2. That one there, Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. So down the inside is the 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. They try to fight back now through turns number 3 and 4 as the checkered flag will come out this time around. The win will go to the 28 of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell from the 53 of Christopher Roberts and Rod Renfrew. Absolute shambles towards the end of things there. Now, as you can see, Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith end up absolutely steaming that thing away there, waving to the crowd right through the swampy stuff here in the infield at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway.
That was a very, very brave effort there from Knuckle Hill and Sean Solly. They ran second for most of that event and just got overhauled by Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew there as they came out of that final turn, which was a bit of a shame. It looks like we're going to undergo a little bit of track maintenance, folks, so we will be back with you
Can confirm that
shortly.
race there, the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell have been excluded for contact.
All right.
Of course, the official merchandise here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Special merchandise for this event today. You can get your Burt Munro special stuff. A little bit of a twist if you buy quite a bit of this sort of stuff today. T-shirts, just $35. The hoodies, $60 today. And the caps will be $40. If you buy two of these items, you'll get $10 off your total purchase. If you buy 3, you will get $20 off your total purchase. And if you buy 4 items from them down there in the merchandise tent, you will get $30 off. If you are looking for the merchandise stand here today, it is just down from us here in the commentary box on the main straight. As you head down here, just a little bit further, you'll see it right there. Go down and get your special, I guess you could say, Burt Munro special edition merchandise. Track maintenance happening here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. We'll head to some music with the Pits TV and we'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, I got Paul here. Paul, you've seen a couple of heats now. Track good?
Yeah, it's very drivey. It looks a little bit patchy, but I've seen the solo boys struggle. But I think they've done a great job of it. It is what it is considering the weather. So, hey, we're all in the same boat. Let's go have some fun.
Yeah, it should be a good track by the end of the day.
I love it. Yeah, I can't wait. Cheers.
Technical Welding Services Hamilton are specialists in the transit concrete mixer industry. From chassis drop-off to a full working concrete mixing, the team will take care of the job from start to finish. Full engineering services and general sheet metal work can also be undertaken. Need a quote? Call 07 847 2031 or visit our website www.techweld.nz. Technical Welding Services Hamilton, we are the experts.
Well, folks, I've just seen a couple of our young 50-50 ladies heading through the gate and out into the crowd there. So avail yourself of those tickets. As I say, last week your generosity overwhelmed us to the tune of $1,654.70. There's a bigger crowd in here today, so some lucky person will go home from the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway with a big splodge of cash. Yes, okay. We have now got Jason Bunyan with Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays.
Okay, here with Andrew Summerhays, your passenger to Warren. How does it feel being the world leaders at the minute?
Yeah, it feels really good, you know. When you ride on all these tracks, a lot of people are watching you and they're out to get you, but, you know, it's good fun. It's good holding the championship at the moment.
Do you find after winning a big event like that that you just have a lot more confidence going forward in your setting changes and everything you do?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you know, it's always good to win, have a few good wins like that. You know, it just means you're on the right track and you're really comfortable riding together.
And you've had a few. You could obviously seen the track develop like last week and this week. You know, what do you reckon to today? Cutting up a bit, but you can allow for that.
Yeah, it looks like it's turning over all right. I think we'll go right out there. We're looking at the red gate there before, it looked a bit wet, but watching a few of those starts, it looks like the guys are getting off the line pretty well, so I reckon it should be pretty good.
Yeah, it's changed from when we saw it earlier. The slushy bits have now gone nice and grippy, and the bits that were nice have now gone slick, you know. So you was saying earlier about you didn't want to be off the inside gates, and now you're off the inside gates and you're like, result.
Yeah, that's right. The track before looked pretty inconsistent, but now it looks consistently the whole way around, and that's what we'll be wanting, looking forward to riding, so it should be all right.
All right, great. Well, we look forward to seeing you, mate. Have fun out there. That's the main thing, eh?
Yeah, thank you.
There is 10-time New Zealand solo champion Jason Bunyan down in the pits with Andrew Summerhays. Absolutely brilliant to have Jason Bunyan here today. Thanks to the team at the Pits TV. Not too far away from getting underway with the Sidecar A. Heat number 1, we're going to see the 84 from Australia, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox. Absolutely blew me away last weekend, Pete. These guys here, very, very impressive. Australasian champs, multiple-time world champs, Australia champs. What a record.
You name it, they've got it, Corbin. As you say, so smooth and so polished to watch. Just, as you say, just a class act all the way through.
We'll see the 95i of Irwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin out of gate 2 in that heat, as well as the 37A, Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. They're pretty fast around here as well, as are the 16i of Jason Harper, James Dawson. Running in the support grade last weekend, but going pretty solidly in there as well. The 17i of Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney. They're pretty quick as well around here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. It's going to take a lot to beat those guys out the front, the 84 of Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. They're out of gate number 1. What can they do here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint for heat number 1 of the Sidecar A's? We'll be back in just a moment to find out.
Rightio, folks, back with the action here. The first one's out the gate. There was the 79 of Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney making their way around. The 84 of Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. The 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. The 16I of Jason Harper and James Dawson. And the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. So a good field of A-grade sidecars here today. Full fields, 5 across the line. It's great to see. Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney on a new bike here today. The other bike that Grant had out in the Grand Parade, the white 17i, that bike is actually for sale as well. I forgot to mention that earlier on. But it is for sale, so if you're interested in getting into sidecar racing, go and have a yak to Grant, and I'm sure he'll tell you all the good points of that machine that he has got for sale. As we said, Corbin, down off gate 1, the polished class act, the 84 of Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. And beside them, the 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. The 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell, all the way from Auckland. Great to see these guys make the trip down to the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. And beside them, we've got the 16I of Jason Harper, James Dawson, and on the outside, Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney. This one sponsored by Dave and Lisa Bartley at Harcourt's Real Estate. Pete Stenning keeping them all honest here. He's happy. Tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? Looks like Darren Treloar and Blake Cox once again taking off from where they left off last week, and they're out in front. In that second place, the 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Then we go to the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell in that third spot. Then the 16I of Jason Harper, James Dawson, and rounding them out, Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney. But as we said, this man, Darren Treloar and Blake Cox, how do you beat this guy? He is just so smooth, so clean, so polished. In that second spot, 95I is Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Then we've got the 37 of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell in that third spot. Fourth place, the 16I of Jason Harper, James Dawson, and the 17I of Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney round them out. White flag, less than half a lap to run here for Darren Treloar and Blake Cox on that 84 bike from Australia. They win it, and they win it extremely comfortably here from the 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin, who come home in second place. Third place there going to the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. That one running a time of 68.36. Pretty quick time there. 68.36 was the time for Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. Erwin Tree, Ricky Pubbin, as I say, coming home in that second spot. The 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell filled that third spot. The 16I of Jason Harper, James Dawson came home in fourth place, and the 17I of Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney came home in that fifth position. Just a class polished act, aren't they, Corbin?
Oh, very much so. It's pretty easy to see why those guys there have been world champions before. Coming out very, very shortly, but just taking a look actually on the replay screen here at Oreti Park Speedway. Erwin Tree, Ricky Pubbin touching the wall as they came past the commentary box here. So that could be half the reason there was a bit more of a gap there between them and Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. Coming out on track now, out of gate number 1 for Heat 2 of the Sidecar A's, the 44I, James Douglas, Harley Biddle are out of gate number 1, 3NZ on that bike today. 78I, Paul Humphrey, Chris Chatfield, they're out of gate number 2. The 58I of Aidan Twaits and Shane Twist will be out of gate 3. The Lone Rangers, the only ones from out of town here on the 24C, Corey Lang, Sam Elliott, and they're in gate number 4, and just beside them out of gate number 5, Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. New combination here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. There the black bike you can see circulating now down past the Harcourts. Dave Bartley's sign in turns number 3.
This heat sponsored by Fly and Spider Control out there in Hunt Street, Invercargill. They'll do all forms of pest control, flies, spiders, insects, and they also do domestic homes as well as commercial buildings. Right, the 3NZ of James Douglas Harley Biddle set down there in gate 1. Coming in beside them, Paul Humphrey, Chris Chatfield. The 58I of Aidan Thwaites, Shane Twist, gate 3. The 24C of Corey Lang and Gus Elliott, gate 4. At gate 5, the 75I, Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. Tapes go up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? Looks like Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield are going to be the first ones out of that Rogers Yamaha turn. The 58I of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist are in that second spot. Third place is the 3NZ of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist. The 44I of James Douglas Harley Biddle in that second spot. The 75I of Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham in that fourth position. And fifth place there at the moment, Corey Lang and Gus Elliott. Through they come once again. The 44I of James Douglas and Harley Biddle have stolen a march and got through on the 78I of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. The 58I of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist are circulating there in that third position. Then the 75I of Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham in that fourth place, hitting a bit of a bump and a rut there as they come through. In that fourth place, Corey Lang, Sam Elliott. Back down through the Southern Bolts and Fasters, midway through turns 3 and 4 they come. It's the 44I of James Douglas Harley Biddle that'll take the win from the 78I of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. Third place there going to the 58I of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist. Corey Lang, Gus Elliott took out that fourth spot, and fifth place there went to the 75I of Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. 71.69 was the winning time there, 71.69 in that Fly and Spider Control sponsored heat.
Out on track in just a moment, you're going to see the 43 from Australia, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays. They'll be out of gate number 1. 29I, Luke Thwaites, Neville Chalmers, they're going to fill gate number 2. 34I, Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey, they'll have white helmet covers on and be out of gate number 3. And doing double duties today, the 23I, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, they're out of gate number 4. From Blenheim, the 99E, Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan, they will be out of gate number 5. This one here must be a tightly contested heat, but I think out the front, I think we're going to see Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays. They were very, very quick last week here at the Australasian Sidecar Championship, and as you say, current World Cup holders, very, very fast last weekend here as well. Great presented team as well. You can see the team walking around here in the pits wearing the matching hoodies and all that sort of stuff. So it's pretty cool to see the presentation level of actually all the bikes here this weekend, Pete.
They're actually looking at a picture, aren't they? You know, a bit of pride taken in presenting their machinery and their uniforms, their race suits, etc. Great to see. And incidentally, this heat here sponsored by Dynotech down there in Otapuni Avenue. They're the guys who will tune your motorcycle, your quad, your go-kart, your small race car. They do dyno tuning, Ignitech, Power, Commander, Dynotech, and KN carburetors, and they are also your pseudo dealer. So Scott Reed and his team down there at Dynotech and Otapuni Avenue, they're the guys to see for all types of motorcycle tuning and small engine tuning. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays, that orange bike down there with the red helmets on, gate 1. Luke Thwaites, Neville Chalmers, the 29I, gate 2. The 34I, Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey, gate 3. The 23I, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, gate 4. And Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan, the 99E bike out here. Tapes up, they're underway. And who gets the best of it? Looks like Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay are the first ones down into the turn. In that second spot there, Luke Thwaites, Neville Chalmers. In third place, Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey on that 34i bike. Then we've got Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan in that fourth spot. Kev McDonald, Carl Oshie, the 23i, round them out. Looks like Luke Thwaites, Neville Chalmers trying to get underneath Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays as they come out of that north side sand and gravel turn. Down that Scarecrow Gardening back straight and down through that South Coast Customs turn they go. It's still Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay that are leading the way here from the 29i of Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers in that second place. Looks like Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey have struck a bit of a problem. They've slowed right up, and that will allow Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan to slip up into that third place. Kim McDonald and Carl Oshie will go into that fourth position. Less than a lap to go now. It's still Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays leading the way as they slide past that Rogers Yamaha sign out of turn 2 and back down through turns 3 and 4 they'll come. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays get to greet the checkered flag, followed closely by the 29i of Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers in that second spot. Third place is going to go to the 99e of Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan, and fourth place there to the 23i of Kevin McDonald and Carl Oshie.
As you say, Pete, very, very fast. That one there, the 43, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays, pretty successful here last weekend as well at the Australasian Sidecar Champs. Looking very, very fast, looking pretty good in that last heat there as well. Unsure what the issue was for that 34i of Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey. Hopefully they can get that sorted, make their way back on track a little bit later on. Don't forget, coming out later on, the ice bike is going to be here as well. That's after heat number 27. We're now sitting about to start heat number 24, and here is who you're going to see coming out on track. The 27A of Dylan Muir and Sean Mason out of gate number 1. Your national champions, the 1NZ, David Gannon and Daryl Pearce. They're out of gate number 2. Nathan Ching and Sean Solly are the 8N out of gate number 3. And Ben Morris and Jeff Roper are on the 23C from Christchurch out of gate number 4.
Incidentally, folks, the winning time for that last race, won there by Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays, 71.95 was the winning time. 71.95 was the winning time there. This next heat that Corbin just run through, heat 4 of the A-grade sidecars. This one sponsored by Ato's Dairy out there in Riverton. Bit of a practice start down that back straight there for the 27A, Dylan Muir and Sean Mason. They slowly make their way up to the tapes here. The first one to come into place, the 23C of Ben Morris and Jeff Roper, who are in gate 4. Coming in beside them, the 8N of Nippy Ching and Sean Shelley. The 1NZ, Dave Gannon, Daryl Pearce going into gate 2, and the 27A of Dylan Muir and Sean Mason down there in gate 1. As I say, this one's sponsored by Ato's Dairy out there in Riverton. Everyone's happy. Tapes are up, they're underway. Dylan Muir and Sean Mason got away fairly quickly, so too the 23C of Ben Morris and Jeff Roper. But as they slide out of the Rogers Yamaha turn, it's Dylan Muir and Sean Mason that lead the way. Coming up into that second place, Dave Gannon and Daryl Pearce as they come through turns 3 and 4. The 23C of Ben Morris, Jeff Roper go back to third place. Nippy Ching and Sean Solly are back there in that fourth position. As they head back down that Scarecrow Gardening back straight, it's Dylan Muir and Sean Mason leading the way there from the current 1NZ. Dave Gannon, Daryl Pearce in that second spot. The 23C, Ben Morris, Jeff Roper just narrowly hanging on to that third place, with Nippy Ching and Sean Solly tapping at their back door. As they head back down through that South Coast Customs turn, there's been no change. It's still Dylan Muir and Sean Mason on that 27A bike. From the 1NZ of Dave Gannon, Daryl Pearce in that second spot. Third place there, Nippy Ching and Sean Solly have got through. into that third place, and Ben Morris, Jeff Roper gone back to that fourth spot. But mate, take nothing away from Dylan Moore and Sean Mason, who've won that and won it reasonably comfortably in the end from the 1NZ of Dave Gannon, Daryl Pearce in that second spot. Nippy Ching and Sean Sully, took that third place, and fourth place there going to Ben Morris and Jeff Roper in a time of 72.66. 72.66 was the winning time there, folks. Another heat of the A-grade sidecars coming up here, Corbin.
Yes, very much so. Very, very excited to see this next heat coming out here now. Going to be tightly contested between these first two people, I believe. That's your 14P, Jamie Moo and Patrick Larson. They're out of gate number 1. Gate number 2 from Australia, Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter. 42C, Pete Stevens, James Wood are going to fill gate number 3. And from here, Invercargill, the 19I, Scott Ado, Sam Lee. Another fairly new combination here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. As we can see on the replay screen here at the moment, thanks to the Pits TV, the 1NZ of Dave Gannon and Daryl Pearce. A little bit bouncy coming around through turns 3 and 4, late stages of that race there. But of course, take nothing away from your race winners, 27A, Dylan Moon and Sean Mason. Of course, the brother to Dylan Moon in this heat here, that's the 14P, Jamie Moon in this next heat, heat number 5 for the sidecar A's.
This heat, incidentally, sponsored by E. Hayes and Sons Limited. Great sponsors of the Burt Munro. Been a very, very busy time for Neville and his crew out there in D Street over the last few days. Every time I've come past, there's been a row of bikes on both streets, in Leet Street and D Street. So great to see.
Can confirm for you the 34i in that heat a little bit earlier on. Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey have a bit of a wrecked clutch on that bike there, so they will be out for the remainder of the 2020 Burt Munro Challenge.
And just to let you know, folks, the Oreti Park Speedway merchandise is in the gazebo just along beside the control tower here. And if you're looking for Burt Munro Challenge merchandise, it's in the bike parking area over at the end of the north end of the track there. So lining up here, down in gate 1, Jamie Moon, Patrick Larson. In beside them, the Australians, Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter. The 42C of Pete Stevens, James Wood, set and ready. Scott Ado, Sam Lee, the 19i bike, up and away. Off they go. Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter got away fairly quickly. In beside them is Pete Stevens and James Wood in that second spot. Third place there at the moment, Jamie Moon and Patrick Larson, and filling that third place, Scott Ado, fourth place, Scott Ado and Sam Lee. At the moment, it's the Australian, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter, the 35 bike, the blue bike, coming under a bit of pressure from Pete Stevens and James Wood. Oh, they get out of shape as they try to put a move on Mark Mitchell, and that allowed Jamie Moon and Patrick Larson to go through. There was a bit of a battle going on there, so we'll like to see that on the replay. It looks like Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson now just ahead of Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter, that 35 bike. Then a little further back we go to Pete Stevens, James Wood, and further back again to Scott Ado, Sam Lee in that fourth position. They get shown the white flag here. It's Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson as they go through that Permacoat roofing turn. It's still Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter there in that second place. Third place, Pete Stevens, James Wood. And fourth place, still Scott Ado, Sam Lee. Down towards the checkered flag, though. It's going to be Jamie Moon and Patrick Larson. It'll take the win there on that 14P bike from the 35 of Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter in that second spot. Third place there going to Pete Stevens and James Wood after a wee bit of a tangle with Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter. That one running a time of 73.41. 73.41 was the time there.
We'll wait and see what happened there on the replay once it comes up there. It was all go down on the Sono sound system back straight. Here we go, watching the replays here now. It was an awesome start with that front wheel wide up for that 14 of Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson.
They were right back there in that third spot. There's Pete Stevens and Mark Mitchell just had a little bit of a coming together, and it upset Pete Stevens and
James Wood.
And that allowed Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson, they just took the best of the advantage of that and slid right through up into that first spot. Great action replay here from the Pits TV on the replay screen here in front of us, Corbin. Great to see. Great work done by the Pits TV there.
Absolutely brilliant to have the crew here today. If you are watching on the live stream, a huge welcome along to the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. What a meeting it has been so far here with some absolutely brilliant racing still to come. We're going to get right down to the nitty-gritty things a little bit later on once we get into the finals of your sidecar A. Your sidecars very, very fast here this afternoon.
Gate 1 here is Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause, and beside them the 24A of Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat, the 22A of Glenn Bagshaw, Chopper Bagshaw from Auckland, then the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. They're all happy here. This is the E. Hayes and Son sponsored heat. Tapes up, they're underway. Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw got out of that gate fairly quickly, but it was Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause that are leading the way here, coming up into second place. Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat. They overhauled Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw as they come down through the Arrow Upholstery front straight for the first time. It is the Australians, Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause, that lead the way from Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat in that second spot. Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw in that third place, and Wayne Bryce, Stephen Burrow round them out in that fourth position. Through they come, lap 2 completed. Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause from Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat on that 24i bike. Interesting to see Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause. They're not scared to get out high and wide in that turns 1 and 2. In that second spot, the 24i, Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat, they close up on them a little as they go down through that Permacoat roofing turn. A little further back, the 22A, Glenn Bagshaw, Chopper Bagshaw in that third position. And in that fourth place, the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. But bring it on home, the 64, Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause take the win from Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat, our local lads, the 24i bike. Then the Aucklanders, Glenn Bagshaw, Chopper Bagshaw, the 22A bike comes home in that third spot. And fourth place there, the 33C, Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrows. 72.24 was the time. 72.24 was the time for that event. And just another wee reminder, folks, the Oreti Park Speedway merchandise gazebo just along here from the control tower over the bank and down in the bike parking area is the Burt Munro Challenge merchandise. So if you wish to get any of that, get a few souvenirs, there are the places to go to get that stuff. I do believe now, Corbin, we are going to see the ice bike. Bruce Cribb going to come out.
This is set to be really, really impressive, Pete. I've been really, really excited about this one here as soon as I heard about it. So what's going to happen here is Bruce Cribb is going to come out and attempt to break what I believe is the track record here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. The bike is out on track at the moment. Spikes on the wheels, as you can see. Jason Bunyan spoke to him a little bit earlier on to hear a little bit about this bike, tell us about it and that sort of stuff. Very, very impressive piece of kit, this one here, Bruce Cribb. Very, very excited to be here, having a go at this record.
2-speed gearbox in this bike. They get it started, it takes off in first gear. He's going to come around, they're going to pull the tapes down, I believe. Give him a start.
Just take a look at that bike as it's heading down the extreme karts back straight there. What a piece of kit this one here is. You wouldn't expect that one there to be a speedway bike, would you? Let's see what he can pull off here.
It's interesting to see the type of guarding it's got on it, to deflect the ice from coming up into your face and all the rest of it when they do run on the ice.
So tapes have come down.
This is going to be interesting.
Really, really looking forward to seeing what he can do here, Pete.
Well, the thing is, you can't slide these bikes out. It's just all traction, Corbin. As I say, those spikes, just hold them in the line, and away he goes. So as he lines up here, Bruce Cribb, the world's fastest Maori. Oh, I'll go there. A real hard case is our Bruce.
Waiting on the tapes now. Tapes going, away he goes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Bruce Cribb on the ice bike here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. As they said, no sliding. This is pure traction. Keep your eyes on him. Very, very fast. Down through turns number 3 and 4, past the Rogers Yamaha sign. Getting that bike down nice and low on the pole line. Lap number 1 completed for him here.
Oops, it looks like he struck a bit of a problem there. He slowed right up, didn't he, Corbin? He just...
yes, very much so.
That's going to do his lap race time any good there, but gets that bike leaning right over in the turn. Trying to pick a line where it's not too bumpy for him. He dials it back on again as they go down that Sonos sound system's back straight. I'm not too sure if we're getting lap times here as well.
White flag though.
Very quick down past this start-finish line. Oh, he bucks it
bounce.
up. Oh, I bet he clenched his butthole there. So checkered flag here. Be interesting to see what the time is. .93 was that time. 74.93. I don't know if that's good enough, Cribby. 74.93.
But hey, at least he gave it his best shot, eh, Pete?
He sure did. He had a couple of hairy moments there, Corbin. I'm damn sure it would not.
Yep, as you alerted to.
I don't think I'd like it to have been throttling that machine, honestly. I'm game for a lot of things, but I don't think the ice bike's me, mate.
Coming out on track very, very shortly. Race number 28 in your program. We'll have a bit of track maintenance beforehand, but very, very shortly, heat number 3 for the junior solo 125s. The 66i of Caden Cracknell, the 41i of Rylan Casey. Gate number 3 will be empty, and in gate number 4 from Christchurch will be the 16C. We'll go to some track maintenance and be back very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Gonna head down into the pits now with Jason Bunyan with a couple of interviews.
Here, Warren, maybe took a couple of laps to settle in that first race?
Yeah, just a couple of laps to see what the track was like. You know, a bit bumpy, but, you know, everyone's riding it, so had a go.
Yeah, main thing was you made a gate from, I think it was 3 or 4, which, you know, one was, oh no, was you off one?
Yeah, I was out of red.
Yeah, I see you just, was you sneaking a look just to see if anyone was there on the way to the first bend?
Yeah, I always try and sneak a look to see where everyone is, but, you know, it's a bit hard to see everybody, but, yeah, no, it was all right.
Like I say, I saw you have a little shake of the head when you come in, maybe just thinking, geez, that was a bit rough. But, you know, can you adjust the bike a bit, or do you think the track will come to us now?
I hope the track gets a bit better than that. It is a bit rough for us out there. Could end up with an accident or something.
All right, well, we'll try and sort the track out for you, and we'll see you later. Cheers, Warren. Okay, here with Darren. Darren won the first race. Man, she was revving.
Yeah, she was going good. The setup was pretty good, and got a clean track, so it wasn't too bad. Two different corners. One was a bit slick going in, and the other one was a bit heavy. So me and Blake sorted it out, and it was good.
We saw, well, you obviously couldn't see it because you was in front of everyone, but some of the local boys were just dying and bogging down a bit. I noticed that you wasn't even lugging off the bends, you know, she was just screaming as soon as she was off the bends, and you was just valving her all the way up the straights.
Yeah, the R1, she was loving it, It wasn't bogging down at all. It was just pulling all the way. It was just, my arms were getting longer as I was going down the straight, so that's a good sign. And hitting the limiter right at the end of the straight, so the gearing was perfect, so it was good.
And I see you just keeping an eye on the track. Do you think it's going to come to us and you're going to change it as you go?
Well, with this wind and you don't know with this place, it could rain any minute and the sun comes out, you don't know. So you just got to keep on top of it, keep an eye on it and just set the bike up to what round of the races you're in and go from there.
All right, let's hope you get an inside gate in the next one. Have another cruiser.
Cheers.
Get that flame grilled taste delivered right to your door. BK Delivery now on Uber Eats.
Miss Harley, great race in that first one. Bit of overtake there, you like that?
Yeah, I like to work for it. Track's pretty rough, but suited us, so yeah, just have a hell of a crack, you know how it is.
Made a jump and then she just spun up a bit.
Yeah, gate one was bloody terrible. Darren got a good start out of it in the first heat, but yeah, we sort of launched and then she just done the big snaky, so yeah, had to come from third, but that's all right. Like to work for it.
Yeah, I see Jamie maybe just caught Jamie out as well off gate one. She just lifted a bit too much and then he had to overtake. You know, they come together, but it's racing.
Yeah, that's it. That's racing, unfortunately. But anyway.
Other than that, the bike looked great.
Yeah, bike's going really good, so hopefully we'll tune her up next few heats and have a good crack.
Awesome. Keep it going, mate.
For any powder coating job, no matter the size, Invercargill's powder line can deliver the desired professional finish. Specialising in powder coating and thermoplastic coating for any aluminium or steel items. Powder line services are suitable for both domestic and commercial purposes with 2 large ovens on site. Powder line can powder coat anything from mag wheels, car parts, gates, sprint car frames to house flashings, garden seats and aluminium window frames. With 280 colours on site for customers to choose from, we have access to thousands more, which are available by order. Give the friendly office staff a call to book your job in now.
Got a broken computer? Don't throw it in the bin.
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Has your TV or toaster blown up?
E-Waste Services to the rescue!
Be a superhero. Recycle your electronics today. You don't even need to leave your home or business. They'll pick up most items anywhere in the Wellington-Kapiti region. E-Waste Services. They recycle anything with a plug. Head online to ewasteservices.co.nz or call 564 5464.
Jamie, you had a few come together in that one and then you managed to slip up the inside. I see you just making some changes. What are they?
Yeah, just changing a bit on the front end. Just seems to lift real aggressively off the start line. So just a few changes, like obviously Pat and I have only done a couple of meetings together, so just working the bike out. Yeah.
It was good. You made a real good jump off one and then you just couldn't quite get it down, and then obviously you had the other 2 racing. They come together. You snuck. You at least you was pulling good lines to make the overtake.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a straight line pull, which is good. So it kind of saved us a bit there when they come together. So shouldn't have been in that predicament from the beginning, but that's racing. And yeah. So
you look like you was just changing the rake then, is that right?
Yeah, just changing the rake angle on the front end. So yeah.
What about the back end? If she was lifted a bit much, could you not lengthen the wheelbase up, or are you happy with that?
You can lengthen it back, but it can make the mid corners change how you want it to set, and it seems to be setting alright. It's just getting out the traps isn't working.
Yeah, well, maybe you're in another gate and the gate's going to be different, so you'll want that back wheel up the front. You know, I think one is a lot grippier than the other gates at the minute.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't catch us out too much, but we struggled last weekend here with lift, so hopefully this might sort a little bit of that out and get a bit going out the line.
Anyway, you look smooth out front, so we'll try and take that into the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, have a good one.
Build it, make it, fix it, shift it, tow it, stow it, dig it, lift it, mow it, trim it, grind it, chip it. We hire it. Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, saw it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. We hire it.
The St Nicholas is a familiar sight around Bluff as she steams out to capture Can-Do Fishing's famous bluff kinner. Once caught, the kinner is brought back to the purpose-built factory in Bluff where it is processed, packed and shipped fresh to you. But that's not all that Can-Do Fishing can do for you. Try some of their green-boned fish or delicious power products and you will soon see why seafood from the Bluff is world famous. So head to your local fish market or supermarket and ask for Can-Do Fishing kinner, fish or power. Can-Do Fishing, there's nothing we can't do for you.
Here at Brodie, great race, nice and smooth.
Yeah, mate, the track's a little patchy, sort of rough. The boys did well to obviously put a track on for us with the rain and that around, but it is pretty scary. It's got some big holes and some rough things, but us Aussie boys don't mind that because we get some pretty deep tracks at home. So we sort of aim for the holes and hope for the best. But yeah, we got the race one out of the way and got the win, so 2 more to go.
Yeah. I see it was just mainly going into turn 3, catching you out just in the middle of it there. She just pulling forward a bit.
Yeah, there's like a rill about 2.5 metres off the pole. I was trying to ride it like a motocrosser and ride into it, but if you hit it wrong, it sort of bounced you through it and shot you up to the fence. So on a track like that, you've got to be really careful because you can go from one extreme to the other pretty quickly.
Hopefully we can get the tractor out there and just knock that berm off and give you a nice wide track, you know, get a nice 6 or 8 metre racing line.
I think that's a go, mate. Yeah, I'm not a track curator, but yeah, if you get a smooth track, at least you can have a few couple of options there. Otherwise it'll end up follow the leader by the end of the day and then it's just a drag race down the straight. But as I said, not bagging the track, mate. They've done well to put a track on for us, but yeah, let's hope we're there at the end.
Yeah. I see you've got the excellent picture of Mr. Buchanan, who's helping you out in there. Andy, how you feeling, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, Jason. Yourself?
You had a big shock of a crash, didn't you? Is the old noggin all right up there?
Yeah, we're a bit different today, but it's coming right every day.
So are the boys looking after you, feeding you, and are you just giving them setups or what?
Mate, we're dealing with Aussies. They don't look after you, right? Nah, look, they're a good bunch of guys, and it's good fun to be with them. And we're having a ball of a time the last 2.5 weeks, so yeah, great.
No, it really is great that you help bring these guys over and make the event what it is today. And what about your recovery? Is it going to be a long one or a short one?
Yeah, we really don't know. It's more of a head injury than a body one, so who knows how long it's going to take. So let's every day's got better so far in the last week, so we're certainly a lot further ahead of where we thought we were going to be. So as long as we're right for the Aussie title, we'll be good.
All right, well, you're surrounded by good people and you're in good hands, so take care, mate.
Thanks, Jason. The other thing, folks, just interesting to note, Bruce Cribb on the ice bike, he actually suffered a puncture partway through that run, so that's why he slowed up and why that bike was bucking around quite a bit. So hopefully he might get that fixed. We might see another run from him and see if he can actually get a better time.
Yeah, but unfortunate for Bruce there on the ice bike. As we said, Junior Solo 125cc's out on track for heat number 3 for them very, very shortly. Gate number 1, you'll see the 66i of Caden Cracknell. You'll see the 41i in gate number 2 of Rylan Casey and the 16C of Chase Lang. Let's head back down to the pits with Jason Bunyan.
It was Sean Mason, great win.
Yeah, it was good. Good gate, got out in front and had a clear run and yeah, did our thing.
He always looks smooth when he's in front, doesn't he? And fast.
Yeah, that's the way we like it. Have the whole track to ourselves and just do a clean 4 laps and yeah, we're happy with that.
Good gate as well.
Yeah, gate 1 was kind of a bit tricky because we sunk a little bit, but we got the grip in the end and got a clear run to the first corner.
Yeah, Jamie was saying about his problems with gate 1. He maybe just lifted a fraction too much, but he pulled it together in the end of the race. But you guys made a nice gate and managed to keep it down. I think that's because you're so slim, buddy?
Yeah, we're pretty light, both of us, but we were quite aware of how grippy it was, so I probably overcompensated a little bit for it, but we caught it in the end, and yeah, it was a good gate in the end.
Yeah, no, it's cool watching Dylan be quick. He's always, like I say, when he's in front, he's really smooth, and we really like to watch that.
Yeah, you can tell he gets his shoulders down, and we just kind of just do our thing, and everything runs smoothly, and happy days, yeah.
All right, let's stack up some points.
Cheers.
Here we go, coming out on track now, as we said, Caden Cracknell with 66i out of gate number 1. Rylan Casey on the 41 will be in gate number 2, and all the way from Christchurch out of gate number 4 will be young Chase Lang. Unfortunately, no one in gate number 3 for this one here. So let's take a look at the action that's about to unfold on track.
This one here sponsored by Food at Clifton down there on the Bluff Highway. All set. Tapes go. Oh, tapes didn't quite go up the way they were meant to. I believe that'll be red flagged. So will be a restart here. Unfortunate the tape's not going up down on the inside gate. So they'll line him back up. Poor young Caden got it wrapped around his helmet as he took off from the line. So take 2 of the Food at Clifton sponsored heat coming up here. Caden Cracknell go back down into gate 1. Ryland Casey into gate 2, and out on the outside here in gate 4, the 16C of Chase Lang. They're just testing the tapes there.
I saw all the kids look at that one there as soon as the tapes went. They all looked at each other thinking, hang on.
I think they were told it was a test. Right, this time the Food at Clifton sponsored heat.
An empty gate 3 in this one here. Tapes going, away they go. This time the 66i of Caden Cracknell. He gets the start as he pokes it down to turn number 1 and 2, but on his outside, Ryland Casey not giving him a lot of room to play with at this stage here. Chase Lang on that 16, settling for 3rd position at the moment, but out the front, the 66i, very, very well presented bike. That one there is, that's young Caden Cracknell. He's down through turns number 3 and 4 at the moment, but if he takes a look behind him, he's going to get a face full of Ryland Casey all over the back end of him, but Caden Cracknell slightly pulling away with him now as he pokes down through turns number 3 and 4. Caden Cracknell out the front. He takes the white flag. In behind him, Ryland Casey in 3rd position at that stage here. About a straight length away is young Chase Lang. The checkered flag will come out this time here. A late move in this one, but it'll be the 66 of Caden Cracknell from the 41 of Ryland Casey. And crossing the line there in 3rd position, that's the 16C of young Chase Lang.
That one running a time of 47.99. So well done to young Caden Cracknell. Heat 4 for the junior solos, the 125s. We'll see the 72C of Oscar Drake from gate 1. The 52I of Oscar Ray Bevan will come from gate 2. The 5I of Eli Bartley will come from gate 3. And the 29I of Braxton Casey will come from gate 4. This one here sponsored by JP Plastering. Tapes up and away they go. Who's got the best of it here as they come through? It looks like the 72C of Oscar Drake from the 29I of Braxton Casey, then the 52C of Oscar Ray Bevan. Unfortunate for Eli Bartley not getting off the line. So the 72 of Oscar Drake coming under a wee bit of pressure here from the 29I of Braxton Casey. Braxton trying to look for a way up the inside of him as they comes out of that turns 3 and 4. It's still Oscar Drake though, the 72C, who's going to take the win by around about a bike length from the 29I of Braxton Casey. And then the 52I of Oscar Ray Bevan coming home there in that 3rd position. That one running a time of 47.19. 47.19 was the winning time there. Move up now to Heat 3, race 30 in the program. This is the 200cc, boys, the junior solo 200s. We've got the 44I of Mason Coulthard from gate 1. The 13A of Cowrie Chapman from gate 2. The 86I of Finn Reed from gate 3. And the 28I of Hayden Brookland will come from gate 4. This one here sponsored by McGregor's Concrete out there in Winton, Tiana and Lumsden. If you're ever looking for pre-mixed concrete, McGregor's are the people to go and see. Mason Coulthard set. Cowrie Chapman, gate 2. Not too sure what's happened to Finn Reed. Waiting for Finn to come out. the 86i bike. Hayden Brooklyn out there, the 28i.
The gate is being shut here, so we may not see the 86 of Finn Reid in this one.
So it'll be a DNS for Finn. Tapes up, and away they go from the centre. That's Cowrie Chapman, the Auckland lad. The 13A bike gets into the lead here. He's been hotly pursued there by Hayden Brooklyn on that 28i bike. Then the 44i of Mason Coulthard in that third position. So as they slide down through turns 3 and 4, it's Cowrie Chapman, the 13A, who's leading the way here from the 28i of Hayden Brooklyn and the 44i of Mason Coulthard. White flag showing to Cowrie Chapman. This young lad races at Rosebank in Auckland, out there in Avondale. And they tell me he's broken the lap record 4 times so far this season. Another good win there to Cowrie Chapman from the 28i of Hayden Brooklyn and the 44i of Mason Coulthard. That one running a time of 43.33. 43.33 was the time.
Now, coming out on track in just a moment, you're going to see in gate number 1, the 55i, Dakota Kringle. Gate number 2, the 13C of Chase Burrow. And gate number 3, the 25i of Ryan Colvin. This next one here, the Southland Machine Hire sponsored heat. Can Ryan Colvin continue his fine form from that last heat? Was very, very fast indeed. Jason Bunyan called up with him, had a yarn about it. He was happy with how that bike's going. What can he do here in heat number 4? Tapes going, away they go. It'll be the 55i of Dakota Kringle. Looks to get the start of things now. Chase Burrow heads to the infield, but down the inside of young Dakota Kringle. Ryan Colvin having a bit of a look at him. Dakota Kringle, he heads it down through turns number 1 and 2. Now pulling away from Ryan Colvin might be a slight issue on that bike as he tries to drop it down the gears, lacking a bit of power, but out the front, that's the 55i of Dakota Kringle. He's just pulling away from Ryan now as Ryan just tries to get that bike going, and he maybe hit the sweet spot on it now as he puts it down through turns number 1 and 2. The white flag will come out for the 55i of Dakota Kringle this time around. He's just got just over half a lap to go, making half a lap now. And Ryan Colvin will grab the white flag. Unsure what's happening with that bike there, but he's very, very close to being lapped by that 55. Won't happen because Dakota Kringle will take the race win from Ryan Colvin in second position. That's on the 25i bike. And third position with a DNF in that one there. Chase Burrow, unsure what happened to Chase there off the line. Just wasn't able to get out of that gate number 2 where he started.
That one running a time of 45.27, and that one also sponsored by Osborne Engineering down on the Foreshore Road there in Bluff. They're the guys to go and see for all your general and marine engineering. They build farm gates, security fences, and they do commercial diving. Also, they build crayfish and blue cod pots. So if you're in the market for any of that stuff, guys, Osborne Engineering down in Bluff on the Foreshore Road are the people to go and see.
Yes, please do support our sponsors as they do support us here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Coming out on track in just a moment, this one here, the Southland Machine Hire sponsored heat of the Solo Classics. Heat number 3, the 13i of Glenn Sol is out of gate number 1. Gate number 2, the 91i of Les Payne. 61, he was very quick in the Solo Bs before, I believe it was. That's Barry Free. 5P Ryan Terry Daly, he's in gate number 4. Gate number 5 will be Phil Coulthard. You see him here right along the wall. He's taking a look down the straight here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Can imagine what's going through their head at the moment, making a little bit of a race plan to see what to do once those tapes go. You can see Ryan Terry Daly. Double duties for him today. Waiting on the tapes, and away they go. Ryan Terry Daly right up the line with that front wheel up, but down the inside of him it looks to be Glenn Sol, but Glenn Sol's got nothing to show for Ryan Terry Daly as he slides down past that Dave Bartley at Harcourt's side and pulls right away from the entire field at this stage here. Barry Free will settle for second position at the moment as he goes down past that Rogers Motorcycles Yamaha sign, but out the front Ryan Terry Daly, he leads it from Barry Free on the 61 to Glenn Sol on the 39, all the way from Invercargill right here. Home track advantage, but in behind him is the 91 of Les Payne. Glenn Sol with a slight issue. You can see the hand goes up, but out the front, really sideways as he grabs the white flag. That's Ryan Terry Daly, current 3NZ and your solo A's as well. In behind him, just about half a straight length away is the 61 of Barry Free. Barry Free, double duties for him as well today. Third position at this stage is your 91 of Les Payne. Back down to Phil Coulthard. Into that third position, Glenn Sol sitting down there on the infield. But the race win will go to the 5P of Ryan Terry Daly. To Barry Free from Hamilton on the 61. Third position will be in 91 from Invercargill, Les Payne. And fourth position as he comes around turns number 4 now past that Permacoat roofing sign is the 29, Phil Coulthard. And of course a DNF there for the 13I of Glenn Sol. Unsure what happened there for Glenn. I just saw the hand come up as he come past that Dave Bartley Harcourt sign there. And it turned number 2, hand went up.
That one run in a time of 60.72. 60.72 was the time there. We move up now into Heat 4 for the Solo Classics, race 33 in the program. This one sponsored by Riverside Rentals 2012 Limited. We'll see the 71I of Derek McRae coming from Gate 1, the 66I of John Tuffley from Gate 2, the 69I of Joe Hughes from Gate 3, the 67I of Paul Highstead from Gate 4, and out on the outside here, all the way from the west coast, the 18 of Kevin Ryan. Tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? Kevin Ryan got out of there fairly quickly, so too did the 66I of John Tuffley. So the 66I leads them out of that Harcourt's corner and down that back straight. In second place there, the 18I of Kevin Ryan. Then we go to Derek McRae, the 71I in that third spot. Fourth place there is Paul Highstead, and rounding him out is the 69 of Joe Hughes. But it's the 66I of John Tuffley who leads them through turns 3 and 4 once again from Kevin Ryan on that 18 bike in that second spot. Third spot is the 71I of Derek McRae. Then we've got the 67I of Paul Highstead, the 69I of Joe Hughes in that fifth position. John Tuffley, old campaigner here on the 66I bike, is going to take the win, take it quite comfortably from the 18I of Kevin Ryan, or the 18 bike, sorry, of Kevin Ryan. Then we've got the 71 of Derek McRae filling that third position. Fourth position going to the 67 of Paul Highstead. And fifth place there going to the 69 of Joe Hughes. That one running a time of 59.89. 59.89 was the time for the Riverside Rentals sponsored heat.
Next heat coming out is the McLeod Diesel sponsored heat for all your heavy vehicle repairs and maintenance. Go see them down on Kinloch Street here in Invercargill. You're going to see your solo supports. Heat number 2, 12C, Aaron Callaghan. He's in gate number 1. Gate number 2 will be empty as far as I'm aware. The 25C of Bradley Stockton from Christchurch in gate number 3. Barry Free on that 61 bike is in gate number 4. And Seamus Hannon, the 46i from Invercargill, is going to fill gate number 5. Very, very well presented bike as well. That one there, the 25 of Bradley Stockton. Very, very nice looking bike indeed. May just be the three of them in this one here. Nope. Barry Free obviously just getting off the last bike. As we say, double duties for a number of these guys here today. Barry Free just awaiting him to come in and pull into his gate here now. That will be gate number 4. As you can see, Pete Skinning just moving the wheel back there of that 25 of Bradley Stockton. We're waiting on the tapes, and away they go. Barry Free looks to be a flyover start, and just as I say that, commentator's curse, slowing right down. But at the front, the 25C of Bradley Stockton. He's at the front, and just in behind him, a fair few bike links away, is the 46 of Seamus Hannon. In behind Seamus Hannon there, and someone looking to make a move around the outside of him right now is the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. He looks right to the outside of him past that Permacoat roofing sign, but Seamus Hannon, he closes the door and says, not today, mate. But out the front, the 25C of Bradley Stockton. There's a move being made for second at the moment. It looks to be that 12C of Aaron Callaghan. Looks to the inside of Seamus Hammond. Once again, Seamus Hammond say, no mate, not today. Try again later on. So he's going to look to the outside through turns number 3 and 4. Seamus Hammond just closing the door on him now and picking up a bit of speed on the exit of turns number 4 there as they cross the line to complete one more lap. The 61 of Barry Free issues. He pulls to the infield. The white flag will be shown this time around. Bradley Stockton out the front. He's got just about half a straight length away from Seamus Hammond. Pretty evenly spread here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway, but out the front the white flag will be presented to Bradley Stockton on the 25, from Seamus Hammond on the 46 to the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. Out the front, Bradley Stockton on that 25C machine. He's pulling away once again from Seamus Hammond as he puts it down into turns number 3, the north side sand and gravel sign. Past the Cleanways, turn number 4. Seamus Hammond's in just behind him, but the checkered flag will be out for Bradley Stockton from Seamus Hammond on the 46, and of course the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. He'll settle for third position. Bit of a change in weather here, Pete.
Just a little bit of gentle mist as they come through there. That one running a time of 91.98. I don't believe that. That's a horrendous time. I don't think I should have even mentioned that one.
Rain coming in sideways here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway.
Let's hope it's just a little bit of a track dampener, Corbin, and not a sign of too much more of this moisture. We don't want a hell of a lot more.
You may have heard of it before. This is a south-watering track here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Out on track now, gate number 1, the 21i, Lucas Colvin, just the young fella. Very, very fast indeed. 17i, Matt Heisted. The 9i of Zane Pay. 99C, George Congreve. And the 96i, our club president, Alex Cunningham. We wait on the tapes. Pete, take it away.
City Chiropractic sponsored heat, and away they go. George Congreve out of that gate 4. Got away pretty quickly. Down there in that second spot is the 17i of... the 21i of Lucas Colvin. Then we go up to the 99C of George Congreve, who comes around here. Oh, and Lucas Colvin very close to that fence. And then Alex Cunningham in the on the 96i in that third spot. The 70i of Matt Heisted in that fourth position. And rounding them out there is Zane Pay on that 9i. But leading the way here is George Congreve. He's being caught up though. He's slowed up quite considerably. The 21i of Lucas Colvin closing in on him. The 96i of Alex Cunningham still there in that third position. The 17i of Matt Heisted lying there in that fourth spot. And the 9i of Zane Pay in that fifth position. But out in front, the white flag will come out this time round for the 99C of George Congreve from the 21i of Lucas Colvin. Then the 96i of Alex Cunningham. Oh, Lucas Colvin got in front of George Congreve there as they came out of that South Coast Customs turn and down through that Rogers to Yamaha turn. It's the 21i of Lucas Colvin that's going to take the win. That's going to be a drag race for second. I'm not sure who was second and third there. It was very, very close on the line between George Congreve and Alex Cunningham. I think George Congreve striking a problem with that bike. He seemed to slow and speed up there a bit throughout that heat when Lucas Colvin got in front of him. So I think George Congreve having a little bit of a problem there. That one running a time of 82.40. 82.40.
Just poke me here outside, just have a quick look. Looks to be this wee shower of rain will clear, so we will get to see the PowerCool Electrical sponsored heat coming out in just a moment. Your solo A's, Ben Woolley on the 32C out of gate number 1. The 11i, Jake Gillespie. He will be through gate number 2. The 7i, very fast in his last heat. That's Sam Taylor. Unsure if we'll see the 7C of Dale Finch or not, and we will see the 3NZ double duties today here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. That is Ryan Terry Daly. So unsure if Dale Finch will make his way out here and fill in that gate number 4. So the gate is still open. Just waiting to see what's going to happen there. Sam Taylor very, very fast. No Dale Finch, but the tape's going away. They go. The 11i of Jake Gillespie looks to get a flyer of a start. as they head down between turns number 1 and 2 now. He's out the front and pulling in behind him. Looks to be the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly. Terry Daly looks for a way around him, but he's not going to get it done because Jake Gillespie closes his door, heads awfully wide. A slight touch on the side of the air fence allows the whole field to slip down the inside, so a change of the whole race here. Ryan Terry Daly will take the lead from the 32 of Ben Woolley. Ben Woolley, he's going to try and give him a bit of competition through turns number 2, but Ryan Terry Daly not having a bar of it. Terry Daly's out the front. He's starting to pull away with a slight lead of things at the moment, but in behind him, Ben Woolley on the 32C. Third position at the moment, young Sam Taylor on that 7i with a flyer of a start was Jake Gillespie. He's fallen right back after a touch on the side of the air fence early on in this one. Take nothing away from the man out the front. He's about to see the white flag hanging ahead of him. That's your 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly. He takes the white flag from Ben Woolley. Sam Taylor, he's starting to pull a little bit. He rips one of those tear-offs off. A few splashes of rain starting to come on that one there now. Jake Gillespie has slowed right down, and he will pull to the infield here, so the checkered flag will come out. Ryan Terry Daly down past that Permacoat Roofing's turn number 4. Checkered flag will be out. Ryan Terry Daly from Ben Woolley to Sam Taylor as he gets that front wheel up. Awfully drivey, obviously, out of turn number 4 there down on the pole line. He'll settle for third position, so take nothing away. You can see why that 3NZ is holding a national title number on that bike. That's Ryan Terry Daly, very, very fast. But would it have happened if it wasn't for the touch on the air fence there from the 11 of Jake Gillespie?
That one there running a time of 78.07. 78.07 was the time for that event. The winning time, of course, posted by the 3NZ Ryan Terry Daly. Rightio, just a wee update on what's happening with the program, folks, because we were getting this wee bit of rain. We're just going to shorten up some races. The sidecar Bs, the solo supports, and the classics will now all run under 3 laps. So this sidecar B event here will be run over 3 laps now instead of 4, just to try and speed this races up a wee bit. I don't think this rain's going to come to much at all though, but just to hurry the program along. We've got 70 races to get through here today, around about, so we're just going to speed it up a little by running the sidecar Bs, the solo supports and the classics all running 3 laps from now on in. This heat here, sponsored by Mind's Eye Limited, and we've got Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew down in gate 1 on the 53 bike, the 15C, Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson, the 23, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, and the 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. So it's Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith that make their way to the front as they come out of that Rogers Yamaha turn. Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew in that second place, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey in that third spot, and then we've got Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson in that 4th position. So through they come, Knuckle Hill and young Dan Smith there in first place, from Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew in that second spot. Third place, the 23i, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, and 4th place there still Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson on that 15C bike. White flag showing now, still Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith from Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew on that 53C bike. Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, the 23C bike, still there in that 3rd spot. So Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith notch up a win there. From 2nd place getters, Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew in 2nd spot. 3rd place there going to the 23i, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey, and 4th place there to the 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson. 59.31 was the time. 59.31 was the time. This next heat sponsored by Vertical Build. And we should see this is heat 4 of the B grade sidecars, or Division 2. Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell, the 28C from gate 1. Gary Wells, Dallas Kalman from gate 2 on the 88i bike. The 85i of Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring from Gate 3. Gate 4, the 11I of Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie. And coming from Gate 5, the 62C of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little. The 28C bike just coming out the pit chute here now, followed by the 85I of Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, then the 62C, Jeff Aldridge, Willie Little, and the 11I, Fraser and Johnny Gillespie, and the 88I of Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman. As I say, this one's sponsored by Vertical Build. Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell set down there. Gary Wells, Dallas Kalman still going off that 30 metre mark. The 85, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring sitting there, ready. 11I, Jason Kent, Fraser Gillespie, Johnny Casey, tapes up the under. Oh, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring got that all wrong. It's Fraser Gillespie, Johnny Gillespie who are first ones out of that turn. Coming up into that second spot, wearing that red helmet, Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. Then we go back to the 62C, of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little snuck up into that second spot and put Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell back into that third place. Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman having to be content with fourth place at the moment. But out in front here, Fraser and Johnny Gillespie lead them round out of that Osborne Engineering turn. Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little, the 62C bike, just narrowly in front of the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. And rounding them out, the 88I of Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman. So Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie take the win there from the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell, who got back in front of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Lee there on the 62C bike, who come home in that third position. And fourth place there going to Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman on the 88I bike. 59.75 was the time. 59.75 was the winning time there.
The 85 there, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, didn't look too happy, so I'm not really too sure what happened there, obviously, with that issue they had. Watching the replay here now. Oh, it was a touch with the cone off the start there. So the left-hand side of their bike touching the cone and managed to lift up the side of that bike there and pushing that to the infield. That'll be why they weren't too happy with that one there, but coming out on track in just a moment. Heat number 7 for the sidecar A's. A little bit of track maintenance beforehand, actually. So we'll be back in just a moment with all the more action here to unfold at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, we're here with Ryan Terry Daly. You've just done double duty on that one. How are your arms, mate?
Yeah, they're not as bad as I thought they'd be, but yeah, it's getting up there.
I see the big difference jumping from the upright to the laydown. You know, you're really, really comfy on the upright. You know, she's just lugging away there. You jump on the laydown, it takes you 2 laps to get dialed in again.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference. The upright seems to just go where you put it, and the laydown, if it's not revving, she's not really working.
Yeah, we noticed that.
Yeah, so no, it's been pretty good. Hopefully we can keep it up.
You think you'll be fit enough by the end of the day? Track's still pretty gnarly, especially for a solo. I mean, it's a great sidecar track, but you know, for a solo, it's pretty gnarly out there. We can see that.
Yeah, just try and keep it on 2 wheels is the plan, eh? Make it start.
See how it goes at the end of the day. Well done, mate.
Cheers.
Yep, here with Alex Cunningham. You know, you've been around Speedway a long time, and it's great that you're president here.
Yeah, I'm trying to do my bit. It's sort of this is my second season doing it, so yeah, just trying to manage things the best I can. So you have your ups and downs, but no, it's going all good.
And it's great that you dragged the bike out and, you know, had to go today as well.
Yeah, it was 5 years into retirement, and for whatever reason I decided to do a few, so this is my 3rd meeting back, so struggling out there a wee bit. The conditions not ideal for someone fresh out of retirement and unfit, probably a wee bit overweight, so, but it's all good.
But you got a whole family sport here, you know. You got Ollie's on the bike in the small ones. You're on the bike. You know, the missus is here in the pits for both of you. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's a real family affair, and at times I think those two are into it more than I am. But yeah, no, it's cool. It's obviously my old man was a big part of it too. So yeah, no, great family sport to get your kids along to. And you're pretty passionate about the Burt event? Yeah, it's our biggest. It's been a new challenge, sort of working on the other side of the fence and running these massive events. So not as enjoyable as just showing up and riding, but yeah, it's just magic to see all the crowd out there. Yeah, nowhere in New Zealand you can ride in front of crowds like that. It's awesome. And pretty cool that you was in the film as well. You know, the Anthony Hopkins one. Is that cool? Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah, I was about 17 in that, and they told us still to look tough, so I pulled some funny faces at the back and I get ripped out a bit about it, but no, it was good to be part of that too. Awesome, always a pleasure, Alex, and carry on your good work, mate. Awesome, thank you very much. Cheers.
There he is, Jason Bunyan down in the pits with club president Alex Cunningham. Of course, a generation of speedway racers here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway.
Okay, here with Dale Finch. Dale, excellent solo rider. You've been to Europe, you've done your thing there, and now you've got into road racing.
Yeah, I'm still trying to win that championship you keep beating me on, Jason. Yeah, I am really enjoying it. I'm running third at the moment. I've had a few DNFs out there, but hey, we're off to Hebden Downs second weekend of March, and just carry on with that.
And that's a Super Sport 600, yeah?
Yeah, I'm on a Daytona 675. Sponsored by Scott Structural.
Awesome. So you was going to ride today, but what happened this morning, mate?
Yeah, I had a big come off the end of the straight at Tiratonga, about 200 k's. Yeah, and the bike cartwheeled, and that was pretty much the end of my day. A lot of people helped me to try and get my bike here to race on the solos, but
Radio folks, lining up here, the 24C of Corey Lang, Sam Elliott, down in gate 1 and gate 2, Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan on the 99E, the 24I, Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat, the 37A, Nick Edmonds, Aaron Mitchell, and out on the outside here, the 14P, Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson. They're underway. Out of the gate like a rocket was the bike of Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson. Right there with them though is Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. There we go out to Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat sitting there in that third spot. Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan in that fourth position, and Corey Lang, Gus Elliott in that fifth spot. Down through they come. It's Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson leading the way here from Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. Then a little further back to the 24I of Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat. They're the front three runners at the moment. Corey Lang, Gus Elliott have got up into that fourth spot, and Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan gone back into that fifth place. Out of that north side sand and gravel turn they come. Still Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson from Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell as they come through that Osborne Engineering turn. Back down through the Arrow Upholstery front straight they come. The 24I of Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat still sitting there in third place. There's been no change as they head down that Sono Sound Systems back straight. Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson, the 14P bike. Let's show them the checkered flag here from the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell, who finished in second place. Third place there going to Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat on that 24I bike. Then we had Corey Lang, Sam Elliott in that fourth position. Fifth place there going to Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan on the 99E. 71.75 was the time. 71.75 was the time. And Sievwright Autos were the race sponsor there in that event.
This next one, the Total Conveyor sponsored heat, you're going to see the Sullen Bolton Fasteners sponsored bike of the 16i, Jason Harper, James Dawson. They're out of gate number 1. A new combination, Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham on the 75i out of gate number 2. From Australia, they stayed behind after a pretty successful week last week. Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter, they're on the 35 bike. And of course, Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw on the 22A from Auckland. They're going to be here in gate number 4. And right on the outside, Dylan Millen, Sean Mason. Very, very well presented bike, that one there at the 27. They're going to come right out here along the wall. What magic can they pull in this race here? As you can see, it looks to be there, Tony Carter. Just doing a bit of gardening here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Making a wee path there for Mark Mitchell to put that front wheel in there so they know whereabouts they're getting a start from this one here. A bit of traction to come out of these ones here. So we're going to be in the starter's hands in just a moment. From the centre, it's the 35 of Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter absolutely flying off the start there. Very, very untidy was Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. But out the back there, Jason Harper, James Dawson, they fell right back, but take nothing away from the Australians out the front. And that's Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter. And behind them, a few bike lengths away, that's the Chopper and Glenn Bagshaw combination. And behind them from Auckland as well, Dylan Mill and Sean Mason. They're going to try and get a move done through turns number 1 and 2, but they shut the door. They're not going to get it done this lap around. Down the back, there's being a move made for 4th and 5th. Jason Harper, James Dawson. Look around the outside of Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. But out the front, Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter from Australia. Showing the Kiwis how it's done as they pull away from Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw. They're just in behind them, but they're going to have a target on their tail very, very shortly in the form of Dylan Moon and Sean Mason. They make a slight mistake through turns number 3 and 4, which gives enough room for Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw to slightly pull away. The white flag's out this time around for Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter. They're out front, down past that extreme carts, back straight. Through turns number 3 and 4, they're pulling away from the rest of the field now at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway, and they'll take a race win from the 22A of Glenn Bagshaw and Chopper Bagshaw to the second Auckland combination of Dylan Millen and Sean Mason to James Dawson and Jason Harper, and back to that 75 there of Herb Townsend and Brendan DeGarnham. Something happened right down there in turn number 1, Pete, earlier in that one there between the 16i of Jason Harper, James Dawson and Herb Townsend, Brendan DeGarnham. Unsure what happened there, but then they battled it out for the remainder of that heat race.
Just had a little bit of a touch up there, I think. That one was running a time of 73.38. Yes, we see it here on the replay now from the pits media. Just a little bit of a touch there that unsettled both those bikes as they went down through into turn 1. This next heat of the A-grade sidecars, race 41 in the program. This is heat 9. This one sponsored by Northside Sand and Gravel. We'll see the 23i of Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey in gate 1. The 95i of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin in gate 3. The 58i of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twiss in gate 4. And the 64 of Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause. That's the Australian combination on that 64 bike coming out of gate 5. As I say, this one sponsored by Northside Sand and Gravel. Bit of gardening being done there by Simon Cause. Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey. The 23i just coming into line. The 95i of Erwin Tree, Ricky Pubbin, set, ready. 58i, Aidan Thwaites, Shane Twiss, all are happy. Tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? The 95i of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Just having a wee bit of a how's your father there with Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause as they went down into turns 1 and 2. But moving up into that second spot, Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist, the 58i bike. Irwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin having to go back to that third spot. But out in front, it's Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause on that 64 bike. 8 to 8, Shane Twist not too far away from them as they head down through that South Coast Customs turn. Down past that McLeod diesel sign they go. 8 to 8, Shane Twist, keep it down nice and tight, trying to gain a bit of an advantage as they go down through that Permacoat roofing turn. Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause up a little higher on the track than 8 to 8 and Shane Twist. They seem to have found a bit of drive because they've actually pulled away a little. Still sitting there in that third place is Irwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin on that 95i bike, and a little further back there again on the 23i is Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey. Out in front though, they've started to spread out a little bit here as they go down that Scarecrow gardening back straight. The 64 of Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause still leading the way here. They're going to take the win from the 58i of 8 to 8 and Shane Twist in second place. Third place goes to the 95i of Irwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin, and fourth place there to the 23i of Kevin McDonald and Carl Hosey. 72.89 was the time. 72.89 was the time there, folks.
Next heat out on track will be the Rogers Motorcycle sponsored heat. You're going to see in gate number 1, the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. The 17I from Invercargill, Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney out of gate number 2. The 1NZ, your national champions, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce. They're going to fill gate number 3. Pete Stevens and James Wood are on the 42C bike, and they're out of gate number 4. And from Australia, the 43 from Australia, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays, current World Cup holders. What magic can they make in this one here? Going to be a good race, this one. Heat number 10 for the Sidecar A's. Race number 42, my apologies, in your program. I'm expecting big things here from Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays. Been very, very quick all day. And of course, last weekend as well at the Australasian Sidecar Championship. They were fast, as were your 1NZ, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce. As you say, Pete, a new bike for Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney. The bike you did see in the Grand Parade is for sale. So if you are interested in seeing that, come over and see these guys. I'm sure they'll be willing to answer all your questions, all that sort of stuff. Once again, a brilliantly presented bike here as well, as you can see it on the Pits Media screen at the moment.
Pete Stevens, Dylan Fox having to move over a little bit there. Oh, sorry, Pete Stevens and James Wood. Got used to Pete Stevens having Dylan Fox on the side. He's not leaving much room there for Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays, is he? He wants to hog all the space of that gate 4. But Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays happy now. They can move up into their gate 5. This is the Rogers Motorcycle sponsored heat. They're looking all happy here. Pete Stevens got them lined up, keeping them honest on the line. Take them away, Corbin.
Tapes rise and away they go, the 42. Oh, very untidy at the start there from many of those riders, but round they go. Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney, a slight spin right there, but take nothing away from Australia right at the front at the moment. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays, they're going to lead it down into turns number 3 and 4 to complete lap number 1. And just in behind them will be the 42C of Pete Stevens and James Wood. The 33 of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow settling for third position at the moment. But they're about to get the 1NZ right around the outside of them, past that Rogers Yamaha sign, but they can't quite get it done. Down past that Extreme Kart sign, Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney, they're settling right down for 5th position at the moment. Can they play a part in this battle here at the moment? As we say, that 33 of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow going to have the 1NZ of David Gannon, Daryl Pearce in just behind them in just a moment, but the white flag will come up this time around. The 43 from Australia, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays, they're pulling a big lead now from the 42 of Pete Stevens and James Wood. There's a battle unfolding now as the 1NZ looks down the inside of that 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. He gets the job done. Dave Gannon, Daryl Pearce right down the inside, and they're holding that line down past the Rogers Yamaha sign. As the checkered flag is going to come out, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays get the job done from the 42C of Pete Stevens and James Wood. So your national champions, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce. Unsure what happened there for 4th and 5th there, Pete. It could have been Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney. But I'm not quite sure. It may well have been Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow, but what a battle down the back into that one there. We say the Rogers Motorcycle sponsored heat.
That one run in a time of 73.07. 73.07 was the time This next heat of the A-grade sidecars, we'll see the 23C of Ben Morris, Jeff Roper coming from Gate 1. Gate 3 is the 78I of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. Gate 4 is the 34I of Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey. And on the outside, the Australian champions, Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. This one sponsored by Southern Bolts and Fasteners Limited. Great sponsors here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. Elvin Nola and his team down there in Clyde Street doing a job that needs bolts and fasteners. You've got to go and see Elvin and his guys down there who will see you right. And as I say, a big thank you to Elvin and his team for their continued support of the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. So just the three of them here. Who's missing out of there? Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey. That's right, they were out. They blew blew a clutch. So unfortunate for Jason Kennedy, Johnny Casey. Tapes up, they're underway. From the centre, Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield got away fairly smartly, but Darren Treloar and Blake Cox were just that little bit quicker. And they come out in front as they head down that extreme kart back straight for the first time down through that South Coast Customs turn. It's Darren Treloar and Blake Cox from the 78I of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. And on the 23C bike, Ben Morris and Jeff Roper in that third position. So, no change as they head down past that Southern Bolts and Fasteners sign, and out of that Osborne Engineering turn they come. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox on that 84 bike from the 78I of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield, and the 23C of Ben Morris and Jeff Roper. They get shown the white flag here. Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. So smooth and so polished. From the 78I, Paul Humphrey, Chris Chatfield. As I say, there's been no change. The 23C of Ben Morris, Jeff Roper. Going to have to be content with third place, but take nothing away from the winner here, Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. Nobody has an answer for them. 71.99 was the time, one of the quicker times of the day, 71.99.
Fantastic drone shot as well from the team at the Pits Media. We can see it on our screen here now if you are watching the live stream at home. Absolutely brilliant angle there. And that's from the drone up in the air. Once again, though, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, another upset. Can the Aussies continue to make upsets? Because out on track in just a moment, they're not going to be able to make any upsets for any of these Kiwi guys. In just a moment, we're going to see the 19I, Scott Ado, Sam Lee, a new combination. Shane McWilliams, Shane Barry out of gate number 2 on that 99I. They have been ruled out of this one here, though, so unfortunately we won't see them. The 29I, Luke Twaits and Neville Chalmers, I can see them in front of me, so I know that they're going to be here. The 8N from Nelson, Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. They're out of gate number 4. And your 3NZ or 44I, James Douglas, Harley Biddle are going to be right down here along the wall on the outside. Now that bike there, absolutely brilliantly presented. Harley Biddle off the back of that one there. Lots of experience, as does James Douglas. These guys here, a combination to watch out for.
This heat here sponsored by South Coast Customs.
Pete Stennings lining them up, just sorting out the front wheel on their 8N. They're getting them a bit closer. That's Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. We're in his hands now, and the tape's going. Away they go. It looks to be Ching and Solly get a fly over start of things, but shutting the door on them looks to be that 29 of Luke Twaits and Neville Chalmers. They're nearly 3 wide through turns number 2, but Luke Twaits and Neville Chalmers go right down the inside of that 8N of Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. Can they get anything done on the exit of turn number 3 and 4? But their hands up. Luke Twaits, Neville Chalmers with an issue. They touch with the 44I.
The 44I there, a slight disadvantage, red flag will come out. Not sure what's happened to Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers. I think they may have got a puncture by the way that Neville's looking down at the back of that bike, although they're pushing it fairly easily. I'm not too sure. They might have lost a chain maybe. So there'll be a restart, and the 3NZ or the 44I, James Douglas, Harley Biddle will be back in, because they were disadvantaged there. They took a bit of evasive action to avoid Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers. Not preempting anything that the judges are going to do, but that's the way I read it, Corbin.
I suppose everyone's opinion matters though, doesn't it, Pete?
It usually does. Mine especially.
We're on the microphone, we get the saying things around here. Once again, make mention though, a huge crowd here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. So take a look at the replay screen now. The hand went up and then there was contact. So it looks to be that 29 Luke Twaite's Neville Chalmers obviously striking the issue, and that 44 of James Douglas Harley Biddle, nowhere to go, into the back of them there. We'll see it from a different angle now. So they were at the front, Luke Twaite's Neville Chalmers, and then Nathan Ching, Sean Solly look to the outside, and then they get that move done, and the hand went up. So obviously an issue on that bike there. Just wait and get the official word before we start being the judges of this one here.
So just a wee bit of a delay here while we get a bit of reorganisation.
So I believe they're calling for the motorbike, so maybe a bigger issue than what it looks like here on that 29 bike. They'll head back into the pits.
I'm picking... My guess is they've lost the chain and it's locked up and they can't push the bike. Maybe.
Could be a smart guess there, Pete. But as the riders stand here and await what's going to happen here, I understand the gate's going to pop open now.
So they'll line them back up here with the exception, of course, of Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers. The 19i, Scott Ado and Sam Lee will come from gate 1. Nippy Ching and Sean Solly. For those of you watching at home from the free Facebook stream from the Pits Media, absolutely fantastic drone shot here of the crowds and the surrounding area on the outfield of the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway as we get set for take 2 of Heat 12. Tapes up, they're underway. Oh, this time Scott Ado and Sam Lee struck problems as they go. From the outside, James Douglas, Harley Biddle go to the lead here from Nippy Ching and Sean Solly. Just the two of them left in it. In the South Coast Custom sponsored heat. The 44i, James Douglas, Harley Biddle. From the 18 of Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. They come down through that Osborne Engineering turn. Back down through this Arrow Upholstery front straight. The 44i of James Douglas and Harley Biddle lead the way here from Nippy Ching and Sean Solly, the 8N bike. 1 lap left to run. There's been no change as they go down through turns 3 and 4. Past that Rogers Yamaha sign they go. Down that Sono Sound Systems back straight and back down through turns 3 and 4. It's going to be the 44i of James Douglas and Harley Biddle who'll take the win and take it reasonably comfortably in the end from the 8N of Nippy Ching and Sean Solly. 72.94 was the time. 72.94 was the time.
A man of many talents, Scott Reid. He's back out on track now. We've seen him waving the flags. We've seen him riding the quad bike. All sorts of things here. So very, very shortly we're going to kick back into the junior solo 125cc's. I understand a bit of track maintenance about to come out on track. And then we'll be back into things. Let's have a look at the replay now of the start of that one there. Yes, Scott Ado obviously just striking a bit of an issue. And straight through to the infield there. Just leaving in a 2-bike race with James Douglas, Harley Biddle, and Nathan Ching and Sean Solly. Track maintenance going to happen very, very shortly. You can see Sam Taylor out on track at the moment. Just taking a look at things. Obviously thinking through strategies, setups, that sort of stuff for his next race.
So here's hoping it's not too bad for Luke Thwaites and Neville Chalmers, and they can carry on for the rest of the day here as that bike gets trailered into the pits.
Last of the round, second last of the round, you know, the track changes from the first one. The first round I was in the first race, so there's a big difference in the track. So I was sort of experimenting where to go and where you can go and when you can't go and what's faster and what's not faster, so yeah.
Bike looks good, you've got no major pushes or nothing, it's handling really nice so you can go exploring, you know, you had a nice buffer of a gap there, I see you went wide coming off bend forward, that seemed to work, you think there might be something there by the end?
Yeah, you got to always have something up your sleeve. You don't know what position you're going to be in at the time, so you know you got to feel these things out and check them out. So it doesn't feel fast when you come out wide there because you're sort of just going out towards the fence instead of going straight. It takes a while for it to get your wheels in line, and that's where you get your speed. As soon as you get them wheels in line.
Is it pretty deep? Can you feel like catching on the base or not when you're out there?
No, not really, because you're on the gas. It just hovers through it. But you know, if you get off the gas and you're puffing it through there, you really feel it then. You can feel it hitting the engine and slowing you down.
And you made a gate right off the outside. Happy with that?
Yeah, the gate was good, but once we got going, it was on the line where everyone rides, and it was just marbles. It was slick, so it jumped, but it spun up to the corner. So yeah, it is what it is, and we still got to the corner first. That's what it's all about.
All right. Well, we've got another track prep going on. Hopefully, can widen the track up and make it really raceable for you.
Yeah, there's plenty of dirt there. I just hope they can spread it around and make it so it's from pole to the fence, and then you know we should see some really good racing. And yeah, fingers crossed. But I'd just like to say a shout to my daughter in Australia. It's her birthday yesterday. Happy birthday, Ellie. I love you.
Happy birthday. Cheers, Darren. Here with Simon. Pretty simple one off the gate there.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, green gate's always the hardest. We don't run many green gates back home. It's always yellow, so. When you're out on green, you're right on the fence, so you normally get squeezed out by yellow. But yeah, we got to rip a gate out of green, and yeah, just shot straight to the pole, and yeah, it was happy days. It was good.
Just you look like you're getting nice and dialed in now. Is that what you're kind of going for the end?
Yeah, we've this tour with the last couple of weeks, we've had a bit of unlucky run, but now we got it sorted, and yeah, it's going around really well. The track's quite tricky, so you got to either run the pole or try and chase that dirt, but. At the moment, it's probably safer just buzzing around the pole and straight line speed, so it's safer and easier. But I mean, we might try and start chasing the dirt and get out there and see how we go. But yeah, at the moment, it's working for us, so we just keep tracking along and yeah, keep having fun.
Awesome. Hopefully, we get to interview again after another win.
Yeah, it should be all right. I think they told us off for buzzing around too much on the outside. So.
All right, cheers, mate. Here with Andrew Summerhays, off gate 5 that time, I think it was. Great gate.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad actually. It was nice drivey, a bit hard there. It was perfect.
Was you going looking for a bit of track, or was it just get a win and then play it from there?
Yeah, just get the win and play it from there. It's always nice to try and get out first turn first and just ride your own race then.
Yeah, it's always good to make that gate right off the outside, you know, and you made it pretty well. You was pretty gone, and then you actually managed to cut across, I think, and get and hold the line straight away on the first bend.
Yeah, the track's changed a lot now since the last ride. Last time it was real drivey and real heavy, and now it's really slick in the corners, so we're just trying to play it safe and just putt around on the inside, but the goal is to get out in front first and just ride our own line.
Yeah, well, for us, the supporters, hopefully he can just knock that top off there and he opens the track right up.
Yeah, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
Yeah. All right, cheers, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Mark and Tony, looking pretty comfy out there.
Yeah, it's a hard track. It's a little bit inconsistent, a little bit different to what we're used to. We're used to now to hold it a little bit harder on, where we've got to roll off a bit more here in the corners. Up high is very deep, so but everyone's got to ride the same track. Our next one will be the hardest, so let's see how we go in the next one.
Any particular thing you're doing? Are you trying to come in on the slick and then hit the berm and fire off, or are you just keeping it down low at the minute?
This is probably going to come out wrong, but we're riding it the Kiwi way, slow.
And passenger, is it hard work for you out there? Obviously, he says it's a little bit different over in Aussie, but you know, you just compensate when you're out there.
Yeah, on the pole line there's not much dirt, so it's hard to catch it before you go out wide. So he's needing to button off early into the corners. Yeah, it makes it slightly harder swinging, trying to keep the bike on pole.
Are you both enjoying it, being part of the Burt Week?
We wouldn't be here without a lot of the people like Roger's Yamaha and Kevin and Ann, Andrew Buchanan, AB Engineering, Telly's, GVI Logistics. Without all them guys, none of us Australians would be here putting on a good show for the crowd, and we're enjoying it.
That's awesome, and we'll probably see you in the final, I reckon.
We're gonna have a go, thanks.
Cheers, boys.
Awesome, thank you.
Here with JD again, hitting the opposition, mate. What's that about?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah, I guess you just got to do what you have to do.
Pretty lucky because, you know, silly things can happen when you run into someone, and you can lose a race if something would have happened to the bike, so you maybe got away with it, and you nearly got stuck as well.
Yeah, that's right. I think Luke must have thrown a chain, so we sort of didn't have any choice but to sort of dodge him there. But yeah, she's a bit wet on the infield, so yeah, it wasn't great fun.
But you made no mistakes about it in the rerun. You know, you made a good start, so that's what matters.
Yeah, well, that's it. The track was a wee bit slick down on the pole line that time round. Probably sort of low to mid-track, and then you try and hit the dirt, but there's sort of nothing in it. You just keep hitting the rev limit. It's like, make a few changes now, and hopefully we'll get a bit more speed out of it for this next one. Yeah, I was trying to compare you to the Aussies because you've not really met, you know, at the minute, and you look really quick. You maybe got a slight, I thought it was unusual, but maybe got a slight push through 1 and 2, which, you know, I'd expect you to push through the deep end, but you weren't really having any dramas up on the deep end on 3 and 4. Yeah, I was probably being a wee bit cautious going into turn 1 and 2 as well, just because we sort of were out in front, so probably could have pushed it a wee bit harder, but sort of wasn't happy with the drive we were getting in the corner, so sort of felt it easier just to do what we needed to do to take the win, really.
But you look happy. You was hitting the dirt down every time. I'm getting great speed coming off. You know, she's peaking up on the straight, the engine, and like I say, maybe I think the only bit you were slow was where the push was in the bend. I didn't expect it.
So you want me to chase the dirt? That's what you're telling me.
Ideally, yeah. You know, let's just go faster.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. I'll give it a crack this next time round.
All right. Cheers, mate. See ya.
So back to the small track we'll go very, very shortly. For this Novus Autoglass sponsored heat. Heat 5 for the junior solos, race 46 in the program, folks. First one out the gate, the 41i of Ryland Casey, followed by the 52i of Oscar Ray Bevan, and the 72 of Oscar Drake. Just waiting on the 16C of Chase Lang to make his way out the pit gate.
It's been a bit of a bike swap for Chase by the sounds of things. He's just getting on one of the club bikes. That's what it's about, getting these young fellas on track. They're just holding the start of this race to get him out here. Don't forget, this is the future of our sport. As you can see, brilliant shot there by the Pits Media team of the side of that 52 of Oscar Ray Bevan. Right in nice and close on that bike. Of course, speaking to a few of these young fellas after last weekend's meeting, and they were absolutely ecstatic to be on track with some of these world champions and that sort of stuff, by the likes of Darren Treloar and Blake Cox and all these guys, the big names in Speedway. It's pretty cool for the young fellas to be able to share a track with some of those guys out there.
And interesting to note, the Lang family, her name's synonymous with Speedway in Christchurch. I believe that young Chase Lang would be the 4th generation, along with here in Southland, the 4th generation of Wellses as well, who have raced here at Oreti Park. And Dad Gary coming out of retirement today to race that God and the V-twin in the Division 2 sidecars. So here's young Chase Lang coming out on that club bike finally, the 16C. And this, the Novus Autoglass sponsored heat. He takes his place in gate 2. Everyone's happy. The tapes go up and they're underway. Oh, and after all that, Chase Lang has a bit of trouble getting away from the line, but take nothing away from who's out in front. It looks like it's the 41 once again of Ryland Casey from the 72C of Oscar Drake in that second place. Then the 52i of Oscar Ray Bevan. Now Chase Lang gets that bike into gear, but he's left his run a little late. The 41i of Ryland Casey coming under a bit of pressure there from the 72C of Oscar Drake. Oscar Drake gets the better of them as they come through turns 3 and 4. They get shown the white flag. It's Oscar Drake leading the way here from the 41i of Ryland Casey and the 52i of Oscar Ray Bevan. And Chase Lang rounds them out in that 4th place on the 16C bike. Well, a great win there to Oscar Drake, the 72C from the 41i of Ryland Casey, who took out second place there. The 52i of Oscar Ray Bevan filling that 3rd position. And after a bit of a slow start there, Chase Lang come home on the 16C bike in that 4th position. The 48.02 was the time. 48.02 was the time.
Now coming out on track, this one here, the Southern City Meat Processors down there on Nith Street. They are the official sponsor of this heat here. Gate number 1, it'll be left empty in this one here while the 5i of Eli Bartley fills gate number 2. 29i Braxton Casey, he's in a filling gate number 3, and Caden Cracknell on that 66 will fill gate number 4. Wait on the tapes. And away they go. Caden Cracknell looks to get a flyer of the start before that bike comes to a halt once again. But out the front, the 29 of Braxton Casey. He's pulling away with things now, but issues once again for Eli Bartley. He pushes that bike to the infield. No power off the line there. Caden Cracknell, he's sitting in 2nd position at the moment. And out the front is the 29i of Braxton Casey. Young Braxton pulling away ever so slightly once again here now. It's been a battle over the past couple of weekends between him and young Caden Cracknell. But Caden, he's starting to pull in a little bit closer on him now through turns 3 and 4 here on the small track at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. The white flag comes out for Braxton Casey. Caden Cracknell, does he have enough in the tank to get it done? It's not looking like it today here. They go through turns 3 and 4 and the race win will go to the 29 of Braxton Casey. 66i of Caden Cracknell will settle for 2nd position, and Eli Bartley, unfortunately, a DNF in that one there.
48.17 was the time there, 48.17. Coming out now, race 48 in the program, heat 5 for the junior solos, the 200cc class. We'll see the 13C of Chase Burrow from gate 1, the 28i of Hayden Brookland from gate 2, the 13A of Carrie Chapman from gate 3, and the 55i of Dakota Kringle from gate 4. This one sponsored by Permacoat Roofing Southland Limited. They're down there in Ern Street, Invercargill. They'll do new roofs, re-roofs, painting and continuous spouting. Chase Burrow, last one out the gate. He's in gate 1. The 28i of Hayden Brooklyn makes his way into gate 2. The 13A of Carrie Chapman, gate 3. Dakota Kringle, 55i, out there in gate 4. They're up and away. And it's Hayden Brooklyn that leads the way here from the 13A of Carrie Chapman, then the 55i of Dakota Kringle. And filling that 4th place is Chase Burrow on the 13C bike. So through they come. It's Hayden Brookland and Carrie Chapman battling it out for 1 and 2 here. Dakota Kringle in that 3rd spot. Carrie Chapman tried everything he can to get underneath Hayden Brookland as they come back through turns 3 and 4. White flag gets shown. It's still Hayden Brookland from Carrie Chapman. The 28i bike just got to keep it all together here for the checkered flag, and he'll take the win from the 13A of Carrie Chapman. 3rd place going to the 55i of Dakota Kringle, and then the 13C of Chase Burrow will fill that 4th place. That one running a time of 42.88. 42.88 was the time.
Now coming out on track in just a moment, this one here will be the Scarecrow Gardening sponsored heat. We're going to see the 86i of Finn Reid, the 25i of Ryan Colvin, and the 44i of Mason Coulthard. He's out of gate number 4. Of course, don't forget, these guys here are the future of our sport, and they have been very, very impressive this afternoon. 3 of these guys rolling out of the pit gate now. Let's wait, see what these guys do as they grid up. Young Finn Reid, as we made note of a little bit earlier on, looks a lot smaller than these other guys on that bike there. Of course, Ryan Colvin, brother to Lucas Colvin, who had a win a little bit earlier in the solo A's. Tapes go up and away they go. The 44 of Mason Coulthard. Look to get a bit of a jump off the line there, but it's not enough because Finn Reid shuts the door on both riders here. Finn Reid down through turns number 3 and 4, leading them as he goes past his dad down there on the front straight, grabbing the white flag. There obviously an issue for Ryan Colvin on that 25i bike, but out the front, Finn Reid on the 86, down through turns number 3 and 4, and Mason Coulthard has nothing to show for him at the moment. Finn Reid ever so slightly untidy through turns 1 and 2 there with a slight wee jolt, maybe a little bit of speed wobble on that bike there. It grabs a bit of traction. He'll grab the white flag as well while he goes past this time around. The 44i of Mason Coulthard. He's settling for second at the moment. Ryan Colvin obviously with an issue. He's on the infield, but at the front, father presents the checkered flag to the son, and it's the 86 of Finn Reid who'll take the win from the 44i of Mason Coulthard. That one there, of course, Scarecrow Gardening sponsored heat.
And that one running a time of 45.45. 45.45 was the winning time there.
Solo Classics coming out on track in just a moment.
Back to the big track we go. This one sponsored by Southern QA Limited. Heat 5 for the Classic Solos. Race 50 in the program if you've lost your way. The 29i of Phil Coulthard will come from gate 1. The 5P of Ryan Terry Daly from gate 2. The 66i of John Tuffley from gate 3. The 61 of Barry Free from gate 4. And the 71i of Derek McRae from gate 5. This, as I say, the Southern QA Limited sponsored heat. Heat 5 for the Classic Solos. Great to see so many old classics coming out. Running 2 heats of them here today. Tapes up, they're underway. And once again, it's Ryan Terry Daly on that 3 bike that gets away the fastest. They've got the 66i of John Tuffley in that second spot. Third place there is Barry Free, is it? Through they come, it's Ryan Terry Daly, John Tuffley, the 61 of Barry Free, then the 71. Oh, one goes down, that's John Tuffley. Has a wee lie down, must be getting a bit tired. Then we go back to Derek McRae, the 71i bike, and then further back the 29i of Phil Coulthard. But Ryan Terry Daly, he's the man to beat, he's the current New Zealand champ. Barry Free up into that second spot on that 61 bike. The 66 of John Tuffley still sitting there in third place. The 71 of Derek McRae in that fourth spot, and the 29i of Phil Coulthard in that fifth position. But Ryan Terry Daly notches up another win on that number 3 bike. Barry Free takes away second place on the 61 bike. John Tuffley, the 66i, takes that third spot. That one running a time of 57.93. 57.93 was the time. Race 51 in the program, Heat 6 for the Solo Classics. This one sponsored by Southland Roof Painters. They're the guys for all your roof painting, your new roofs, your re-roofing, your water blasting and your moss killing. And we will see the 67i of Paul Highstead in gate 1, from the 18 of Kevin Ryan in gate 2, the 13i of Glenn Soul in gate 3, the 91i of Les Payne in gate 4, and the 69i of Joe Hughes in gate 5.
Glenn Soul, slight issues in that last race, don't forget, so has he got it all sorted to come back out in this one here? He's pulling up into gate number 3. Pete Senning lines them up. Lots of smoke out of the 69 from Joe Hughes at the tapes going, away they go. Looks like it's going to be that 29 that's pumping out a hell of a lot of smoke at the moment. Kevin Ryan, my apologies. Troubles on that bike there now, but out the front, Glenn Soul on that 13i bike. Just in behind him, he's starting to pull away ever so slightly now. That's the 67 of Paul Highstead. Les Payne pulls to the infield now, so just the three of them left in this one here. But out the front, the 13i of Glenn Sol. He's pulling away now from the 67 of Paul Highstead. Joe Hughes, he's settling for third position at the moment, just cruising down that back straight, and the white flag will come out this time around for Glenn Sol. Paul Highstead might not have anything to show for this one here, as Glenn Sol pulling away down past the Harcourts. Dave Bartley sign down the extreme carts back straight, cruising down through turns 3 and 4. Hits a slight rut, pops out of turn number 4 past that power cool sign. Takes the race win. That's the 13i of Glenn Sol from the 67i of Paul Highstead. Back to Joe Hughes. Crossing past here the commentary box now. He's on the 69i bike. Unfortunately, there a DNF for the 91i of Les Payne and the 18 of Kevin Ryan.
78.20 was the time there, folks. 78.20 was the time. This next event on the program is the solo supports. We've got the 46i of Seamus Hannon, the 12C of Aaron Callaghan, the 61 of Barry Free, busy man today, off one bike and straight onto another. And the 25C of Bradley Stockton will come from gate 5. Gate 4 is empty. So the 46i of Seamus Hannon coming from gate 1. The 12C of Aaron Callaghan coming from gate 2. Barry Free, the 61 bike coming from gate 3. And Bradley Stockton coming from gate 5 on that 25C bike. This heat sponsored by Newfield Autos. Tapes up and away they go, and Barry Free straight off one bike and into the other, and out the front he goes. He's followed there by the 25C of Bradley Stockton in that second spot, the 46i of Seamus Hannon in third place, and fourth place there at the moment, the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. So through they come, one lap almost clicked off. It's Barry Free who leads the way here from the 25C of Bradley Stockton and the 46i of Jimmy Hannon and the 12C of Aaron Callaghan. There's been no change, and Barry Free's opened up a pretty good gap here over Bradley Stockton, who's running there in that second spot. They'll get shown the white flag this time round. It's Barry Free well and truly here from the 25C of Bradley Stockton and the 46i of Jimmy Hannon and the 46C of Aaron Callaghan. So Barry Free slides it out of that Permacoat roofing turn and takes another win. Bradley Stockton will take that second spot. Seamus Hannon will take third place. At fourth place there going to Aaron Callaghan. That one running a time of 62.93. 62.93 was the time.
The next heat out on track is going to be another heat of the solo A. It's going to be brought to you by Extreme Karts. For all your go-karting, indoor go-karting needs, they cater for all ages. It's an awesome place for work functions, birthdays, Christmas functions, anything you want to do. If you're bored one afternoon, go down and see the team at Extreme Karts, because they have brought to you this next heat, which is set to be an absolute beauty. Unfortunately, 7C Dale Finch had an incident at Tiratonga earlier on, so he won't be out here today. The 7i of Sam Taylor will be though, and he's going to fill gate number 2. Gate number 3 will be the 17i of Matt Highstep, the 11i of Jake Gillespie out of gate number 4, and young Lucas Colvin on the 21i in gate number 5. Lucas Colvin really impressing me. This boy here is at the moment a heat win earlier on in this one here. What can he pull in this one here? 7i of Sam Taylor, he looks both ways and he gets a jump off the start here now. Jake Gillespie looking for a way around the outside of him. He's not going to get it done. So Sam Taylor, he pulls right away with it now. Already in this first lap, Jake Gillespie settling for second in this one here. Young Lucas Coleman's going to settle for third position with Matt Highstead in fourth. Sam Taylor, he's out front. He's pulling a bit of a lead now from Jake Gillespie on that 11 bike. Sam Taylor down through turns number 1 and 2 past the Osborne Engineering sign. Jake Gillespie touches a little bit of a rut, puts the foot down to save himself, then gets the exit of turn number 2. Sam Taylor, he's out front, take nothing away from him. Nobody able to touch him at the moment. Absolutely faultless performance at this stage. That's the 7i of Sam Taylor. Passes the rough start-finish line here once more. no one able to stop him at this stage. Jake Gillespie awfully wide through turns number 2 and 3. What can Lucas Colvin do? Lucas Colvin pulling a little bit on him now, trying to get right down in behind him. Can he get it done? But the white flag will be out for the 7i of Sam Taylor. Young Sam very, very quick out there at the moment, but Jake Gillespie is going to have a target on his back very, very shortly in the form of Lucas Colvin. Matt Highstead, he's settling for 4th in this one. Sam Taylor is just about a full straight length away from the rest of them through turns 3 and 4 past that Permacoat roofing sign. Impressive form from Sam Taylor on the 7i. But there's still a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Jake Gillespie manages to save it. He'll settle for 2nd. Lucas Colvin for 3rd. And young Matt Highstead on that 17i bike.
Young Sam Taylor there getting it done in a time of 75.33. Well done to young Sam. This next heat of the A-grade solos, heat 6, this one brought to you by Arrow Upholstery. We will see the 99C of George Congreve, the 96I of Alex Cunningham, the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly, the 32C of Ben Worley, and the 9I of Zane Pay. So a full field here. Five of them across the track. George Congreve down there in gate 1, and beside him the 96I of Alex Cunningham. Then we've got the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly, the 32C of Ben Worley, and the 9I of Zane Pay. The tapes are up, they're underway. George Congreve got out of there pretty quickly, so too Ryan Terry Daly. And in 3rd place at the moment is Alex Cunningham. At the moment it's George Congreve from Ryan Terry Daly. Then we've got Alex Cunningham on that 96 bike. And then we've got the 32C of Ben Worley. Ben Worley's trying to get up underneath Alex Cunningham as they go through turns 1 and 2 once again. But look at George Congreve. This young fellow's come a long way in the last couple of years. And he comes out of that Permacoat roofing turn, heads down this Arrow Upholstery front straight with Ryan Terry Daly sitting there in that 2nd spot. Ben Worley, the 32C bike, in that 3rd position. The 96I of Alex Cunningham in that 4th spot. And Zane Pay, the 9I, rounds them out. White flag showing here to the 99C of George Congreve. The 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly still in that 2nd spot. The 32C of Ben Worley in that 3rd place. They're fairly well stretched out here, Corbin, as they come for home. And it's going to be George Congreve who'll take the win from the 3NZ of Ryan Terry Daly. 3rd place there going to the 32C of Ben Worley. The 96I of Alex Cunningham takes 4th spot, and the 9I of Zane Pay fills that 5th position. 72.37 was the time. 72.37 was the time there.
Next heat coming out is the iHire sponsored heat. Of course, iHire down on 213 Bond Street there. It's going to be a heat of the sidecar Bs. You're going to see the 81C, Billy Layton, Nick Woods. They're going to be out of gate number 1. 23I, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey. They're out of gate number 2. Jeffrey Aldridge and Willie Little are out of gate number 3. The 88 of Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman out of gate number 4. And that 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith managed to find a little bit of form in their last heat. Can they continue it here in the iHire sponsored heat? As once again, a few spits of rain coming across the commentary box window here.
Yes, let's hope it doesn't amount to too much. We've had a pretty good afternoon here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. Having a couple of heat wins, the 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. Be pretty pleased with himself, celebrating his 70th birthday earlier in the week. And having a win here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway, he'll be feeling pretty happy with himself, I'd imagine.
Not a bad birthday present, is it, Pete?
No, not too bad for an old-timer, eh? So Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey sitting down there in gate 2. Looks like Billy Layton and Nick Wood haven't made it out here. And beside them, Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little on that Aprilia. On the outside, Knuckle Hill, Dan Smith, and the 88 of Gary Wells, and Dallas Kelman are just a little bit further off the back. Tapes up, they're underway, and it looks like once again it's Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith that get the job done. Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey into that second spot. In third place, Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little on that 62C bike. Oh, Gary Wells and Dallas Cameron getting a bit out of shape as they go through turns 3 and 4. Kev McDonald looks for a way around the outside of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. He doesn't quite get it done as they head back down through that South Coast Customs turn. It's Knuckle Hill and Sam Smith on that 7E bike. Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey, the 23I bike. Quite close there in that second spot. A little further back we go to Jeff Aldridge, Willie Little on that 62C bike, and the 88I of Gary Wells and Dallas Kelman round them out in that fourth position. Checkered flag here for the 7E of Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith. They have a bit of a hairy moment as they come out of that turn 4, but they keep it under control and take the win from the 23I of Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey. Third place there going to the 62C of Jeffrey Aldridge and Willie Little. That one running a time of 60.28. 60.28 was the time.
Next heat out on track, the C Brown Builders Limited sponsored heat of the Sidecar Bs. You're going to see the 15C of David Buckland and Carl Johnson out of gate number 1. The 85 of Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Prank from Invercargill out of gate number 2. Christopher Roberts and Rod Renfrew, they're on the 53C bike, and they're going to pull right down into gate number 3. The 28C, Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell out of gate 4. And Fraser and Johnny Gillespie will come out of gate 5. Once again, full grid in this one here. As they grid up now, the 28C bike of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. They're going to come right up here into gate number 4. They'll be looking left to see Fraser Gillespie, Johnny Gillespie. What are they going to do off the start? They've been pretty quick here this afternoon. Awesome looking bike, that one there is the Fly and Spider Control sponsored machine. Great supporter of Speedway here. Fraser and Johnny are, of course, Fraser part of the track crew. Waiting on the tapes in the starter's hands. Tapes up and away they go. It looks to be Christopher Roberts and Ron Renfrew that get the start of things now. Straight through to the infield. Reds, come on. Yes. Unfortunately, they can't quite see the red lights down the end there.
Tapes failing to rise there. Just a bit of a hiccup with the tapes on the inside of the track not going up. So there'll be a retake of the heat 6, the C Brown Builders Limited sponsored heat. Take 2 coming up here very shortly. Just checking that those tapes do go. Sometimes the wind just plays a little bit of havoc with the sensors here. The pole shakes a little in the breeze and just causes a bit of a upset with those tapes.
David Buckland and Carl Johnson taking a very, very good look at the side of that bike there. Hopefully things are okay there. Looks like they will be. As they stop having a look at that one there. Everyone looking awfully confused at the moment. Pete Stenning, our starter, he's a bit lost as to what's happening with the tapes here. Looks like it could be a bigger issue than what we thought. Could be jammed or something up there. Pete Stenning's going to climb up. This is a show in itself, folks.
Our resident monkey. A bit of a twist up there with the rubber band. Well,
round of applause, folks. Pete Stenning.
Well done for our track athlete, Mr. Stenning. Those tapes looking awfully slack there.
Very, very loose at the moment, aren't they?
They are, so not sure what the go is there. Look like they need a bit of a tighten up. Looks like they might even have a tape change, I think, Corbin.
Looks like that's going to be the case here. As we can see, they're running down to the end of other end of tapes here. They'll grab that second set, put that on. Getting a bit of help from Chris Chatfield here.
He's a good man, that Chatty Chatfield. Got him sorted.
He knows what he's doing.
Great that we've got these spare set of tapes.
You just never know when you're going to need it. Of course, it's not going to be the easiest to get it on here with the wind. Of course, the wind trying to drag it around a little bit. Get that tape on, we'll get this heat back underway again. Let's see where they're going to start. Out of gate 1, 15C, David Buckland, Carl Johnson. Gate number 2, the 85I, Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. 53C, Christopher Roberts, Rod Redview. They're out of gate number 3. Gate number 4 will be Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell on the bike number 28C. And Fraser and Johnny Gillespie will be right out here along the wall on the 11I bike. As we said before, that one there, the Flying Spider Control bike.
No, take 2 of the C Brown Builders Limited sponsored heat. Division 2 sidecars heat 6. All coming back up into place. The 15C. Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson. In beside them, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, the 85I bike, the Pink Ladies. The 53C of Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew. All set there. The 28C, Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell. The 11I, Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie.
Away they go, Fraser Gillespie, Johnny Gillespie look to get the jump at the start of things now. They're right out on that outside line, but shutting the door. Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, they're down the inside now, but right out on the outside. Christopher Roberts, Rod Renfrew, they pull away with the lead at the moment. And behind them, the Pink Ladies, that's the 85 of Claire Hartnell and Charlotte Pring. They're settling for second at the moment with Fraser and Johnny Gillespie in third position. They're going to try and put a little bit of pressure on the back end of them now. Can they get it done? They're going to look to the outside, look to the inside, through turns number 1 and 2. They're looking all over them. They get the move done. That's the 11I of Fraser and Johnny Gillespie. Getting the move done, but out the front. Take nothing away. Christopher Roberts, Rod Renfrew. Fraser and Johnny Gillespie sitting in second at the moment. They're going to try and make a move later on. Try and reel them in. Don't think they're going to be able to get it done because the white flag is out this time around. The 85, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring. That's the Pink Ladies. They can't manage to get anything done. But around there outside, it could well be Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. But the checkered flag is going to be flowing now for the 53C of Christopher Roberts and Rod Renfrew. From the 11I of Fraser and Johnny Gillespie. And third position looks to be the Pink Ladies. Very, very impressive ride, that one there from the 53C. Christopher Roberts, Rod Renfrew. You could see that 11 bike of Fraser and Johnny Gillespie just trying to reel them in, but they couldn't quite get it done. Another few laps may have been a different story. But after the dramas early on in that one there, tapes failing to rise.
So it looks like we're going to go for a little bit more track maintenance here before we get underway with the A-grade sidecars here. That one was running a time of 59.84 was the time, 59.84. Just remembering that those B-grade races or the Division 2 races run over 3 laps now. Just trying to hurry the program through because of these wee showers we're having. We're just hoping that the rain does stay away. It looks like it will. It's just the odd little spot we get now and again. The conditions not too unpleasant out there. I know that breeze is a little bit chilly, but hey, the racing's pretty hot, folks, you must admit.
Exactly right. Welcome along everyone who's joining us on the live stream, free live stream on Facebook. Thanks to the team at the Pits Media. It's absolutely great to have you along. If you've been streaming all afternoon, we hope you've enjoyed the action here. There's plenty of it being provided to you by all the riders and that sort of stuff here at the track. If you are here at the track, taking in the atmosphere, absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Big crowd here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. We're going to undergo a little bit of track maintenance and we'll be back with you very, very shortly. For heat number 13 of the Sidecar A's. We'll be back in just a moment.
Mix it, pour it, smooth it, finish it, soar it, clean it, nail it, polish it. 0800 24/7 rent. I hire, we hire it. 0800 24/7 rent. I hire, we hire it.
Situated just 1.5 hours drive from Christchurch is Hanmer Springs, a small alpine village that has everything for the adventurer or for someone looking to relax. Stay a while and enjoy a bike ride through the numerous bush tracks, or relax in the famous hot pools. Take the whole family and let the kids take on the many attractions on offer. And to top off your stay, book now with Hanmer Holiday Homes, where there's a budget and accommodation to suit everyone. Call now.
Okay, I'm here with George. George, great winning that last one.
Yeah, thanks, Jace. Had a pretty rough start. Just struggled to find a good setup, and yeah, it was just really inconsistent. Seemed to make reasonably good gates, but just couldn't follow it through until the checkered flag. So good to get a win in that one. Now we're through to the B final, so still got to play catch up and see if I can get a spot in the final.
That's good. You really had it buzzing then. You must have changed something good, because you didn't seem like you're struggling. All of a sudden you seem like your old self. You could hang off it a bit more.
Yeah, just some small changes. Just went up a couple of teeth. Went up in the tyre pressure, and just sort of went out with a clear head, and made sure that I did it properly this time.
Track's evolving like they ever do, but it's probably a bit more like a normal one now from the start of the meeting. Really, it's settled down. After watching that last set of heats, the track's going to open right up, and if you're keen to chase a bit of dirt, it's there.
Yeah, it's definitely more consistent the whole way around. For the first two rides, I found there was no real lines to ride, so that last one I sort of figured out some lines that worked for me, so we'll try them again in the next heat and see how we go.
So can you progress here from the B to the A?
Would like to think so. I'll tell you after.
Go for it, boy.
Cheers, mate.
Rightio. Race 57 in the program, folks. This is the A-grade sidecars, Heat 13. This one's sponsored by Becca's Motorcycle Tours New Zealand Limited. We've got the 58i of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twiss down there in Gate 2. The 23C of Ben Morris and Jeff Roper in Gate 3. Warren Mons and Andrew Summerhays on that 43 bike are coming into Gate 4. And on the outside here, the 35 of Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter. So the two Australians on the outside, two Kiwis on the inside. This will be an interesting battle here in the Becca's Motorcycle Tours New Zealand Limited sponsored heat. Aidan Thwaites, Shane Twiss already, so too Ben Morris, Jeff Roper. Tapes up, they're underway, and once again, Warren Mons and Andrew Summerhay get away to a flyer. Aidan Thwaites, Shane Twiss was sitting there in second for a moment until Mark Mitchell, and looks like there's been a problem. What happened here? Tapes not go up? Yeah, tape's not up. Too busy watching what was happening, didn't watch the inside of the tape. So they'll line them back up here again for take two of the Becca's Motorcycle Tours New Zealand Limited sponsored heat. Just a wee problem with the tapes here. Not too sure what's going on. I'm sure Pete Stenning with his technical expertise shall attend to it. Warren Mons and Andrew Summerhays got a flyer out of the gate there, but ripping around the outside of them was Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter, as they went down through those turns 1 and 2. Looks like we've got a wee problem with these tapes. They're rising now. Nice to see that bit of warmth coming through the glass here, Corbin.
Yeah, we didn't have much of it, any of it actually, to be honest with you, earlier on. It was just a few spits of rain coming in It looks like the cloud cover starting to disappear a little bit here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. If you're just working on the tapes, looks like we've got things sorted. So once again, they'll line up. Gate number 2, 58I, Aidan Twaite, Shane Twitz. 23C, Ben Morris, Jeff Roper. 43 from Australia, that's Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays. They'll be out of gate number 4. And Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter will be out of gate number 5. 2 Kiwis, 2 Aussies. Going to battle it out for this one here. Heat number 13 of the sidecar race for the parts master, Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular.
Everybody looking happy. Let's hope the tapes play the game here. Tapes rise perfectly and they're underway. Once again, Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays get away fairly quickly. So too, Aidan Twaite, Shane Twist, and once again, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter get round the outside of everybody as they go down through that South Coast Customs turn. As Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter that lead them through the Arrow Upholstery front straight here from Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays. Then we've got Aidan Twaite, Shane Twist on that 58i bike, and Ben Morris and Jeff Roper on that 23C bike round them out. Once again, Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter lead the way here from Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays. The 58i of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist, the 58i bike sitting there in that third position. There's not really a great deal of distance between the three of them as they slide back down through and come out of that Osborne Engineering turn. Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter still leading the way though from Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay on that 43 bike. Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist, the 58i bike, not losing touch with them. The whole three of them go back down through turns 3 and 4 once again. And the checkered flag will come out. It'll be Mark Mitchell and Tony Carter that'll take the win from Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays that come home in second place. The 58i of Aidan Thwaites and Shane Twist fill that third position, and the 23C of Ben Morris and Jeff Roper will take that fourth position. 71.70 was the time. 71.70 was the time there.
Coming out on track in just a moment. This is the Alfit Contracting sponsored heat of the sidecar race. You're going to see the 99E of Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan, 42C, Pete Stevens, James Wood, 16I, the Southern Bolts and Fastest sponsored bike of Jason Harper, James Dawson. From Australia, the 64 of Brody Cohen and Simon Cords. They're going to be out of gate number 4 and out of gate number 5. 78I, Paul Humphrey, Chris Chatfield. They've been fast over the past couple of weekends here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. Can they continue that fine form in this next heat here? As we said, Alfit Contracting sponsored heat. Just taking another wee look at the tapes here, just to see what's actually happening, making sure everything is okay for this next heat. Just taking a look, making sure it's all good, get underway again. How impressive has the racing been this afternoon though, folks? Absolutely brilliant racing across all the grades. Huge ups to all the riders here this afternoon, whether you're one of the juniors, whether you're on a sidecar, on a solo. Well done, absolutely brilliant racing. Just taking a look at the tapes here now as they're trying to fix them here. An issue once again with those tapes. Just jamming as they rise. Get it okay this time.
WD-40 is what's required.
Bit of CRC, or as you say, Pete, WD-40, that's all that they need.
CRC, maybe, I don't know. I'm not an expert. Joe Hughes, the man that takes care of those tapes, he does a wonderful job.
So out they come. We'll repeat the gates for you once more. These are the ones here to battle out for the Alfit Contracting sponsored heat of the sidecar A's. Leading them out, it's the 64 from Australia, Brody Cohen, Simon Cords. In behind them, the 16I, Jason Harper, James Dawson. The 78, that's Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. And the 99 from Blenheim, Lester Schroeder, Sean Nolan. 42C is Pete Stevens and James Wood. So they will find the delegated gates here, as you can see. James Dawson just getting off the back of that bike there. He's making a wee path there for Jason Harper to slot that front wheel in there. Then off the start, they're set straight through from there. Must make mention as well, new bike for Chris Chatfield and Paul Humphreys. that 78i machine. Absolutely brilliant looking bike. Well done to the team at Sign Solutions. Done a really good job with that bike there. Presentation level, we keep talking about it, absolutely spectacular. What more would you expect? Pete Settings getting ready to get them off. Here we go, the 16i of Jason Harper, James Dawson, straight from the inside. Unfortunately, they got contact with that 42C, which looks to be Pete Stevens and James Wood. But out the front, from Australia, it's the 64, Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause. A tightly contested battle at the moment because the 42's trying to get right down the inside of them through turns number 4. And joining the party as well as the 78 of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield. Right at the front, mate, take nothing away from the guys from Australia. Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause, and behind them is the 42 of Pete Stevens and James Wood. An issue there for the 78 of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield because it gives enough for Jason Harper, James Dawson to get round the outside of them as well. Take nothing away from the guys out the front, all the way from Australia. They've come over the ditch to battle it out last weekend, battling it out this weekend as well in the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular. Down through turns number 3 and 4, looking very, very fast is the 64 of Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause. Looking to make an inside move, that 42 of Pete Stevens and James Wood. They're not going to get it done through turns number 1 and 2. They're going to try it on the exit of turn number 2, get the move done past that extreme cart sign. There's a battle, there's a drag race down the back straight. Contact through turns number 3. Can they get it done on the exit? The checkered flag is out. There's a drag race, but they won't get it done. It'll be the 64 of Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause from the 42 of Pete Stevens and James Wood to the 16i of Jason Harper, James Dawson. Absolutely ecstatic with the win there is Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause. You can see the pat on the shoulder, the enthusiasm from these guys. Absolutely stoked with that one there. Unsure what happened to that 78 of Paul Humphrey and Chris Chatfield or the 99E of Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan. They finished that one there on the infield of DNF. Then we'll wait and see what happens with the replay here of the start.
72.97 was the winning time there. 72.97 to Brodie Cohen, Simon Cause. A great second place there from Pete Stevens and James Wood. Really had that bike singing, that 42C bike.
Just looking at the replay now of that drag race down the back straight. So close. They took it out of turns number 4. Front wheel up on that 42 machine. Tried to get it right down the inside. Just wasn't quite enough. It was a split-second move there. Taking a look at the start again. That 99E of Lester Schroeder and Sean Nolan. Unsure what happened there. It was just straight through to the infield.
Straight infield they went. The 22A of Glenn Bagshaw and Chopper Bagshaw sitting down here in gate 2. The 24C Corey Lang, Gus Elliott in gate 3. Darren Treloar and Blake Cox, the Australian combination, the 84 bike out here in gate 4. Tapes up, they're underway. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox once again show their dominance here as they go down through that permacoat roofing turn and out of that north side sand and gravel turn. They lead the way here from Corey Lang and Gus Elliott and Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw. So through they come. Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw get a little out of shape. They go back into that third position. But it's Darren Treloar and Blake Cox once again leading the way from Corey Lang and Sam Elliott, or Gus as he's commonly known, from the 22A bike of Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw there in that third position. There's been no change. The 84 bike, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, down through the C Brown Builders turn for the second to last time. The white flag is showing. Back down through that permacoat roofing turn they go. Still in that second spot is Corey Lang and Gus Elliott. And Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw, the 22A bike, still there in that third place. But Darren Treloar and Blake Cox rack up another win here. Second place, Corey Lang, Gus Elliott. Third place, Glenn and Chopper Bagshaw on that 22A bike. 71.80 was the time. 71.80 was the winning time. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, once again, notching up another win there. Race 60 in the program, heat 16 for the sidecars. Division 1s. The 17i of Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney will come from gate 1. Gate 3 should be the 19i of Scott Ado and Sam Lee. The 27A of Dylan Moon and Sean Mason will be in Gate 4. And Gate 5, the 24i of Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat. This heat here sponsored by L&W Landscaping. Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney, the 17i bike down there in Gate 1. Gate 3, Scott Ado, Sam Lee, the 19i. Dylan Moore, Sean Mason, the 27A bike. Gate 4, Gate 5, the 24i, Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat. Tapes up, they're underway. And it was the 27A of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason that got away from there fairly smartly. Looked like Scott Ado, Sam Lee at the tail of the field as they go down. Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat are having a bit of a battle here with the 27 bike of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason, who has gone back into that second spot. Third place is Grant Lightfoot, Phil Rooney on that 17i bike. But at the moment it's Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat as they slide down through that South Coast Customs turn. Second place the 27A of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason. Then the 17i of Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney in that third spot. They look like they're going to get overhauled by the 19i of Scott Ado and Sam Lee as they come down that extreme carts back straight. They don't quite make it stick. But still out in front, getting shown the white flag this time round, is the 24i of Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat. Second place still the 27A of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason. There's quite a bit of a gap opened up here now as they slide down through that Osborne Engineering turn for the final time. Bringing it on home is the 24i of Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat. What a win. 27A, Dylan Moore and Sean Mason filled that second place. Third place there going to the 17i of Grant Lightfoot and Phil Rooney. And fourth place there, the 19i, Scott Ado and Sam Lee. 72.45 was the winning time there. 72.45 for Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat there in Heat 16 of the Division 1 sidecars. Sticking with the Division 1 sidecars, we're up to Heat 17, the Cleanways 2003 Limited sponsored heat. We should see in Heat 17, Gate 1, the 75i of Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham. The 8N of Nippy Ching and Sean Solly. The 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. The 14P of Jamie Moon and Patrick Larson. And the 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Looks like Herb Townsend and Brandon DeGarnham haven't quite made the grade. So the Cleanways 2003 Limited sponsored heat. We've got Nippy Ching, Sean Solly, the 8N bike, Gate 2. 33C, Wayne Bryce, Stephen Burrow, Gate 3. Gate 4, the 14P, Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson. The 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it here? It looks like it's Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson as they come down that Scarecrow Gardening back straight. In second spot there, Nippy Ching and Sean Solly, but there's not much between them and Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. And then the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. But out in front, Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson opened up a reasonable gap here over Nippy Ching and Sean Solly on that 8N bike. Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin trying to get down the inside of them as they come down this Arrow Upholstery front straight. They get their nose in front as they come out of that Rogers Yamaha turn and go up into that second spot. Nippy Ching and Sean Solly go back to third place, and rounding them out in that fourth spot is Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. The white flag is showing. It's still Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson on that 14P bike, who've got a handy lead here as they slide down through that South Coast Customs turn, coming out of that Osborne Engineering turn now and greeting the checkered flag. Second place going to the 95I of Erwin Tree and Ricky Pubbin. Third place there going to the 8N of Nippy Ching and Sean Solly. And fourth place there to the 33C of Wayne Bryce and Stephen Burrow. 73.17 was the time. 73.17. Great racing, Corbin.
Yeah, very much so. We're about to see another great race come out on track in just a moment. This one here is going to be the Sonic Sound System sponsored heat. Go down and see them, 20 Space Street, Invercargill. All your sound system needs. They do a great job of that sort of stuff there. Out of gate number 1, it's going to be empty in this race here. But gate number 2 from Auckland, Nick Edmonds, Aaron Mitchell, they're going to fill that gate there. Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey are going to be out of gate number 3. That's the 23i. 44i, they've got 3NZ on the front of the bike. 44i on the back of the overalls. That there, James Douglas, Harley Biddle. And then your national champions, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce. They're out of gate number 5 on the 1NZ. Expecting big things out of this race here, as you can see. Harley Biddle just jumping off the 3NZ bike, doing a bit of gardening, as Pete likes to refer to it as. Sorting out where James Douglas is going to slot that front wheel. What are they going to do here? Panning it down nicely, just double checking, and that's enough, I guess you'd say, dampness in the track, all that sort of stuff. Maidaway path. They'll slide the front wheel of that bike in there. Alongside them on their right hand side, the 23i, Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey. In the starter's hands, the tape's going, away they go, the 44i, James Douglas, Harley Biddle with a flyer of a start. They get right down into turn number 1 very, very tightly. They get pushed out very, very wide as well by Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. They pull away with the lead at the moment. In behind them, James Douglas, Harley Biddle, settling for second at the moment with Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey in third position. Your national champions, David Gannon, Daryl Pearce, they're settling for fourth at the moment in this one here. James Douglas, Harley Biddle trying to put on a fight as much as they can for Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. They fall right back. They got pushed right out towards that fence there. So they'll try and fight back on this one here. Out the front from Auckland, the 37, Nick Edmonds, Aaron Mitchell. They're out the front, but in there trying to chase them, trying to reel them in, the 44i, James Douglas, Harley Biddle. They've got the 3NZ on the front of that bike as well. Well deserved to have a New Zealand number on that one there. Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey settling for third at the moment, but the white flag is out for the 37, Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. James Douglas, Harley Biddle trying to reel them in, trying everything they can just to get that edge on them and get right there. Through turns 3 and 4 they are now, just a few bike lengths away, but the winner's going to go to the 37 from Auckland, Nick Edmonds, Aaron Mitchell, to the 44 of James Douglas and Harley Biddle. Kevin McDonald, Carl Hosey will settle for third, and the 1NZ of David Gannon and Daryl Pearce will be in fourth position. As you say, the 44i, James Douglas, Harley Biddle, Pete, pushed right out onto the wall there. We'll see if it comes up on the Pits Media replay here. They were pushed right out, just about touching that extreme kart sign there.
That one was running a time of 74.32 as we wait for the action replay here from the Pits Media, Corbin. As you say, it was very, very close. Looks like we're going to go under a bit of track maintenance.
Mark, Tony, great race, another win to add to it, and you beat Warren as well.
Yeah, no, if you can go around the outside of Warren Monson, there's something, yes.
Happy with the track now?
It's still very fluffy and slick. At least in that first one, there was a little bit of dirt up high, which we talked about before we went out, and credit to Warren, he left us a gap. He didn't go straight to the fence, so it's a real pleasure racing against riders like that.
But you're putting points on the board. Hopefully you can read it right for the final. And, you know, track's still changing race by race now, so hopefully you can chase that setup for the final.
Yeah, that's right. We just see what the points add up to and hopefully win the A, maybe the B, and go from there.
Awesome. Keep on it, boys. Thank you. Jamie, Moen, another race win. Happy with that one?
Yeah, it feels like we got it going right and changed a few things between myself and Pat. And yeah, we seem to be getting it dialed in at the moment, so hopefully we can just go a bit better.
Outside gate as well off the slick, I think, then, and you still made it.
Yeah, it's always good when you can make one come from the outside, so it's twice now, so yeah, pretty happy with that.
That's good, mate. Keep racking up the points. Hopefully we'll get a place in the final.
Yeah, definitely, and massive thanks to the crowd and everyone out there supporting it. It's a great thing, and all these Aussie fellas are privileged to be on the track, so it's always good to chase them down, and hopefully we can knock them off the top. And a big thanks to Elite CNC and obviously our families, Pat and mine, and yeah, Sam, Charlie, Mum and Dad, my brother obviously, so yeah, Highway Engineering, cheers.
Good words, buddy. We got his crew. How was that? Great win.
Yeah, no, it was good. Felt real good. Bike's working real well. We started getting quite a bit of drive, and yeah, starting to figure it out now.
It's nice to get out there. Track started coming to you a bit now.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, rather than trying to chase it all day, just leave it for a bit and it'll come to you.
Yeah, a bit sketchy to begin with. Maybe missed out on a few points earlier.
Yeah, definitely did. In the first heat, the very first one, it was pretty rough out there, but I mean, everyone's riding the same track anyway, so yeah.
Nice to see you going smooth anyway. Have a good one.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Nick Evans, good to get a win on the board.
Oh, definitely. It's been a long time coming, and yeah, there's some class outfits down here, so yeah, it's nice to be amongst them.
Look really smooth and fast.
For a change, yeah, we're starting to dial in, and yeah, just let's see where we go from here.
I think maybe the track's caught a few people out earlier on, a little bit rough, and now you've just come into play now.
Yeah, I hope so. No, really enjoying it. It's good to be here.
Good to be racing against the Aussies?
Oh, without a doubt. When I found out that Treloar and all these other top guys were going to be here, that made it that much better.
Well, you must remember them guys from way back, from when you was overseas.
Yeah, they were kicking us then, and I guess they're still doing it now. So yeah, just hopefully we can pull one out of the bag.
Hopefully have a beer with them tonight and talk about how good the Monroe was, though.
Definitely, yeah, that's right.
Awesome, mate. Great to see you.
We're just getting a bit organised here, folks. We're looking for this is the B finals for the junior solos. We've got the 29 of, not too sure who's all in this, 29I.
Braxton Casey is at the front, we'll give you that for nothing.
The 52I of Oscar Drake there in that second spot. And in that third place there at the moment is the 16C of Chase Lang. So Braxton Casey is going to take the win here, and that will put him through to the A final. Hard luck for the other two there, the 52I of Oscar Drake and the 16C of Chase Lang. Sorry about that bit of a hesitation there, folks. We lost our bit of paperwork and we lost our numbers and bits and pieces, but we've got it all sorted now, I hope. That one incidentally sponsored by Sign Solutions as well. So the Junior Solo 200cc, this is the B final for them. We've got the 44i of Mason Coulthard, the 44i of Mason Coulthard. Yep. The 86i of Finn Reid in there as well, I think it was. The 44 of Mason Coulthard. Looks like, who's that young fella riding Hayden Brookland's bike? We did get told that too, didn't we? It's the 25i of Ryan Colvin, who has taken the lead here. There's one gone to the infield. Looks like Finn Reid. The 44 of Mason Coulthard there in that second spot. And third place is the 13C of Chase Burrow. But it's only the one at the front that we want to go through to the A final, and that is young Ryan Colvin, the 25i, who's riding that borrowed bike of Hayden Brooklands. He gets shown the white flag here as he slides back down through turns 1 and 2. The 44i of Mason Coulthard still there in that second spot, and 13C Chase Burrow is back there in that third spot, but the good win there to the 25i of Ryan Colvin, getting to grips with that bike of Hayden Brooklands and winning that B final for the junior solos. Take it away, mate.
Okay, here with Pete and James. You guys just had a great ride against the Aussies. I think it was Cohen. Enjoy that?
Oh, mate, that was awesome.
I was cheering for you, you know, go Kiwi.
Oh, yeah, we've got to get someone up there.
So you just fired in some changes and all of a sudden it come together?
Yeah, a few just changes in the rear end just to try to create some drive, and it was magic.
Let's not forget the passenger. You had a bit of input into that, didn't you?
Oh, just a little.
So you're out now? You just need another round?
I think I'm just out by a couple of points.
Anyway, awesome effort. Love seeing you ride out there. Great to mix it with these guys, so you're happy with that?
Oh, it's an awesome experience to have a calibre of these guys with you. It gives you sort of a setting.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for being a part of a great race. Cheers, boys.
Hey bro, you already slow about the situation. Money plus money equals me, bro. And it's stunt time, so I'ma show y'all boys how to get it, bro. TDC, let's get it, pimpin'. Connecting to get money, you can check my swag. Money ain't no option, check the price on the tag. Connecting to get money, I stay cleaning in some soap. Connecting to get money, allergic to being
So lining up here for the Classic Solos B final. We've got the 29i of Phil Coulthard, the 91i of Les Payne, the 61 of Barry Free, the 71i of Derek McRae, and out on the outside the 69 of Joe Hughes. So looks like Barry Free, the 61 bike, just narrowly in front of the 91i of Les Payne. Then we go back a little bit further to the 71i of Derek McRae. But it's Barry Free at the moment who leads them through as they come out of that Permacoat roofing turn. The 91i of Les Payne there in that second spot. The 71i of Derek McRae third place. The 29i of Phil Coulthard in fourth spot. And the 69i of Joe Hughes in that fifth position. So Barry Free gets shown the white flag here. He'll be the man that will go through to the A final. The 91 of Les Payne, he's ditched his goggles and his hat. He obviously was having trouble seeing as he comes through that start-finish line. That was almost a throw of disgust. But anyway, Barry Free is the man who'll take the win here on that 61 bike. The 91 of Les Payne comes home in second spot. Third place going to the 71 of Derek McRae. Fourth place going to the 29i of Phil Coulthard, and the 69i of Joe Hughes takes out that fifth place.
Next up on track, we're going to see the Solo A B final. You're going to see out of gate 1, Alex Cunningham on the 96, the 99C, George Congreve. He's out of gate number 2, the 17i of Matt Highstead. A little bit slack off the pace today compared to what we usually see of him on that 17i, but he's out of gate number 3. 11i of Jake Gillespie is going to fill gate number 4, and Zane Pay will be out of gate number 5. Really, really looking forward to this heat here. Let's see who's going to make it through to the A final for the Solo A's. Very, very prestigious, as we keep saying, this here, the Burt Munro, the Parts Master Speedway Spectacular. Everybody wants to get their name in the history books of winning a Burt Munro. Lining up here, Barry Free from the Solo Classics. He's heading through to the Solo Classic A final. Who's heading through to the Solo A final? Tapes up and away we go. It looks to be George Congreve on that 99C that gets the start of it now. Alex Cunningham tries to show him what's up. Going through turns number 1 and 2. Unable to get it done, so out the front, take nothing away. 99C, George Congreve pulling away from the entire field now. Our club president, Alex Cunningham. He's settling for second place at the moment. Just in behind him is Zane Pay on that 11 bike. Matt Highstead on the 17. He's in just behind them as well with Zane Pay on the 9. Zane Pay rounding them up at the moment as the rain comes down on everyone here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. George Congreve, he's out the front. He's not worried about the weather. He's not worried about who's behind him. He's worried about heading through to the A final here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway for the Solo A's. He crosses the line once more. Second position, Alex Cunningham. with Jake Gillespie on his tail. What can Jake Gillespie do? Can he get into that second position or can he not? But the white flag will be out this time around for that 99C from Christchurch. George Congreve, he passes the line, takes the tear-off off. Get a little bit more vision on his final lap here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. He's got just about a straight length from these guys. Down through turns number 3 and 4, past the north side gravel sign, past the Permacoat roofing sign. He's going to make his way through to the Solo A final. George Congreve takes the race win. From Alex Cunningham on the 96i, back to Jake Gillespie on the 11i. Matt Highstead, he'll settle for 4th on the 17. And the tail end of that one there, the 9i of Zane Pay.
Just was a wee bit remiss in some of those times there. The Solo Classic, that B final, was running a time of 62.19. And the A Solo final there, that one just running a time of 77.72. In the sidecar B final coming out for contention here very, very shortly, Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, the 85i bike from Gate 1, Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell, the 28C bike from Gate 2, Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson on that 15C bike will come from Gate 3, Jeff Aldridge, Willie Little, the 62C bike from Gate 4, and from Gate 5, the 88 of Gary Wells and Dallas Kalman. Well, it looks like the 88i bike just didn't quite make the grade to the track. They were supposed to be in the sidecar B final, but they've decided they're not going to compete in it, so just the 4 of them here. This one here sponsored by Sono Sound Systems Limited. This time, tapes up, they're underway. The 15C got out of there, not too bad. So too did that 28 bike of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. So as they head down for the first time, it's Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell that lead the way through all that red machine there. The Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring get all sideways and out of shape on the 62C of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little that are in that 3rd position, and the 15C of Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson are there's a red flag. Looks like the 62C Jeff Aldridge, Willie Little have come to grief down there in front of that Sievwright powder line sign. So there'll be a rerun here. Jeff Aldridge, and Willie Little coming unstuck down there in the middle of turns 1 and 2. They'll line them back up again here. That'll just leave Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson will be the ones that are left in it.
Just waiting on confirmation as to what's happened here. See what the stewards are going to decide, but this one here. '85i Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring being spoken to at the moment. Let's hope this wee shower of rain will pass by at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. I'm sure it will. As the 85 of Claire Hartnell, Charlotte Pring, they head to the infield.
So they must have been given the don't bump into somebody trick, I think. So this time, tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it this time? The 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. Looks like they're going to come out in front of Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson on that 15C bike, sitting there in that second place. We've got the sun streaming through here. We've got a bit of sunstrike, can't see too much. In that third spot there is the 62C of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little. But out in front, Paul Anderson, Johnny Maxwell, the 28C bike. Slide back down through that Osborne Engineering turn. They've got a handy lead here over that 15C of Dave Buckland and Carl Johnson. And the 62C of Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little in that third place. White flag comes out this time round. And it's the 28C, Paul Anderson, Jimmy Buckland, who take the white flag down that extreme carts back straight. They go for the final time down through that South Coast Customs turn. Out they come, and it's the 28C of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell who will take the win here in a time of 79.97. Winning time. Second place there going to Dave Buckland, Carl Johnson. And third place there to Jeff Aldridge and Willie Little.
Getting right down to the tail end of things now. Things aren't going to get exciting. I've just heard the rumour, well not the rumour, the news. Junior Solo 200cc's, Hayden Brooklyn and Ryan Colvin. Hayden very, very kindly has donated his spare bike to Ryan to run in the final. Ryan, of course, running his Hayden's bike in the B final earlier, but for the A final, Hayden has kindly allowed Ryan to have a run on that bike. Very, very good of him indeed. True sportsmanship in these younger grades. Very, very exciting racing still to come here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. As we take a look at the Pits TV replay, very, very fast racing on track. Now coming out on track, the Sidecar A, B final. Pete, who are we going to see?
We are going to see Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith, is it? Let me find my paper again. We've got a... We've got the 11i of... This is
just a slight delay here in the commentary box at the moment. Just trying to have a look at the points and that sort of stuff. Just a little bit of confusion going on as to who's starting where.
Who we all got in here? It looks like we have got the 35 of Mark Mitchell, and Tony Carter, the 24 of Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat, the 43 of Warren Monson, and Andrew Summerhays, the 27A of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason, and the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. This here, the sidecar A, this is the B final. The winner of this will go through to the A final. The 35A, as I say. 35, Mark Mitchell, Tony Carter, tapes up, they're underway. Who gets the best of it? Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay once again, but there's a whole bunch of them all. Somebody's gone right round. That was the 35A of Nick Edmonds, Aaron Mitchell, was it? No. Anyway, through they come. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay, the 24I of Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat sitting there in that second spot. In that third place is the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell in third spot. But Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay are the ones to catch and beat here in this B final. The 24I, Brad Sharp, Lance Jeffcoat still there in that second spot. Third place here at the moment, the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell. Then further back, the 27 of Dylan Moore and Sean Mason. 1 lap left to go. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay. As they slide down through that McLeod Diesel sign, past that McLeod Diesel sign, they come here to the checkered flag. It's going to be Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay that go through from the 24I of Brad Sharp and Lance Jeffcoat, and the 37A of Nick Edmonds and Aaron Mitchell that came home there in that third place. So Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay, they're the ones that have secured their place there in that A final. 74.11 was the time. 74.11 was the time.
Believe we're going to head into a little bit of track maintenance now, and then we're going to get right through to the finals. This is what everyone here has been waiting for this afternoon. We're going to start with the Junior Solo 125 final. It's going to be really, really exciting once we get into those big finals, your soloways, your sidecars. Bound to be a lot of action on track here very, very shortly. Track maintenance taking place here on the track. Get the track prepared for those finals. We'll be back on track with more action here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway in just a moment.
Right, here they come, folks. The 66I of Caden Cracknell, first one out the gate. Got the 29I of Braxton Casey there, the 41I of Ryland Casey, and the 72C of Oscar Drake. Might have to put my sunnies back on, I feel, Corbin.
Yeah, that could be the case. We're in the starters' hands, though, for this one here, the Junior Solo 125cc final. We go underway. The 66 of Caden Cracknell looks to boost away with the start of things at the moment. He's right out front, but coming in just in behind him there is that 72 of Oscar Drake. Oscar Drake, he wants to make a move on him, but he's got to deal with Braxton Casey on that 29 bike beforehand. Take nothing away from the boy out the front. The 66i of Caden Cracknell, his dad said to him, win it or bin it. He looks to be doing so at this stage of this one here. He could be on his way to winning a Burt Munro 125cc title very, very shortly. He's just got one more lap to go as he passes the white flag. Braxton Casey, he's sitting in second. His brother Ryland Casey in a battle for third and fourth at the moment. Coming around through turns 3 and 4 now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. The Burt Munro 125cc champion, Caden Cracknell. He'll take it out from Braxton Casey on the 29i. Ryland Casey on the 41i. He'll finish in third. And all the way from Christchurch, young Oscar Drake on the 72C. But take nothing away. 66i, Caden Cracknell, impressive ride. As we say, his father said to him, win it or bin it, and he definitely did so. Right out there, right out front. Impressive riding from the young fellas.
46.03 was his winning time there, folks. Now we go up to the Junior Solos, the 200A final. This one here sponsored by Crackers Contracting. We've got the 55i of Dakota Kringle from gate 1. The 28i of Hayden Brooklyn from gate 2. The 13A of Cowrie Chapman from gate 3. And the 25i of Ryan Colvin coming from gate 4. Here we go. Crackers Contracting sponsored heat. Away they go. It's Hayden Brooklyn. Oh no, it looks like Dakota Kringle's got in front of them all as they slide down through turns 3 and 4. Young Cowrie Chapman, he's got the bit between his teeth as well, and he's the three that are at the back behind Dakota Kringle. You can throw a blanket over them, but the 55i of Dakota Kringle, he's cracked it, he's out in front. Hayden Brooklyn have grimly trying to hang on there from Ryan Colvin on that 25i bike, which is actually a bike that belongs to Hayden Brooklyn. The white flag comes out. Dakota Kringle, he's got 3 or 4 bike lengths on them as he heads into that back straight for the final time. Down through turns 3 and 4. Don't muck it up now, Dakota. He's taken the win and he's taken the Burt Munro title for the 200cc's. Well done, young Dakota Kringle, the 55i bike. Coming home there in second place, I think, was the 28i of Hayden Brooklyn. Third place, I think, went to the 13A of Cowrie Chapman, and the 25i of Ryan Colvin in that 4th spot. All eyes were on Dakota Kringle, the 55i. He got out to a good start and he won it, so well done to Dakota, winning the Burt Munros for the 200s.
Well, that will wrap up the junior racing for today, folks. Put your hands together for all the juniors competing here this afternoon at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paint Oreti Park Speedway. The future of our sport, as we keep on saying, it's true, a true showcase of racing here this afternoon.
43.06 was the winning time there for Dakota Kringle on that 55i bike. 43.06 was the winning time. Here's the Classic Solos. This is the A final for the Classic Solos. We should have the 66i of John Tuffley from gate 1. Paula Highstead, the 67i from gate 2. Ryan Terry Daly, the 5 bike from gate 3. And the 13i of Glen Sol coming from gate 4. This one here sponsored by FI Innovation. Ryan Terry Daly in that gate 3. John Tuffley, the 66i, gate 1. Gate 2, the 67i of Paul Highstead. The 13i of Glen Sol, and the 61 of Barry Free, of course, out here in gate 5. Tapes up, they're underway. John Tuffley got a flyer, so too Ryan Terry Daly. At the moment it's John Tuffley, but Ryan Terry Daly goes right round the outside of him as they come out of that turn 2, and down through that north side sand and gravel turn they go. Out of the Permacoat roofing turn, it's Ryan Terry Daly on that 5 bike from the 66i of John Tuffley, then the 61 of Barry Free, then the 13 of Glen Sol, and the 67i of Paul Highstead. So Ryan Terry Daly, the 5 bike, gets shown the white flag this time down as they come down this Arrow Upholstery front straight. Back down through that Osborne Engineering turn they go. Out of the Harcourt turn he comes. And it's Ryan Terry Daly with quite a handy lead now over John Tuffley, the 66i bike, sitting there in that 2nd spot. Barry Free's going to have to be content with 3rd. So Ryan Terry Daly, he is going to be your Classic Solo winner for the Burt Munro for 2020. The 2020 winner of the Burt Munro is Ryan Terry Daly in a time of 56.75. 56.75 was his winning time.
So he's going to rush back into the pits now and prepare himself to come out for the TNL Motors next heat out on track. This is going to be your Solo A final. You're going to see the 3NZ Ryan Terry Daly, the 7i of Sam Taylor, the 21i of Lucas Colvin, the 32C of Ben Woolley, and the 99C of George Congreve. You see these guys in the pit chute there, fully zoned out, ready to go, zoning in organising what is going to happen in this race here, thinking of strategy, thinking of where they're starting, thinking of their opponents. There'll be a lot of things going through these guys' heads at the moment. We'll say it one more time. Out of gate number 1, 3NZ, Ryan Terry Daly. You just saw him take out the Solo Classics for the Burt Munro. Can he do it again in the Solo A's? Sam Taylor, he's on the 7i. Lucas Colvin out of gate number 3 on the 21. Just a young fellow. What can he do? Can he create some magic here this afternoon in the Solo A final? Just new to the Solo A's. What can he do? This guy here, the 32C, Ben Woolley, he's got experience around this track. He's been here for a number of different meetings, as has George Congreve on the 99C. The gate comes open, and leading them out will be George Congreve on the 99C. Sam Taylor's just behind him on that 7i. Brilliantly presented bike, that one there, and brilliantly presented rider as well. Overalls and that sort of stuff looking always spick and span. Great level of presentation among all the bikes in this final here. Ryan Terry Daly straight off the track in his previous heat, making his way out here for the T&L Motors sponsored Solo A final here for the 2020 Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular, brought to you by Partsmaster. This one here set to be a brilliant heat.
Sponsored by Creation Signs, of course. Ryan Terry Daly must be feeling a bit puffed after having just won that B final on the classic the A final, on the classic solos. Coming into gate 2, Sam Taylor, the 7i, the 21i of Lucas Colvin, gate 3. Ben Woolley, the 32C bike, out here in gate 4, and the 99C of George Congreve.
Waiting on the tapes, and away they go. 7i Sam Taylor looks to get a flyer at the start. He's got a battle with Ryan Terry Daly through turns 1 and 2. Terry Daly right across the front of him.
And Sam Taylor both coming down there. Let's hope they're both okay.
Untidy scenes here on the first lap of the Solo A final.
They were both hunting for space there as they went through turn 4. Sam Taylor and Ryan Terry Daly coming together there. I see Sam's actually moving. He's probably had the wind knocked out of his sails. Let's hope there's not too much damage to either rider. Ryan Terry Daly up on his feet.
Sam Taylor went down very, very heavy. Unsure what happened with that one there. Just tangle up, two guys battling for the lead. George Congreve over there, he's lending a helping hand. Just wait and see what happens that one there. Sam Taylor's sitting up now. He's hoping Sam is okay.
Just a battle for place. I see Sam Taylor standing now. That's good to see. Put your hands together, folks. Well done.
Just going to have a look now on the replay, thanks to the team at the Pits TV, to see what happened in this accident here. We'll talk you through it if you are at the tracks. It was off the start. Ryan Terry Daly
and Sam Taylor both fighting for space there. Ryan Terry Daly got up in the air a little and moved across in front of Sam Taylor. That's what we see here. We're watching another view of it here as they come through. Ryan Terry Daly, the front wheel lifts up.
Just a bit of drive off the
drives
pole
off
line
and comes across in front of Sam Taylor and took Sam Taylor's front wheel out. Unfortunate for Sam, unfortunate for Ryan Terry Daly as well. Just getting a heap of drive as he got into turn 2, if you like, just as they was making the entrance into turn 2.
Just looking at the replay once again, the start was all on for young and old. And it looks to be Sam Taylor here at the start there. And right down on the pole line, Ryan Terry Daly rides that pole line, grabs a bit of a touch with Sam right on the entry to turn number 1. Then he gets down on that pole line, that back wheel, just grabbing a bit of loose dirt, lifts up that front wheel, and across he comes straight out towards the air fence there and collecting the front wheel of Sam Taylor. Looks like Sam is going to put the helmet back on. Many of these riders here will have 2 bikes out, and as far as I'm aware, Sam Taylor has asked for his second bike to be prepared. He wants another crack at taking out the 2020 Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular.
So, Sam Taylor being taken out there by Ryan Terry-Daly, the man that's ridden brilliantly here all day. And as I say, getting that bit of drive where, as we saw, they had a bit of a touch as they went into turn 1, and then partway through it, Ryan Terry-Daly grabbed a whole heap of drive and got up on his back wheel and came out across and took out Sam Taylor's front wheel, and down they both went in spectacular fashion. Good to see them both up and both walking though.
You can't win a race in the first corner, Pete. Unfortunately, everyone wanting to win this one here. It goes to show how prestigious these titles are.
Yeah.
Both Sam Taylor and Ryan Terry-Daly.
Ryan Terry-Daly, both very, very competitive. Young Sam has been riding consistently well throughout the season, and I'm pleased to see that he's actually up on his feet and walking about.
So what we saw on that replay there with Ryan Terry-Daly, just coming off that pole line ever so slightly off the race line, taking the front wheel of Sam Taylor. So Ryan has been excluded from this one here. So therefore you're going to see out of gate number 2, if they can get this bike of Sam Taylor's out, his second bike, the 7i of Sam Taylor out of gate number 2. Young Lucas Colvin on the 21i. He's sitting here parked up in gate number 3, looking very, very racy earlier on today with the heat win. 32C Ben Woolley, he's out of gate number 4, and George Congreve, he took the lead on this race here just after that wee accident on the 99C bike. What magic can these guys make?
Well, George Congreve's come through the hard way. He had to get into the A final by winning the B final, so he's had an extra bit of racing. Also a very competitive young rider who's come a long way in the last couple of seasons.
So Sam Taylor, second bike, pulling up now into gate number 2. Ryan Terry-Daly, he's going to sit this one out in the pits. What can Sam Taylor do? Can he get some revenge on this one here? We're in for take 2. Pete Stedding lines them up, and the tape's going, away they go. Sam Taylor with a flying over start. George Congreve, he's going to look for a way around him. Sam Taylor, he tries to fight back, but taking nothing away from the B final winner. That one there, George Congreve, he's way up front now as he slides it down through turns number 3 and 4. Sam Taylor, he's going to want to reel him in and get the lead of this one here. What can he do? Can anyone take anything away from George Congreve on that 99C? Sam Taylor, he settles for second at the moment with Ben Woolley on that 32C. He's sitting in a solid third position at the moment. Young Lucas Colvin on the 21i, he's settling for 4th. So, right at the front, the 99C of George Congreve from Christchurch. Got caught up. Had to end up in that B final earlier on today. One that there makes his way through to the A final. He may well pull this one here off Sam Taylor. He tries to reel him in as they slide down past the Extreme Carts sign through the total conveyor. Turn number 4, the white flag is out for George Congreve. Sam Taylor, he's going to look to the outside through turns number 3 and 4. 1 and 2, my apologies. He gets to get it done. Sam Taylor straight round the outside of him. Down past the Fairco gardening time sign. Through turns number 3 and 4, it's going to be a drag race to the finish. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2020 Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular champion, Sam Taylor.
Oh, how awesome was that? Well done to Sam Taylor. 73.88 was the time, folks. 73.88 was the time.
Put your hands together.
What a ride and what a race. These two rivals, George Congreve and Sam Taylor, battling it out all the way. Sam just bided his time, picked his line, and managed to come through. A fantastic result after a fairly heavy fall in take 1 of the A final. Well done. Great sportsmanship, great camaraderie amongst these guys. So put your hands together, folks, for the solo A winner of the Burt Munro for 2020, the 2020 winner.
George Congreve, he's happy. He's getting that front wheel up. You can see the sportsmanship, as you alluded to, Pete. A pat on the back as he rides past Sam. Goes to show these guys here, got to have two bikes prepared. They prepare these two bikes both as fast as each other. Sam Taylor heads around once more. Put your hands together once again, folks. Absolutely brilliant riding straight round the outside. Where he is right now through turn number 2. Past that Harcourt sign, he went right round the outside. Front wheel up. Deserving champion here for the Burt Munro.
Well, Rach and Freddie will be so happy. They put a lot of time and effort into this young lad.
Rach is definitely happy. She's got the flag on the straight. She's waving it around. She's just about as excited as Sam is.
So well done to Sam Taylor. Couple of races to go, folks. We've got the sidecar B final, the sidecar B's A final, should I say. We will see Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith from gate 1.
Okay, we're here with Sam. Sam took a big one, got back on, reeled him in, made it count.
Yeah, hey, I took a big one in that first one and didn't know if I was going to get up from it. Took a hard hit to my left side of my body, but got up and got a nice start. He got out in front and I thought I got nothing to lose with it, so just pin it or fucking bin it.
It's brilliant, mate. Showed excellent character. Also good. Second bike was just as good as the first one.
Yeah, it's probably just as quick. There's a lot of drive out there once you get in that dirt, and yeah, blown away. I'm stoked.
And mate, crowd loved it as well. They absolutely went nuts. Brilliant.
Cheers, Chase.
Any sponsors to thank? Pace and Bills?
PM Hedge Cutting, Southern Bolts and Fasteners, JP Plastering, Super Sally Shelley, Frisbee Contracting, Southern Brakes and Driveline, Barry Sharp, Newfield Autos, Mum and Dad, Nana and Grandad. Huge thanks to Aiden and Scotty and everyone else that's chipped in, and especially you, Jace. Cheers for the tips.
No worries, mate. And George, well done, George. You thought you had it in the bag, kept it down on the line.
Yeah, you mentioned to me at the start of the race to move up if I didn't feel fast, but I thought I was in the right line. But yeah, I could hear him coming on the third lap, and then next thing he flew past me, and there was no way I was ever going to get him back. So well done to Sam. Awesome pass. Eventually the track came right, so I made some great racing. So thanks very much to the guys.
Any bills to pay?
Oh, plenty.
Sponsors?
Firstly, just want to thank Michael Kelly Painting, Challenge Lincoln, they've been a huge help. Helen and Phil Rains, McGregor's Footwear Repair, Mum and Dad, and everybody else that's involved.
Guys. Here we go, folks. This is the A final for the sidecar Division 2s. Knuckle Hill, Dan Smith down on the pole line there. Fraser and Johnny Gillespie in beside them. The 53-3 of Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew there. Then Kim McDonald, Carl Hosey, and the 28C of Buckland, and away they go. It looks like it's Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith once again who take the lead here from Fraser and Johnny Gillespie in that second place. Third place here at the moment, Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew. Through they come. Still Knuckle Hill, he's had a brilliant day here today. Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith leading the way here from the 11i of Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie in that second spot. Then we've got Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew still sitting there in that third place. Then the 28C bike of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell in that fourth spot. Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey, the 23C bike, a 23i bike in that fourth place. Looks like Fraser Gillespie and Johnny Gillespie have struck a problem. They got going again. Knuckle Hill's now been. Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith go to the infields. Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew go through to first place. Third place, second place now is the 28 bike of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell. They'll take second. Third place looks like it's going to go to Kev McDonald and Carl Hosey. What a win. So, first place there going to Chris Roberts, Rod Renfrew, after Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith had a bit of a faux pas. Not too sure what happened there, but they ended up on the infield. Second place went to the 28 of Paul Anderson and Johnny Maxwell, I think it was. Oops, yes, I see what happened there. Fraser Gillespie ended up giving Knuckle Hill and Dan Smith a bit of a tap, but a bit of a love tap as they came down through that turn. That's why they backed off. Third place, as I say, to Kev McDonald, Carl Hosey. That one running a time of 79.21. 79.21 was the time there. Right, folks, the final race on the program for the 2020 Burt Munro here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. As you put your hands together there for Chris Roberts and Rod Renfrew, the winners of the B final of the sidecars, or the A final in the B division, should I say, sorry. Right. Sidecar A final, we will see Jamie Millen, Patrick Larson, the 14P bike, Gate 1. Gate 2, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, the 84 bike from Australia. Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause, the 64 bike from Gate 3, another Australian combination. James Douglas, Harley Biddle, coming from Gate 4. And Gate 5, when I go back through my paperwork here, was won by
Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays.
Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhays. Thanks for that, Corbin.
So keep an eye. If you want to see fast racing, you've seen it over the past couple of weekends. If you were fortunate enough to be here last weekend, Australasian Sidecar Championship, 84 from Australia, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox. Blake Cox, he says to Darren, he says, you take it round. I'll come around here and have a look at that gate number 2 that we're going to start at. Blake Cox comes down here right on the start line. He's going to take a look.
2 Kiwis, 3 Australians in this, Corbin. Here for the A final of the A-grade sidecars, or the Division 1s. Jamie Millen, Patrick Larson, Gate 1. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, Gate 2. Gate 3, Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause. Gate 4, James Douglas, Harley Biddle, Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay. Coming from Gate 5 on that 43 bike.
These ones here, the best of what you've seen here this afternoon.
We just about need a bit of a sunshade here. We're getting quite a bit of sunstroke on the window. It makes it difficult to see, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Thankful to the team at the Pits Media for throwing a replay screen in here so we can see exactly what's happening on the live stream at home. Nice picture of the start line here.
They're all doing their gardening here. Everybody wants to get the best advantage they can. Looks like James Douglas, Harley Biddle is set out here in Gate 4. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay yet to move up into line. Jamie Millen, Patrick Larson down there in Gate 1, all set. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox in beside them. Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause all set. Pete Stenning all happy with them. Tapes up and away they go. Who gets the best of it? Once again, Darren Treloar and Blake Cox are the first ones down into the turn. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhays come around the outside of them. And then we've got, not sure who's that in that third spot. That's Brodie Cohen and Simon Cause in that third spot. Then we've got Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson. Oh, somebody gets all out of shape. James Douglas, Harley Biddle, they get it all wrong and just about slide out of it. But it's Darren Treloar and Blake Cox at the moment over Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay in that second place. Then we've got Brodie Cohen and Simon Cors sitting in that third spot. Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson sitting in that fourth spot. Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. What can you say? These guys look like they're on rails as they come through here. Warren Monson, Andrew Summerhay still in that second spot. The 64, Brodie Cohen and Simon Cors still there in that third place. Jamie Moore and Patrick Larson still sitting there in that fourth spot. And the 3NZ of James Douglas, Harley Biddle having to be content with fifth position. Well, there you have it, folks. That was over fairly quickly. I thought we had another lap left to go. I wasn't even watching for the flag. But Darren Treloar and Blake Cox, they've won everything they've had out here today. Won every heat they've been in, Corbin. They've done absolutely fantastic job. Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay have come home in second place. Third place has gone to Brodie Cohen and Simon Cors. So it's an Australian domination here in the Division 1 sidecars here at the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. You're more than welcome to come and join us in the pits afterwards for the prize giving, folks, and congratulate all the winners. A big thank you to Corbin Shuttleworth for standing in beside me here today, helping us out.
Well, it's been an honour, Pete. The past couple of weekends, some absolutely brilliant racing. Been an honour to be in here. I'm Corbin Shuttleworth. Peter Hosey is in beside me. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, out the front, as you can see with the checkered flag, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox. What a combination these guys here are. Of course, multiple-time Australia champions. They've been Australasian champions now after last weekend's events. Of course, world champions before as well. And now to add the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular to the list of achievements of things that they have achieved and accomplished throughout an amazing speedway career.
Absolutely fantastic, folks. Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, the winning combination. They've been a winning combination right from when they entered the country. They had a little few problems when they first started running up at Moore Park. It took them a wee while to get to grips, get their bike sorted, etc. But once they got it sorted, they've remained unbeaten throughout the whole series, and they've remained unbeaten here again today at the Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular here at the Sievwright Blasting Panel and Paints Oreti Park Speedway. A big thank you must go to all our helpers, sponsors, you the public for supporting us here. It just looks like we're going to go down to the pits and we'll wait for Jason Bunyan to do an interview with Darren Treloar and Blake Cox. While we watch the replay here, Darren Treloar, Blake Cox, just so quickly out of the gate, Corbin.
True form right from the tapes. As soon as those tapes go, they know it's time to concentrate. It's time to get the job done. They're here to do one job and one job only. They are here to win races, and they have definitely come to New Zealand and shown that there. I guess what you could say is that these guys here come to New Zealand, accomplish everything they want to do, and can leave here saying that it's been a pretty wicked trip. I understand down in the pits, Jason Bunyan is with Warren Monson and Andrew Summerhay, third place in the 2020 Burt Munro Speedway Spectacular. Jason.
Oh, just a wee bit of a delay there. Once again, I'd like to just thank you, the public, for supporting us here. We hope you've enjoyed the racing. Rightio.
Brodie, Simon, enjoy that?
Yeah, mate, I did. Third wasn't the goal, but anyway, that's 11-time Aussie champ in front of us and world number one and Oceania number one in front of us. So third place isn't bad when you're following blokes with those sort of credibilities. I think I sort of puffed it in the first corner. I probably should have went for it. TRE owed me a touch-up from the last meeting here, so I was a bit hesitant to go round him, but I think I balked in the first corner. If I had stayed on it and gone around the outside, it might have been a different story, but if my auntie had balls, she'd be my uncle, so you know what the story's like.
I see a couple of times she's on the inside there, she's spinning up hard, and you're like, come on, girl, come on, please go forward.
Yeah, she's, a lot of traffic on that track through the day. Big credit to the guys, we had big rains, but massive credit to them get it going. Well done to all the New Zealanders. It's, some of them have been tough competitors, and they're all very I just want to say all the New Zealanders have been great. They've helped us out heaps. Scotty from Dynatech, he's been a weapon for us. He's helped us out. Without him, we probably wouldn't have made it to the track. But just New Zealanders in general, they're all real humble and so happy to help each other out. I didn't have a helmet before the meeting and grabbed one off Millen's gang. So, but yeah, no, Darren's the person to beat, and I've raced with him. But to beat him is the ultimate goal. But we had the package, Eric. But yeah, track is a bit tough. But
well done, boys. We'll go over to Warren Andrew. Thanks for coming. Thanks, mate.
Put your hands
Warren,
together,
Andrew,
folks, for all
second.
the winners as they
Happy
head
but not
around the
happy?
track here.
Oh, very happy with that outcome. You know, to go through the B final and to get into the class of those riders, you know, you might be the world's best or whatever, but with those caliber riders, mate, anything can happen. And second place, we're pretty happy with, eh?
Yeah. We'll go over to Warren. Warren, happy but not happy?
Yeah, you always want to win, but second's a good place for here. After having to go through the B final, pretty happy to come out second.
Hard work out there when it's a little bit slick towards the end?
Yeah, a little bit slick towards the end, but actually in that race there was a bit of dirt up high, so it actually wasn't too bad. You could either ride down low or up high. Didn't matter, it was quite smooth, so pretty happy with the track.
Yeah, so you got involved in the first bend battle and sort of that give Darren a couple of legs, and by then you were sort of chasing, but you did go up wide. You had a quick go, but once Darren's gone, usually that's
Yeah, it's usually the end once you let him go. But coming out of the green gate, we don't race 5 bikes in Australia, but coming out of that gate in the final and ending up second, I think is pretty good.
No, it's been a pleasure having you here. Thanks. Any words to say, sponsors, crowd?
No, just thank all the crowd here for coming down to the Burt Munro and coming out to see some of us Aussies here ride. Thank you.
Cheers, boss. Cheers, Andy. We'll go and find Darren.
That's wrong, dog. That's wrong.
Darren, Blake, what can I say, mate? You've done it again.
Yeah, well, this is always, like I said, always been on my bucket list to come here and do one. I've done one, I've won one, so I'm over the moon, mate. It was an awesome day. Just hats off to everyone that were involved to make it happen. Crowd, awesome. Seeing that many people, 3, 4, 5 deep, are all the way around the fence. It's awesome. Good to ride in front of, and yeah, stoked.
True professional, you went exploring all day. You pretty much had, I think, a setup ready for the final, but made it out of the gate and made it easy for yourself.
Yeah, I always had the setup. I didn't change much on the bike. It was just a matter of what line I was going to ride and where I was going to ride, So, but you don't know that until you go out into the first corner, what situation you're in or where you're placed, So, you've always got to have a plan B, and lucky enough we didn't have to use that, so it's good.
Need to thank this man. You did some effort on that start. I see you just digging constantly with your feet. Did you choose that one, or did he choose it?
No, we spoke before it. We knew that the gates were going to be hard, and it's 90% of the race. You got to get there off the gate first. So we planned to spend a lot of time on that rut and work it so we can get out there, and it paid off.
Right, got any bills to pay? Sponsors?
I got no bills to pay. I don't owe any money to anyone. I just like to thank Fraser and Cherie, Fly and Spider Spray. They put us up all week, and hospitality was great. We took over the house and we could do whatever we want. Lionel Green for lending us his trailer to travel around New Zealand. Craig Blackett for putting us up at Christchurch. Blake for doing an awesome job on the back. Jim in the pits. All our sponsors, Silkaleen, Rams, Unifilter, TRE Motorsports. Yeah, it's hard to. Eurofloor, yeah. Anyway, there's loads of them, and they all chip in, and without them, we can't make it possible and to put in this effort.
No, it's brilliant, Darren. Really glad you enjoyed the Burt Munro Speedway, mate. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, it's unreal, and to get my name on the Burt Munro Trophy, I'm stoked.
Should we go and have some beers?
Plenty.
Well, that's it for the 2020 Oreti Park Speedway Spectacular. Pretty crazy day. Track was changing constantly. We saw a load of professional riders and they just give us a brilliant show. Saw some crashes, saw young Sam get up. Amazing to watch. Yeah, pleasure to commentate, present for it. So go hard, guys.